Around the world, they've been surfing for 60 plus years. For us, it's relatively new. First time that we would all come together under this United Philippine Surfing Association. Surfing is an Olympic event. The potential for a Filipino to get very far in surfing is there. It takes a village to raise a child. It takes the Philippines to raise surfing. Competitive surfing is more than just a lifestyle, it's actually a job, and that's the way we need to approach it, and that's the way we did approach it. In the short term, we need to compete. We need to compete in our country, we need to compete in other countries. We need to be exposed to surfing across the Philippines, and that is exactly what we're doing. 2022, we went aggressively into competition mode. We had 4 legs in 3 months. An international event in Siargao. We had our national event in Siargao, Belair, Borongan and Cabugao. Next year we're going to double that with 8 legs and 2 international events through the WSL. Since the announcement of surfing in the Olympics, amazing things have happened in our sport. We've put our focus on the youth, the stars of tomorrow. We have a caravan that goes around the Philippines. We go from province to province and train them and educate them on how to become Philippines' greatest surfers. We want to raise up champions, the glory of victory. We want to mix this all together and showcase the talent we have right here in the Philippines. We want to raise up athletes who will raise up gold for the Philippines. Without the support and love of Next Gen, the next generation of surfers in the Philippines wouldn't be where they are today. Maraming salamat, Next Gen, and we look forward to continually working with you.
Yeah, La Union, it's not just the place too, it's like also the waves, it's such beautiful. The food, it's so good, and yeah, I'm so happy to be here, and the people is so amazing, like they're so caring. Wow, this car is like feels so special. I never ride a car like this. This is my first time, so whew, so happy to ride in this car. So good.
You know, I actually love driving Volkswagen. When you go really fast, you don't feel it that you're going fast.
I don't know, I feel like we're not driving, I feel like we're flying. Because it's not even like bumping. So it's so good.
I like this one, look at this one. This one with turbo ba?
The backseat people can enjoy the car as well. Normally it's like this front and then the back is always normal, like a roof. That's true. And now this one's like, oh, no, you get to enjoy the car as well.
When you rev it up, you can feel the nice smooth transaction, which is that's the main part in the car. You can just push it down.
Oh yeah! Oh yes! This is a dream car, bro.
Good morning.
Sam, 35-minute heats, right? 30 minutes.
Okay, good morning. Here we are at the La Union International, hopefully the first annual, and there may be many, many more. We've got some pretty solid surf here. I'm sitting here with John Carby. What's your idea of the surf there, Johnny?
Well, good morning. After yesterday when we had that, we got up to about 30 knots. There we are on camera. Jared Egan and John Carby sitting here. We had about 30 knots blowing in. We woke up to some very different conditions this morning. The winds backed off. The swells kicked up. Still a little bit morning sick. A little bit junky out there. So challenging conditions. I was watching a few of the men and women paddle out this morning. Very sort of tricky conditions. To get out, they're going to have about a 10-minute paddle out time just because it does sort of sweep in through the current there. So...
Yeah, no, it's busy. They just saw the shot behind us, and there's the drone shot. It is a little messy, but it's a lot bigger. It's super rideable. I've been watching the free surfers go berserk out there this morning.
Absolutely berserk. The men and women both holding their own out there. It's not 10 to 15 foot by any means. It's more 6 foot, maybe some 8. No, not even 8 foot. Maybe some of the biggest 6 to... We'll go to 8 foot, those outside ones that sort of cleaning up everybody.
They are. They're certainly going to get some caught inside. They're going to 30 minutes to allow for the paddle back out, which could be a hassle, and there could be some wash-throughs and clean-ups. So 30 minutes is what we've offered them today.
Yep.
And we're planning to run pretty much all day.
Yes, 30-minute heats, which means... I know they want to do at least 10 heats down there. I heard a few conversations.
I think we'll be doing more than 10. 10 at 30 is 5 hours. I think we've got all day.
There's our pesky free surfers trying to make their way in so we can get this heat underway.
Yeah, it's hard to get them out of the water.
Be hard to get you out of the water, and you can hear probably behind us that siren, which is the official start of our day number 6, I believe, Jerry.
Correct, day number 6, and as you mentioned yesterday, we had to stop pretty early. The wind was so incredibly strong that they were worried it was going to blow the tents and everything away. It wasn't so much the surfers. It wasn't the surfers so much. It was just the danger with the technical team and all the people watching. You know, the tents were lifting. People were frantically sandbagging things down. Today we've woken up to a completely different day.
Yeah, a completely different day. It's a beautiful setup down there. Like you say, got it on screen there. In the water we have Ryoki Waida from Indonesia, Rinta Oto from Japan, Putra Hermawan from Indonesia, and JR Local Boy Escoville, winner of our longboard division.
Okay, so he's a real water man. He's a great surfer. He knows this wave probably better than anyone else. And he will be a force out here. Ryoki is Rio's brother. Obviously, he knows what he's doing. Putra has won, I believe, the Cloud9 event quite a few years ago. I'm not sure how long ago that was, maybe 6 or 7 years ago. I think we're going to go to Luke Landrigan down on the beach to discuss the conditions, Johnny.
Morning, this is our 6th day of the La Union International Pro. Today we are running the round of 32 for men's shortboard, and possibly we will push through with the women's quarterfinals and the men's quarterfinals after this round. Yesterday we had to call the competition off time due to strong winds. So today the conditions are better, there's no wind, and expect an action day packed of waves. So back to you guys at the booth.
Thanks, Luke. Appreciate that. I'm told they had a little power outage downstairs at some stage, so they're getting together again with the scores. and our graphics, so we know what's going on there. That you can see the surf there. It is a bit lumpy and a bit weird. Hopefully during the day it'll start lining up a bit better.
A bit weird.
Well, you know, every surfer out there knows what I mean. You paddle out, it's like, they call it morning sickness, I think. And generally it cleans up a little during the day. So I'm not 100% sure about what will happen today, because it seems to be almost impossible to predict this wave. But every other day apart from yesterday, it's been fairly windless.
Oh, Red looks like, could have almost got inside a little cover up there. Would have been our first barrel of the event.
So that was Ryoki, probably a little too deep. It's going to be hard to know where to sit. I would be sitting as close to, there's Rinta. I'd be sitting as close to JR as possible if I was out there, because he's a local and he knows what he's doing.
Yeah, and that's it. He surfed these conditions. He surfed every condition. As we just saw, contest director Luke Landrigan down there also knows this point probably better than most humans. Having his San Juan Surf Resort down on the end of the bay. Good little vantage point just to wake up and see what's happening, either on the beach in front of you or up onto the point.
Yeah, I looked out this morning and I got to say it looked awful. But as you walk around the point, you can see it's lining up far, far better. The vantage over there is far better of the beach break than it is of the point break. So I was hoping I would see what I saw as I walked up the beach today.
It's got some energy, doesn't it?
There, yes, definitely. That was Putra, was it? On the inside, was that white? Oh, no,
green.
It's green. Wow.
That is JR. Like you said, he looks like he's going to get, from what we've seen anyway, until we can get some replays and some of that judging tower rebooted, the best little, definitely the best wave that we've seen so far.
Oh, absolutely.
Dual discipline champion of the first ever WSL QS 1000 here in the Onion Point.
And he finished that really well also. I mean, there was 3 or 4 big backhand slashes there, so, you know, I'm anticipating the judges are going to really like that.
Yeah, absolutely. And by losing power down there, our judges aren't affected at all. It's just our graphics on screen that we're losing. So business as usual down there for the judges, business as usual for the surfers out. He looks like he's going to get, from what we've seen anyway, until we can get some replays and some of that judging tower rebooted, the best little...
Yeah,
definitely the best wave that we've seen so far.
That's almost as good as anything I saw in the free surfing as well.
Yeah, absolutely. It is challenging out there.
This is
champion of the first ever. This is local knowledge. WSL
101
QS 1000.
Okay, now there's a drone shot back at where we're sitting. We're sitting with the 2 little balconies there. I don't know that you can see us. There's 2 balconies at the top and 2 at the bottom, little round doors. We're sitting right in there with a terrific vantage point. Just down to your right of that is the judging tower. Down to the left, the tents are the catering and spectators, the lifesavers, the police, and all the associated people that you need to run an event like this. So we thank them all for showing up and doing their jobs. They kind of don't get a lot of love down there, but when we walk past, we give them some love and some thanks, don't we, John?
We do. We had a good conversation yesterday. They decided to close the beach for safety, and it was blowing. It was blowing 30 knots down there. We had good discussions with him. Jerry, obviously speaking from a surfer's point of view, that this is no big drama for surfers. We're quite capable and very willing and wanting to go out there in the water, but being the responsible LGU and government body, they made a call with Coast Guard that it was just pretty wild out there, and it was. And honestly, it was just a good excuse for me to go up to Baguio and check out something else rather than forcing myself to go in the water and do something stupid.
Yeah, no, I agree. It gave us the afternoon off. It sort of means a couple of long days now, and you know what it's like when you run an event. You sort of push yourself into the back half of the event. You leave yourself less space to run all the heats, but thankfully we've woken up today and it's pretty nice. When they said yesterday we're going to shut the beach, it was a bit disappointing for the foreign surfers in particular. Their worry was that the local surfers would paddle out there with them, and some of the locals are better than the foreigners, but there's a bunch of beginners that come down to this area and they're just a bit nervous that, you know, they would have to be rescuing people. So I understood their point.
Yeah, they have the Manila crowd that come down to do surf lessons on the beach too. They see a bunch of people in the water. They assume the safety of the ocean, and they're the ones that are going to be in trouble and getting rescued by our surfers in the water. So
correct. And I read something that in the last year, 19 people have been saved by surf instructors here.
Of course. The unsung heroes of the surf is our surf instructors.
Okay, there's Putra up and down. Not up and down, but up and around. There's a nice little back off the whitewater cutty, and there's another one there. Is he going to get a link up? No, he's not. But at least he started. He's out there with his first scoring wave. And again, we haven't. So JR's first wave was a 6.75, which is a really, really good start.
Those of the surf is our surf instructors.
Okay, there's Putra up and down. Not up and down, but up and around. There's a nice little back off the whitewater cutty, and there's another one there. Is he going to get a link up? No.
There we go. Not much happening for Putra there, but he'll be happy to get on the board. Looks like at the moment sitting out there in first place as we get towards 8 minutes into this heat. JR like a boy Esquivel. Just waiting for these numbers to digest in front of us, whether he got a up and down at some point or that was his only wave. If it was a 6.75, definitely a nice opening to sort of set the scale for this day. The judges down there, we haven't seen conditions. Surf is our surf instructors like this.
Okay, there's Putra up and down. Not up and down, but up and around. There's a nice little back off the whitewater cutty, and there's another one there. Is he going to get a link up? There's another replay. No, he's not. But at least he started. Okay.
Yeah. Ryuki up and riding. We missed the start of that one. Where's he in relation to everybody? Not too far in. A bit of chaos, a bit of water power outage, and everything's getting rebuilt there from yesterday. We lost a few of our signboards and stuff like that just from that wind. And the water, actually, with this bigger swell, generally we get a little bit of a stay. The judges down there, we haven't seen conditions. Higher. Surf is our surf instructor. Ryuki up and riding on his wave. We got to see that one. That was a nice turn, nice and crisp off the top. Definitely a smooth, strong surfer. So this was actually a really good looking wave. A good chance that will be somewhere around Esquivel's. There it was, dropping in a 1 point less than JR Esquivel. So the boys are starting to warm up, Jerry. It is a cool morning down here too on the beach.
I like it. Yeah, it's the clouds were out. Now, actually looking out there, I don't see hardly a single cloud, so it's going to get hot.
It's going to get hot. No wind.
It was the one nice thing about yesterday where the wind kept things cool because it gets pretty warm here. As a matter of fact, it was so cool once they called it off, I went down back to San Juan Surf Resort and I laid down on someone's board bag to read my book and I got cold. I had to go and find a T-shirt. I mean, maybe no one would want to see me without a T-shirt on anyway, but except my lovely wife. Hello, Susan.
Well, also, I feel sorry for that poor person coming back to grab their board bag and having a half-naked Jerry Deegan smeared across it.
Yeah, not very attractive.
A cold half-naked Jerry Deegan laying across their board bag. That's a interesting sight for that poor board bag owner. Do you know whose it was at least, or you just...
Yes, it was Tim Haynes.
All right. Tim Haynes would have been all for it.
An even older, crustier man than me. Sorry, Tim, if you're
Shout
listening.
out to Tim Haynes.
I'm rooming with Tim here in this place, and Tim's really good to room with. He's quiet, he goes to bed early, doesn't make a lot of noise, gets up, he has his muesli every morning.
He doesn't go to bed early, Jerry. He just goes to bed earlier than you. There's a big difference.
Yeah, that's true. I beat him to bed last night. I was in bed at 8 o'clock last night.
Congratulations.
I lay there and thought, what am I going to do? I'll have to read a book. I've got to do something, otherwise I'll be up at 3 o'clock in the morning. And it doesn't get light here till well after 6 o'clock. So you can't get up at 4:30, paddle out in the dark because it's going to be dark for another 2 hours.
I thought about it this morning. I was actually up at 5 o'clock and I walked down there twice. I caught up with good friends James O'Donnell, who's come in from Shargow.
James and Mara were there, and Marja.
James Marja O'Donnell's at home with baby Macca. Shout out to that crew.
Yeah, I was walking down here, our fearless commentary leader, Binzi, was heading back from the surf. And he said he got a few ones. He said it was pretty solid. There was some washer. He said it wasn't wasn't super powerful, but there were some sizable ones.
No, and depending on where you come from in the world, if you're a beach break specialist, you sort of understand this is about that sort of power of a good solid beachy on a solid groundswell. Definitely a lot of punch and push to it.
Yep. Well, Binzi's a WA surfer, so he's used to power.
Yeah, so there's also those guys from the reef breaks, and if you get something, for example, Cloud 9 on your head, something like this, you could probably forget your leash, possibly forget your board.
I broke many more boards than leashes at Cloud 9.
And possibly forget a bit of skin also.
Oh, I lost a lot of skin. A lot of skin. Breaking boards at Cloud, when you come up at Cloud 9, the first thing you do is look at your board because at one stage there, I broke at least 2 boards sort of every season. One board I had I broke it in 3 exactly even places.
It's impressive.
It was impressive. I've never seen anything like it.
My record down there is 2 boards before the sun rose.
You beat me.
I made a mistake. That includes the trip home.
Oh, dear.
Took a board, first wave, rode home to get my second board, back to the lineup, first wave. The sun had not quite breached the horizon yet.
That's no fun.
So that's a costly
It's
morning.
not easy to get boards there, and, you know, everyone knows that boards can be expensive.
Let's just say I hid the second one from my wife pretty well. Oh, JR. He's negotiating that bounce pretty good. Damn, just bogging that nose. That's not a very crisp turn. He's fighting for a completion, which I don't think he got, and that's a bit of an error from JR.
Yeah, it's a bit of a waste of that first manoeuvre, but there's plenty more time. Okay, we just missed that one from Rinta. So, yeah, a lot of broken boards. I remember breaking a board at Stimpy's with Ross Robinson out there one day.
Ross Robinson, if it's 10 foot, Ross is out there.
Ross is fearless, absolutely fearless. I like surfing with Ross sometimes, but if he drags you out on a massive day, it's like, oh, do I have to go? Okay, here's a replay of Rinto's wave.
No,
oh, really nice off the white water there.
That's JR up and riding.
Oh, sorry, JR.
That would have been...
Yeah.
Would have been the combination multiplier there.
It would have been. Yeah, the first move was fantastic. Okay, there's Rinta's wave. So there wasn't much to start with, wasn't much to finish with. He decided to get out there before the super long paddle.
Alrighty, so we're still waiting for a number to drop in for JR on his second wave. He's on a 6.75, waiting for a second score. I'm pretty sure that first move is definitely going to get him into an okay number. That combination would have been really good, but we'll see where it drops in. And Ryoki's in second place. He's got a 0.5, which I'm sure will be a throwaway. Very shortly, he's just patiently waiting. It's good that they gave him 30 minutes down there, time making the call. Head judge and tour director and contest director down there making the call to run 30-minute heats. This is why.
That's exactly why. We're halfway through already, and there's not a great deal of waves ridden. Only 1 or 2 substantial scores.
And we have Putra down there, and Rinta, nothing much. A 0.6 and a 0.8, probably for his two.
Okay, and there's Rinta. Rinta, nice Rio there. He's going to try to get round it. He's hanging on. Looks like it's going to be a bit tough. He must see something there. And there he goes, a little bit of a wall. He's hoping to get a bonus point. Okay, so he's probably wasted a fair bit of time there getting across that one in the hope that there was an inside section. Okay, so we haven't got the actual scores, but we know what his first score was a 6.75, and we just had a total there. So it was up in the...
That was a nice off the lip from Rinta Utto. That's cementing him into second place. Like I said, a lot of downtime on that second wave. Might have milked that a little bit through. Might have been far more beneficial just to hit that first manoeuvre, see the wave for what it was, and kick off out of there.
Yeah, correct. And JR's sitting on a 12.85, so we know his first one was a 6.75. So he was scored very well for that second wave, up in the 5 mark.
Puncher's out there with priority at the moment. Currently in 4th place. And Ryoki also in 3rd place in second priority. This heat is definitely far from over, and I believe wave selection, Jerry, is going to be the #1 key for today.
100%, and you can see, obviously, because JR knows the wave, his selection so far has been better than the other surfers.
Yeah.
So it was a 6.7 and a 6.10 he got for that one manoeuvre. So the judges absolutely loved it. Had he made the second manoeuvre, that could have really gone up into the excellent range.
Yep, so wave selection and hitting those critical sections. It's big enough to give that wow factor today. Definitely committing to one of those lip lines. Sending it above the lip's going to be pretty epic. I'd love to see a bit of...
some air. Some solid air sections.
I do love a good rail game. Nice lashes through the lip, rail games in the roundhouse cut back and all that sort of stuff. But I also do love it going above the lip.
Yeah, me too. I mean, look, I'm old school, and I love, you know, if you ask me what surfer I would like to watch, I'd like to watch Occy, you know. I love the way he surfs. I love the way just the power he just still has.
Yeah, my brain goes to Sonny Garcia, Luke Egan, the guys, the old school crew that set the standards on that rail game and power surfing. Like, I'm with you.
Yeah.
100%.
Yeah, well, not only that, Occy is a Cronulla boy, and Luke Egan lives in Cronulla now as well. And our love goes out to Sonny and his family.
Yep.
Haven't heard too many updates of late. Hopefully he's doing okay.
Yeah, just sit back and trust that the family and friends and support crew of Sonny is doing everything they can in the best interest of the man himself. So one of those things, if you are ever feeling glum or blue, make sure you reach out to someone, talk to somebody.
Very important. Very important.
Don't get this mentality that us blokes have to be tough and strong and do it on our own. Talk to your friends, talk to your family, talk to anybody. Call someone anonymously. There's a lot of hotlines out there that you can reach out to. So don't let depression, that we've all been affected by what depression can do to family, friends and loved ones. Don't take it upon your shoulders. Get out there. Anyway, on a lighter note,
Rinter got a 4.65 for the last wave, so that's moved him into second place. So Roger's sitting on a total of 12.85. Rinter's sitting on a 4.9. He certainly only has 1.25 for his second wave. He needs an 8.2 to move into first. There you go.
I'm impressed with that score from JR. That one manoeuvre, that was crisp and pretty critical. A 6.1, which was...
Yeah, absolutely. Royuki's only had... Royuki's had a 5.75 and a 0.5. So he only needs a 0.65 to move into second place, which will get him into the next heat.
Basically sitting on one wave at the moment and waiting to launch. You know that he's got the skills, you know that he's got the knowledge.
Absolutely. And Butcher is literally sitting on only one wave. He hasn't even had that second little score. So 10 minutes to go. You know, it's that 20 minutes has absolutely zoomed by. Hopefully we'll see a flurry towards the end. You've got to wonder at some stage, you know, those that have the little score or the no second score, will they paddle in a little bit? Will they? I mean, Butcher's sitting out there with priority. I suppose 10 minutes not panic time, but what have we got? 2, 6, 7, 9 waves ridden in the first 20 minutes.
That's the dreaded heat draw when you're that first heat in the water, when conditions have changed dramatically over the last few days. Even like you said this morning, the sun doesn't come up until basically 6 o'clock, a little bit after 6, and by the time you're paddling out, it was 10 minutes out. So all these minutes takes away from them practicing and knowing where to sit.
Yeah, and it's a real advantage to the second, third and fourth heat. They can watch what happened and where the guys got the waves and hopefully use that. Oh, that was a pretty hefty drop there from Rinter. Nothing behind that one.
But I like where his head's at. He is exploring that lineup. He is looking and trying to figure out how to do what he needs to do.
Yeah, 5 waves already. He's ready to roll. You know, and what will happen is if he keeps doing it, eventually he'll find the wall that the others didn't get because just the great volume of waves he's taking off on. I don't know that it's great volume, but he's had 5. He's had 5 waves compared to the next highest, which is Roger and Roki that have JR and Roki, who have only had 2 waves each.
Yep, and JR's capitalised on his 2, where Ryoki's had a fall on his first one, which was that first wave of the heat actually, so that was nice late critical drop, but he obviously went a little bit far on that one before. He didn't want to make that mistake again. You can sort of see how they adjust and react to particular waves in the water. There's a lot going on in your head when you're out there as a surfer. You've got yourself to consider, you've got 3 other surfers to consider, and then you've also got to consider the conditions. So a lot to this little sport that we love.
Yeah, yeah. You know, just everything's just so dynamic. You can't predict almost anything.
No. When you come in with a good plan, you sort of come out with what the hell happened sort of mentality in your head.
Yeah, you know, learn from your mistakes, do what you need to do.
Small adjustments and everything throughout the morning, throughout your heat, throughout your campaign, throughout the entire competition from breakfast through to... It's good fun. 7 minutes and 50 seconds. We got our surfers in the next heat paddling out, who is going to be Toby Espion will be out there in red, Neil Sanchez in blue, Daiki Tanaka in white and Bronson Maidi in green. Great to see 2 local boys, Japanese and an Indonesian in that next heat. And here goes Roger. JR again. Roger, sorry, JR. Nice vertical approach. JR has a very good, smooth rhythm, and I just can't believe how well he can transition from longboard to shortboard.
Yeah, I mean, it's not just transitioning. He won the longboarding, so
He
know he's an expert at both. Obviously, he's killing it in this heat. He killed it in the longboard. What can't he do? We'll get him out on the foil in the next heat.
Shout out to Tom Super, the foil king of Shargow at the moment. Looks so good when he does it.
Yeah,
Looks bad when I chop myself in half when I do it.
I've seen a few of his posts.
Just watching JR go off the lip several times in that wave. Board at 12 o'clock. What's the secret to success? Put your board at 12 o'clock and let the judges enjoy it.
So I believe he got a 7.9 for that wave. I heard it from downstairs.
Yep. Beach commentator Dom Kui down there giving us the update.
The other great foiler that I watch a lot of his clips is Adam Bennett's up there at Lennox Head.
Here goes Ryuki.
Okay.
Speaking guys who can go above the lip, he is one of them. I don't think he's going to do this. This will be a safety in turns. Sorry about that, Ryuki. Safety in turns as he sort of lost it on that last turn. He's looking only for a 0.65, but I know he's going to want to jump up above Rinto and make it a lot harder for him. J.R. Esquivel now basically has second place in combination, and there's Ryuki taking that second place very, very quick, as we thought he would. And here's a replay of it. Not much on that opening section. He's actually dealing with a little bit of whitewash. Then he gets a nice little lip line sort of transition floater. Once again, this is where the action starts happening. There's a nice little tail slide, and off he goes. Judges liking that first committed lip line float.
Yeah, look, it was enough to get him what he needed, a 5.0. So he's certainly not comfortable, given that Rinto and Putra really haven't backed up their first waves. They must be getting super frustrated. Putra hanging on to priority, just waiting for that. He only needs 6.5 to move through, but I don't know.
It's a definite contrast to what we had the other day. We had that 2 to 3 foot little perfect running point break style, bit cleaner, bit crisper, and the boys were dropping 8 5s, 7 5s almost every second wave.
Exactly.
It was actually pretty hard to separate the quality of surfing because they're all quality surfers out here. We've added just a little mix of the conditions here today, and it's definitely challenging. So we may see some upsets throughout the morning. It's going to be more about, like I said, wave selection and committing to those sections throughout the morning. So with about 4 minutes remaining, we still have JR, local boy, out there in the lead. I was actually talking to him about how it rolled through, transitioning from longboard to shortboard. And he said he's very happy that they've done the longboards first because it's a lot easier to jump off your longboard with struggling to turn and onto a shortboard. He said it feels like you're on a little
paddle
toy car, basically.
Yeah, okay.
And he felt the freedom to turn and rip, and his turns just feel a lot easier and a lot looser. So he's out there with a 6.75 and a 7.90. In first place, Ryuki's chasing his heels now, still needing a 9.40. He's on a 10.25 at this stage. And like I said, by no means safe, with Rinto Utto chasing him, only needing a 5.60 to progress at this stage to get into the round of 16. And Putra Hamawan also well within striking range, needing a 6.50. All these surfers are capable, basically, of all these scores, including Ryuki, who could take the lead. 3 minutes to go. Anything can happen. These guys, especially Putra at the moment, with priority, he's got to be getting nervous, Jerry.
Well, he's going to have to pull the trigger pretty soon. I mean, because if he pulled the trigger 3 or 4 minutes ago, he then would have a chance of a second wave, but he's not going to have a great chance of a second wave. So he's left himself, one roll of the dice in reality, considering how long it takes to paddle out. unless he just did 2 massive manoeuvres and quickly got out the back, and then he would have last priority. So, you know,
the other thing you'll see on screen, those guys almost continuously paddling. So there is a little bit of current out there. So they're forever having to adjust and make sure that they've got their markers lined up.
I would be knackered already. I'd be in.
we had the Masters division of the national comp at quite a long point break. Some of those boys hadn't been in the water for a while. Let me tell you, it was pretty fun to watch. I think they were signing off after 2 waves. It wasn't the best 2. It was the only 2 you could manage.
Just couldn't do it again. Couldn't do it anymore.
Good fun.
Okay, so Putra has finally pulled the trigger. Let's see what he can do. Straight up over the whitewater. That was a really nice start. Boom, up through the lip. And he's, that mega slash. Oh, he's really making the most of it. As I said, he only needs a 6.50, and I don't know, compared to what I saw before, that certainly is going to go pretty close.
That was comparable. That was the natural footer version of JR's wave, basically. I think he might have got a little bit more critical into those first 2 turns.
Yeah, so look, I'm feeling good for him. And maybe us, talking about him waiting too long and this and that, he knew what he was doing, possibly.
Could be a better surfer than us, you think, Jerry? Here it is, look at this. That first one, nice 12 o'clock vertical snap, and this one's a little bit more critical in that lip line. And he rides it out really smooth. And this snap there, that variation, a little bit of speed variation through that turn, it looks good for the judges. The buckets of spray coming off, that's going to be a good score.
Yeah, that was without question.
Oh.
Okay, Oroki's backing it up. All right, we don't know what happened out there. We don't see any claims or anything. And we only have... well, we'll need the graphic because there are others.
We've got to be under the minute, 50 seconds.
Okay, so we're just waiting for those scores to
It's
drop
going to
in.
be it's going to be intense. There's 2, 3 surfers. That second spot is going to be hugely important right now. We may have a new even heat leader after this. Nice little mid-face hack there, looking for that combination of that, just a little bit off time. So Ryuki probably not doing what he wanted out there on that one.
No, and with 30 seconds, we're just waiting for those scores. Okay, so Putra has come through with a 7.8 and moved into second place. That was an epic wave, almost as good as Roger's wave, exactly what you said, similar amount of manoeuvres and similar quality of manoeuvres, and it's done the job for him. And I don't think we're waiting for any other waves, and they can hear the hooter just about to go in the background. Well, that was a nail biter right at the end. And
unfortunately for Rinta, jumped from second down to fourth, just like that.
Yeah, well, that's surfing, isn't it? And it's, not something he necessarily wanted, but that's the way it goes. So what we'll do is we'll head off onto a break, and we'll see you back here shortly. Welcome back. Thanks for that present, John. I won't tell you what it was, but it's pretty interesting. So we are now into Heat 4. Toby Espihon, Neil Sanchez, Daiki Tanaka, and Bronson Mede. I think John Carby was meant to go for a walk, but I think we're going to get Luke to interview JR.
Which is great.
They're good mates. And they know each other.
And coach Luke Landrigan's the head coach of the Philippine national team. He's based here in La Union with JR. And you'd definitely be boasting about that guy in your in your quiver, wouldn't you?
Oh. How old's JR? Do you know how old he is?
I believe he's in his mid-20s. I'm going to say 26 or 27.
Okay.
Has the mentality of far above me. You know what I mean? Just a cool, calm, collected, mature soul. He's experienced a bit of life, as we all have. He's basically the leader of his family now, and just a really good guy. So I'm excited to hear Luke and Roger have a chat down there when he gets there. I'm sure Roger JR has got to always go through the series of the congratulatory people who meet him on the beach.
It's
the
hard.
lineup.
It's hard for him to get to from the watermark to the beach. That's for sure.
And I don't even know if he's on the beach yet. We've also got to add a few minutes. We won't have the interviews so quick this time because getting in is a little bit more challenging these days.
That's right. And there's Bronson. Bronson from Indonesia, up and riding.
I'm looking forward to this heat. Bronson Maeda recently signed with Billabong. Saw a little campaign there. He's got the sticker on his board, and rightly so. Really, 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 really good surfer, Bronson.
Yeah, okay. Well, after Bronson's little wave there, he's got another one we'll talk about later. We'll head down to Luke on the beach.
Guys, I'm here now with JR Esquivel, last heat's winner. So JR, tell us about the condition this morning.
It was a little bit hard because the wave was close out. It's hard to like find the good one, and the current was really strong.
So it was really hard to find the good ones, but you scored 2 waves above the 7 range. So tell us about those waves.
I was lucky I got that one. I picked the medium-sized wave and try to go harder as I can and do what I can on the wave. Yeah.
So JR also won the longboard division for this. We kinda been scratching our head saying, how can this guy be so good at longboard and shortboarding? Can you tell us something about your joys with longboarding and then going to shortboarding too?
Yeah, it was really hard, but we grow up like doing it, and we always like doing it on the contest, joining both longboard and shortboard, and yeah.
So JR, hopefully you're into the quarterfinals now. Hopefully you get to win more heats, and hopefully we'll get to interview you back here.
Yeah, I hope so, and I will try to focus and do harder what I can on to the next round.
There you go. There's JR Esquivel, our last heats winner. Back to you guys at the booth.
They are. This is Neil Sanchez ripping it up absolutely. So this will be his first wave. We missed a couple during that interesting interview.
A lot's happened.
So yeah, a lot has happened. Hopefully there'll be a replay or two there for us.
Everyone's on the board. This heat has started off with a bang compared to that last heat.
Absolutely,
was
and maybe
quiet.
remember we were discussing the surfers in this heat, watching that heat and learning a lot.
Whoa.
Oh.
What's happening out there?
That was a big spitter. I don't know that anyone's going to want to sit out in that spot, but that was pretty amazing, and we caught that on camera. I think our folks out there saw that as well.
Yeah, I heard a bit of a roof from the crowd as well.
Yeah. So yes, everyone on the board at this stage, which is pretty nice.
Bronson Maeda having 2 scores, dropping in. Daiki Tanaka at this stage has the best of it. Plenty of stuff going on. Like I said, busy little heat straight up.
Yeah. I look, Bronson's a 7.5 and a 2.75. So with a 10.25 total, he is up in the lead.
He opened with that 7.5, right?
He did. We didn't actually see that one. I think it was maybe during the ad.
So that's a pretty good way to open up your account after a very slow first heat. To get out there and lock in a 7.5, you'd be stoked. Here we go. Let's have a look at this 7.5 from Bronson.
Doesn't look like one of the bigger waves.
It seems to be that's where these guys are getting the numbers at the moment. They're definitely the ones running down. I have a feeling that was not his 7.5.
Okay. So that was his 2.75. Maybe the guys will be able to get back in the archives and find the other one, but that's all right. That was his second wave. Had he made that epic manoeuvre there, then he possibly, you know, wouldn't be able to reach by any stretch, but he would have made it far. He would have had far higher total score. But either way, starting with a 7.5 is
yep.
Very,
here he goes again.
friendly.
Speaking of the man himself.
Oh.
He did sort of half commit, pull out to that. That was a huge section, though. I actually flipped my neck around and watched that one in real time.
Well, he hasn't given up. He made it across that section. I mean, the amount of speed to land from that, pick up so much speed and get across that section was pretty wild.
Yeah, that was. I'll be interested to see that on the camera. Like I said, I sort of watched that from the 30-metre mark from back here. I can't wait to see the replay of that one because it was a big section that he was attacking there and he didn't hold back.
Okay.
Sort of had that double up wobble.
Boom.
Bah. Okay. From here, it looked like he held back a little bit. He didn't. He actually got his fins up in there and just sort of had to ride him through. And like you said, worked his way around. From what we saw in that last one, the judges are going to like it.
The judges will love it.
Wait to see because that's probably the most committed turn on a big wave that we've seen so far.
100%. 100%. We're not getting the scores overly quickly. We're having to wait for a thing. Got a few technical issues. Sam, our man here, is
Sam the man, as he's known as,
feverishly working away. I can see Tippy over there waiting for the next heat. Good morning, Tippy.
Here we go. Some scores. Yep, not quite dropping in there. You can see on your board there. Still Bronson with definitely going to throw away that 2.75. That one I can guarantee you I'm no judge, but I got a feeling he's going to go with bang. There it is.
I think you were going to say into the excellent range and it didn't. Come on.
I was going to say the very good. I was going to say into the very good. I was going to say up around his last score. 7.0 for those, basically for that one
that was
magic manoeuvre at the opening.
That's, you know, to have a 14.50 only 10 minutes into the heat. It's downright heartwarming. Okay, out the back, is that Mr. Tanaka? It's a little hard to see the colours. The blue and the white are sometimes hard to separate.
Yep, there you can see from the takeoff he had that section coming at him. Almost.
Back up his second score there.
Yep, so he's going to be happy out there at the moment. That last wave of Neil Sanchez was a 4.50. Probably largely to do with that. He sort of mistimed his last one. There's Tanaka up and riding. Little opening wrap, and then he's racing towards that section at him. Nice and safe.
Yeah, you know, kind of commercial, so you've got to be thinking around the 4 mark, I guess.
Yeah, but there it is. He's now on a 12.25. I'd love to see the visual on that breakdown of his scores. There it is. So
5.25. That was pretty, you know, that was nice. They liked the first manoeuvre, but I think they really liked the finishing manoeuvre there.
Well, start to complete.
Yeah.
And what he wanted to do, he wanted to get his back up on. He's going to want to build from there with 20 minutes on. He knows he has a getting to the very good 7 and then a 5.25. Here comes Neil again. This guy has a way of generating speed and doing turns like that, which is sensational.
Finding 2 turns in a space for only 1 turn.
Sort of the Philip Toledo approach. Mere humans are looking at one section. He's looking at it as a multi-section section, if that's a thing.
It is.
It is.
Neil's from here as well.
He's from Belair.
Oh, he's from Belair.
The wonderful beach town of Belair. So they've got a pretty epic reef slab style wave over there. But this sort of surfing is where what you learn on the beach breaks, generally speaking, where you see more peaks than normal humans. And that guy that you saw just...
Toby, young fella from Shargow.
Might need a bit more wax on his board, just slipping off and losing his feet there. Probably the nerves against some of these names in this heat might be getting the best of Toby. He's from the Espion family. We've had his brother and father competing in this in the last round. They've failed out at the moment, but Toby Espion, a 17-year-old.
Flying the flag for the Batiki gang. So say hello to all those guys. And his dad sitting on the beach there watching. Dodo, not Batiki?
No, I think Toby is Espion. Sorry, Happy Islanders.
Oh, Happy
so
Islanders,
cruising
okay.
around with Filmer Alipeo and the Happy Islanders crew.
Oh, of course. Okay, I was thinking of...
but big shout out to the Bagtick crew. They are doing amazing things. They sent 20 surfers from Shargao and paid their registration, flights, accommodation, and we caught up with, I think, Babes last night. Babes, one of the Kong's good friends and representatives down here at La Union.
Yeah, to discuss the Shargo event.
So pretty cool things happening. And big shout out to Bagtick for all the support that they give these surfers. It's a big advantage for these guys to have that sort of support network. 20 surfers is no mean feat, including staff and guys to help watch and support them also. So well done. I hope your support continues because that's how we're going to get better at this.
Look, you support the juniors, and I don't care what political party anyone's from. The juniors need to be supported by however they can be, and you know, they're the future of the sport. They're not only the future of the next generation of great surfers, but they're the next generation of organisers and commentators and whatever. You know, there's so many opportunities in the surfing industry that, you know, you need the juniors to continue to love it and to want to do it, to dream about it, to think about it. You know, it's all about the juniors.
And we're not all going to be professional surfers, as we found out.
Yes.
Some of us have to organise events and get on the
I accepted that
microphone
very
instead.
early in the piece.
But this is how you find out, right? Here we go. Toby's going to want to settle down a little bit. He's on a Hayden board from Hayden Shapes there in Shargao. Shout out to Din Tukong. He was a Manila-based shaper, and I know that he left a massive hole when he moved over to Shargao and took away the...
Well, Din is from Shargao.
He is from Shargao, but he was in Manila, learnt the trade there.
Oh, he was. I think he was working for Palo Soler, maybe, up there.
Yep, and yeah, he did leave a hole. At the moment now, there's Jay Love from Electric Surfboards, Electric Century Surfboards. Shout out to him as well. I got a couple shirts off him, so...
Lucky boy.
Lucky boy.
Shirts of gold here. Now, I remember Din, I've known him since he was quite a young kid, before he shaped, before he did anything. You know, he was a grom. I knew him and his brother, and they were good friends of ours, along with the Lim family and the guys all from Perokwan.
Yep.
So, g'day to you guys down there. They were the first people I met in 95 when I went there.
Yeah, I'm going to shout out to the Belair crew, by the way, too, the Belair Board Riders Club down there, and also Neil Sanchez's people while we're shouting out to people. Lala and Kuya Roy Angara helping to drive the surf scene down there. Huge advocate of surfing. We've got our national tour. We might possibly, hopefully, one day see this WSL event down in the region of Belair, which would be pretty epic also.
Yeah, at the point. What's it called? What's the name of the point?
Bays Inn, I believe, is their beach.
Yep.
And then they have a little reef break, but I don't want to give away too many secrets, Jerry. Get down there to Belair.
I don't know that
go
the reef
check out
break
the
there
region.
is a secret, is it?
It's called Cemento.
Cemento, yeah.
Or the
Cemento.
Cobra.
The guys that always went to Shargao, they would traditionally go there as well, because even though on this time of year it's onshore on the east coast, Cemento was a bit protected by the mountains.
Yeah, they're
So
sort of in a bay, so they sort of lose a whole bunch of the swirling northeasterlies and all that sort of stuff.
Yeah, the wind can be good in the morning. I think that was Glenn Rickson that used to tell me he used to go there, and I'd go, why would you go there at this time? He said, because in the morning it's still clean.
Glenn Rickson, Shargao. He's wonderful. His little girl, Shiraz, good mates with my little girl, Chili. So, sure they're together, sitting on their iPhones playing.
As they do.
One of the stupid games they play.
They might even be at school.
I hope so.
All right, so Bronson's quite well ahead. He's 14.50. We've got the surfer in white there. Dakey,
sorry.
What's he going to do?
Well, this one looks like it's bowling up on the
Yeah, it was
inside.
a nice wrap and cut back. And there's a little section, standing up a little bit. Another pretty nice whitewater bounce there. Okay, what's he going to do? Not a great deal of variety. We'll see what the judges think. His highest wave so far is a 5.25. I imagine it'll be somewhere in that vicinity. Although
Handful of rebounds, varying in commitment and here we go. It looked like it was actually going to, this bit was really going to step up for him. This part where it has a sort of a double up momentum to it, but that foam ball just sort of raced down the face behind him. Nice wrap though. Eyes on the prize. nothing too really critical going into the highlight reel there.
No. So, well, there's your scores up there. I'm not sure.
Yeah, it hasn't changed a thing. I don't think that would have dropped in by now. Yeah.
So 12, just over 12 and a half minutes remaining. Bronson is not in a commanding lead, but he's where he wants to be with priority as well. Here goes Toby again. Little cutback. There you go, off the lip. That's a bit better from Toby. Get down to the section. What's he going to do here? Yeah, he's putting his heart into it.
He's putting his heart into it. He's got a good little all-round game too. He's got a not much there game. He's sort of what we were talking about before. He's a rail game boy. Quite a powerful young man. Smooth style that sort of takes after his dad. His younger brother Troy is actually a bit of an air kid himself. He loves sending it in the air reverse. It's a good looking wave too. Nice wrap. Like I said, same thing with. It's nice little off the lip there.
Okay, that was a 4.1 there from Toby. So certainly better than his previous waves. He's going to have to double that score to move into second place, or with plenty of time, you know, he can pick up a couple of higher scores than that.
Yep, absolutely. Exciting heat coming up next also. Everyone's favourite foreigner down there, Keon Martin, will be up there. One of the guys you just sort of, you can't help but run into the guy. You can't help but give him a high five and talk surfing with him for about 20 minutes.
He'll walk 50 metres across hot sand to come and talk to you. So, you know, you've got to give that guy a lot of credit. So Keon's a really nice guy. He's here with his mate Nathan. They both live in Bali, and Nathan's my niece's friend. He's a French guy, lives in Bali. Say g'day Nathan and g'day Elise. There's Toby again. We didn't. That was
Toby,
a replay.
That was
what was
Neil,
that blue? Neil Sanchez.
Looked like Neil kicking off. Neil's out there in second priority at the moment, so whatever he took, he definitely didn't do much on it, and it won't go into any of his scores. Also, in their next heat will be Monojo Yaagi and Arisha Kato and Nomen Artana from Indonesia in green. So another good-looking. We've got some pretty good surfers here. You've got to admit, Asia is producing.
Oh, look, we've got the best Asian surfers here. You know, you've got a couple of CT surfers that aren't here, and the odd Challenger Series. But I mean, I think we've got really the best surfers in Asia at this event at this stage.
Definitely. A couple of CT surfers, namely Rio Waida, right?
Rio Waida, no, we've got the Japanese surfers. I think Conor O'Leary is considered a Japanese surfer these days.
Yeah, of course.
And we've also got...
yep, on the tip of my tongue. That's embarrassing, isn't
California guy that is Japanese. It's terrible that we can't remember that. But I'm old, you're not. So
I'm oldish.
I'm allowed.
I'm oldish. Kanoa.
Igarashi, yeah.
My bad, sorry, Kanoa. Yeah, doing great things for Asian surfing, pushing the limits. And for this Southeast Asian region, Rio Waida, it's
huge.
Doors, windows, ceilings opening up and just exposing us with it in the Olympics now. We've got government support. We're getting local support from local industry.
Yeah, no.
Things are happening in Southeast Asia.
Absolutely. A couple of birthday shout-outs. Ong Montenegro there from Shargao.
Yeah,
hello,
everyone's
Ong.
favourite Ong.
So we've been, he's been chatting to me. And he's demanded a birthday shout-out, so I would have given it to you whether it was your birthday or not, On. Good on you. I hope you're watching. And Fitzy. It's Fitzy's birthday today too.
Fitzy. Take it easy, Fitzy. Take it easy.
Fitzy's off to work in New Guinea pretty soon, so I hope he's out there getting a few waves before he has to head off to work.
Had an absolute cracker of a session. Me, Fitzy and Mara Lopez, actually, three of us in the water for about 2 hours. 6 foot, cloud 9.
Mara sent me the pictures and I saw them last night. Yeah, it looked amazing. A wet season surf that you very rarely get at Cloud9.
It's that day where the stars aligned.
Mara is a bit of a star, actually. Hello, Mara. We know you are listening.
Or surfing.
Well, yeah. Well, she's with James and Mara and Marja.
They came and stole my board this morning, so I'm pretty sure they're surfing right now.
Well, you've had your shout out. You're not getting another one.
No.
So just over 8 minutes remaining. Not much has happened in the last couple of minutes. We've got Dakey in second place. He needs a 7.50 to move into first. And Neil needs a 7.75 to move into second. Toby needs an 8.10. Now I know you guys can read that from where you're sitting as it's on the screen, but you know, it's all doable. I think Toby needs a couple of building waves, a couple of building scores.
I would like to see Toby getting busy out there, hunting around under priority, just to maybe calm the nerves a little bit and get that better score on the board, just so he can feel a bit better. There's another one of those reeling right-hand barrels. Toby's sitting a little bit wide and inside, so I said I'd like to see him find something on the inside under priority, do a bit of work now just to soothe himself and get back in the conversation, because an 8.10, big ask, possible.
This would be the biggest event Toby's ever been in. So there must be some nerves going on there. He was probably surfed in Shargao, but that was only a 1,000.
We had an opportunity to take, thanks to NextGen actually, to take them to Indonesia. So we took part in the Indonesian Nias and Krui campaign.
Oh, Toby went to that as well, did he? Okay.
Toby was a part of our junior grassroots team, supported by NextGen, to go over there. Wasn't in the main field, but was in the junior category. So I said he's a young man, but he's had an opportunity so far, and it all sort of builds together to sort of shape his surfing career. And so a great start, a great boost. A big shout out to NextGen Philippines, who I was talking the other day with them, and they got their start really. Everything came together for them during Typhoon Odette, where they had an opportunity to put their words and their plans and their vision and mission into action, and they stepped in there in the local sect and did great things for many, many people. I was actually because we were out phone signal and internet for many, many, many days over there. NextGen were actually part of the team that brought a satellite phone, which got my wife first contact with her family through a satellite phone. So great personal connection there for me, for NextGen, that we could actually let our friends and family know that we were alive and safe after getting a Category 5 typhoon over our head. So
yeah, well, good on them, and it's nice to know that there's people like that there. Like the many, many other people that, you know, put their hands in their pockets or picked up some tools to help.
Yeah,
after
absolutely.
After the typhoon.
And then, then they sort of connected with the surfing community there through even Wenner and karting. Great community down there. There's Neil. Okay. I know what he's capable of, so these little things hurt, because I know the guy's got. He's like I said, he's almost Toledo-ish. He holds all his energy in, and then he just unleashes it, and he can whip across a wave, air reverses, massive airs, and just those speeds. You know those speeds where you can change like about 4 gears through one turn?
No,
not what we can do.
I don't.
The guys that you can see. And
yeah, absolutely, yeah. I mean, the speed is where it's all about, and again, that's why I think those Brazilian surfers are amazing, and John, and you know, the speed is just phenomenal, and when you've got the speed, you can get around sections, your moves are bigger. Yeah. You know, there's more spray. There's everything about it. Your airs are higher. It's, you know, for me, it is all about speed.
Yeah.
And I know there's a bunch of guys my age out there. As you get older, I've decided I'm going to get a bit more foam under my feet to get that speed back, because, you know, it's not about how you look. It's about how many waves you get in reality. You know,
exactly.
and as you get older, the fewer waves you get. You know, the worse you surf. So it's just a matter of getting as many waves. And that's the same with beginners. You know, you see these beginners on tiny little boards, and you think to yourself, get some foam and you'll get a lot more waves and you'll learn a lot quicker.
Here we are. Here is Toby reacting sort of exactly how I was hoping he would, but it's not working for him.
No, he's obviously feeling the pressure there.
Yep.
But yeah, foam can be your friend.
Foam can be your friend, and you're right, catch the waves. Yeah. There's a lot going on in the ocean. If you're a beginner or you're moving into your senior years, the more grey hairs, the more people think that they should jump on the shoulder of your wave and join you.
Yeah, well, no names mentioned there, but that's a replay of Toby's wave.
Yeah, it's not going to go towards his top two. That looked like his back foot sort of buckled off that one. A few bounces and wobbles in these waves. Definitely won't be anything impressive for him. A shout out to Tom Supart too. I know he's down there watching in Shargao. Sent me through a message cheering us on, Jerry.
Yeah, and
it was actually creative enough to put it in a little group chat.
I did notice that. I thought, there's my 70,000th group chat.
Yeah, there's going to be a lot of Jerry Deegan's left the group chats after this.
Yeah, when Fitzy gave us a big thank you for our birthday message to him.
Big love to Fitzy, big love to Tom Supart down at Shargow Wake Park. Wake Park, Shargow. Good little spot behind the trees there. And something interesting to do in Shargow that you wouldn't really expect.
It's something that everyone should do in Shargow, you know. It's not, the surf's not pumping all day, every day. And they set it up so that if kids go out there, they have a great time too. You know, they can just be dragged along. And I think what he's set up there is pretty amazing. I was quite dubious when I heard that was going in out there. And I love the joint now. I think he's done a terrific job, and congrats to him.
Well, my little daughter, Chili, is taken to the sport really well. I'm stoked with the way she's progressing down there. It's a great little way to like get your level up before you can take to the full circuit.
Yeah.
And
well,
then
I think
that transition to surfing, it's a great little startup sport. And Asha she's a bit younger. She's dragged herself about 48 kilometres on that thing along her belly, and she'll continue to do that.
Well, there's some other locals down there. I mean, I know Hippie, our great friend Verity Wiggly, her daughter Tomoka has really took a shine to it, and now they've moved back to England after the typhoon because their house got knocked over. But she's wakeboarding in England now, so...
Yeah, and could see why. She was also ripping, so Tom's producing some really good talented kids out there and also doing massive things for the locals. I'm a huge fan and advocate of Philippines being in the water because they do it so naturally. Power, strength, got everything. That's why they make great surfers. That's why they make great sportsmen and women across all sports, basically. And it suits their size.
Yeah, absolutely. I like the Philippines because I'm vaguely tall in the Philippines. My wife feels the same way.
Here we go, 1 minute and 20 seconds. Bronson.
Using his priority very well there. Same manoeuvre almost in the whitewater, but I think more than anything that was to stop that other surfer from taking that wave.
Yeah, that first manoeuvre was sensational. That's that sort of layback tail slide jam. Looks good every time. Probably not looking as good the second time just because it was almost a bang-on repeat, so the judges wanting to see a bit more variety than that. But that first move, look at this thing. If you're going to do it, this is one you want to put your mind onto. This one a little bit smaller section, almost carbon copy though.
Yeah. But again, I think that was quite strategic.
Yeah, he's definitely keeping our surfer in blue, Neil Sanchez, off that one. Actually, it would have been surfer in white, who's currently in second place. 30 seconds to go, 24 seconds.
And there's Neil, you know, the last chance hurrah. I think he's going to have to accept the fact that at this stage...
There is an inside section on this one.
Okay, see what he can do.
No, there's not.
Okay.
Looks can be deceiving.
Well, he hasn't given up.
There it is.
Okay, well, and a last wave from Daiki, who is sitting safely in second place anyway. So that, congratulations to Bronson and Daiki, and what we'll do is head on to an ad break, and we'll be back shortly.
Competitive surfing is more than just a lifestyle, it's actually a job, and that's the way we need to approach it, and that's the way we did approach it. Since the announcement of surfing in the Olympics, amazing things have happened in our sport. 2022, we went aggressively into competition mode. We had 4 legs in 3 months, an international event in Shargow. We had our national event in Shargow, Belair, Borongan and Kabugao. We've put our focus on the youth. We have a caravan that goes around the Philippines. We go from province to province and train them and educate them on how to become Philippines' greatest surfers. We want to raise up athletes who will raise up gold for the Philippines. Without the support and love of Next Gen, the next generation of surfers in the Philippines wouldn't be where they are today. Maraming salamat, Next Gen, and we look forward to continually working with you.
All right, welcome back to the booth down here at the La Union Pro. We've got some great sponsors. You just saw an advert for Next Gen there, doing great things in Philippine surfing and presenting this event along with Department of Tourism Region 1 and the Provincial Government of La Union and San Miguel Infrastructure. I'm in the booth here with Georgie May Hicks, who's struggling to get her headset together. There you are.
It's a bit big.
It's a bit big.
All right, there you go.
So that was my head.
There we
That
go.
was in that one. I've had 40 years to grow my head. Welcome back to the booth. We're loving having you up here.
Yes.
It's been a bit of fun and something interesting for you, I'm sure.
Yeah, thank you guys for having me. I've really enjoyed it so far, and I'm excited for today. Looks like it's going to be a big day of competition. Looking forward to it.
I saw you go out there for a early bash.
Yes.
I saw you get hammered on the way out. You took the long way out.
I took the long way out. I was the only one to do it in the morning, and then after that, I saw all the other girls coming out my way because they all got pounded down there.
Yeah, I saw a few of the girls run up to the top of the point, and they ended up in the exact same position you were.
Exactly.
It's one of those easy make or makes situations.
Yeah, it's pumping. There's a few bigger sets, which is nice after the the flatter lay days. It looks like kind of like the highest scores seem to be coming from the smaller ones that just are running all the way through. But yeah, definitely some big scores going down, and this heat looks very exciting.
I was talking earlier about Kian Martin. It's like he's the guy that you can't not love. He's like our own Marimata Kong, walking around everywhere with his smile, trying to talk to everybody, and everyone wants to talk to him. So he's a super busy man.
Yep. Yeah, Kian. Kian's a really great guy. He's Swedish, but lives in Bali, half Brazilian as well. Yeah, so definitely rooting for him in this heat.
A little mixed bag. I'm going to go down to Jerry Deegan, who's going to meet our last heat winner, which was Bronson Maidi, who did pretty solid scoring down there. Down to you, Jerry.
I'm here with Bronson Maidi of Indonesia, who dominated in that last heat. Firstly, congratulations. How did it play out for you? Was it what you thought was going to happen?
I didn't know because I paddled out this morning and I didn't catch a wave, so I didn't know I was like the wave out there. And then I just paddled out there, caught like 2 quick ones, and it was pretty fun actually. Super good, big walls and some big sets, but it was.
Oh, nice, yeah, because you got too early and, you're in a commanding position the whole way. Right towards the end there, a wave came to you and you held priority. And I knew it was a wave you didn't really want. You took it just to keep everyone else away?
Exactly, yeah. I just tried to keep a white away because I didn't want him to go to first. And actually it made me better my score, so it's pretty sick.
Yeah, no, it planned out very well for you. Will there be some kind of strategy for the next heat?
No, I just like what I did before, catch 2 quick ones and wait for a good one after.
Yeah, right. Well, congratulations. It was a fantastic heat. And would you like to say something to your friends and family in any language you like?
I'll say it in English. I want to say hi to my mom, probably my dad watching, all my friends, and yeah, stoked to make it through and can't wait for the next round.
All right, Bronson, congratulations, and we'll see you here again. Cheers. Back to you guys in the commentary box.
Thank you, Jerry Deegan, and Bronson holding that Billabong sticker pretty proudly in his nose. Pretty big deal. Getting a Billabong contract.
Yep.
Yep, but you can see why the dude has been sending it. His Instagrams and social medias like regularly blow up with some pretty death-defying airs.
Oh yeah.
He's a fly boy, lightweight.
He's a freak.
Yep, Sparrow Bones, I think. Like Hollow gets him a lot higher. There's Kian sending it into a section. So he's opened with a 5. This will be his second wave. It's been interesting to see how the judges are rewarding that big critical manoeuvre, especially today, because it is quite critical and heavy, those sections, right?
Yeah, it definitely is. There's a lot of water moving out there, and yeah, the judges will be rewarding some, hitting the lip and going for it. I'll be interested to see where that one big hit goes in terms of scoring. But yeah, just getting the ball rolling, getting the 2 scores, really good strategy from Kian.
Absolutely. Before we get too far, I do have to shout out to a very good friend over there in Chargale also, Joel and Saavedra. Great man. Sent me a message through, but he's always on the mind. Great legend of Chargale, of Katangnan. One of the nicest guys you'll ever meet. So, hey, Joel, thanks for watching, and can't wait to get back in Siargao and hang out again and go for some Katangnan barbecue or something. And also, I mentioned Taz Hoffman, who's actually starting up a museum here, the first museum of surfing and how surfing's developed here in the Philippines, which is pretty cool. History is a part of our sport moving forward. The museum is going to be in Bagasbas Beach, Diet, and it's coming soon. So if you get on your social media, search out Taz Hoffman, and you have something that you want to contribute to Philippine surfing, shout out, reach out to him. Pretty cool initiative, putting together history, which is happening right now at the first ever WSL International in La Union, and you're a part of it, Georgie Hicks.
Yeah.
Georgie May.
Many more to come.
Many more to come, I think so. It's been a pretty good event so far, and they're going to have to, I think, come up with some pretty good reasons not to make it happen again.
I think this is definitely an event where you'll see, you know, the semi-finalists, the finalists are the ones who are the most well-rounded surfers. You've had to compete in, you know, small glassy days, big onshore, a bit bigger today, all different types of conditions. So I think this event will really be pushing to see who is the best well-rounded surfer, and that's ultimately what you want to see. So yeah, great event, and hopefully be back here very soon in La Union.
I think you will be. It is sometimes a challenge to send yourself out in those conditions, though, isn't it? So you're a free surf on the beach, you've got an opportunity to surf glassy offshore, pumping conditions, and then the wind goes onshore. How important is it to get out there and actually have a go?
It's very important to get yourself in all different types of conditions, because you never know what you're going to be in for in a heat, and you kind of want to go into a heat feeling confident and comfortable, like you've been in that position before. So yeah.
Yeah, generally speaking, the QS surfing that we get to, especially around Asia, is incredibly high standard.
Yeah.
A lot of the QS events there in Australia and around other sections of the world, you're nowhere near this quality. Like this is if we got here, we got Nias, we got Krui, Taiwan. These are amazing locations around the world. This is Challenger Series level stuff that you guys get to surf in. So you got to make sure you're committed, because you do get those onshore days though. Sometimes they show up.
They do.
And yesterday was a bad example for you.
Yesterday was an example of that.
Where you paddle out, you're getting sea spray in the eye, and it's just, you just hope and pray that everything works your way. Okay, out there at the moment in our first place with a 6.50 and a 5.0. So a 6.5 was where that second wave landed Kian, that committed section.
Wow.
Room to move for the judges. So, but he also, he smacked it, and he gave it everything. Out there in second place is Monojo Yahagi. He's got one wave, a 6.0, so he also opened up pretty well, pretty strong. Here comes our surfer in white, Arashi, about to take off. Let's see what he's got. A nice opening wrap. Looking to get a bit more vertical as it bowls out, and that thing sort of just shut down on him. It's always a trick. Do you want to go around and hit it, or do you want to commit to it? He was hoping that thing would line up for him. I don't think that will be much. A 2.05. Good thing about those smaller scores, the judges have no trouble locking them in. Ooh, Kian.
Ooh, little tube there for Kian.
Ambitious.
Yes, but that's what he loves.
He loves
and 90% of the time he'll be making it out. I see it a lot all the time at Canggu, at Sandbar, the local break. But yeah, with 19 minutes and 50 seconds to go, Kian's looking pretty good with his two good scores locked in. But, you know, anyone's game. If you can find something out there that's got a long wall in front of you, you know, you can spin the heat in seconds.
Absolutely, and it does look like it has settled down a lot already out there throughout this morning. We had the morning sickness. That first heat was in shambles, basically. It was hard to figure out. JR got the best of it. with a 6.75 and a 7.9. It seems like things have settled down now. These waves are making a lot more sense. Here's that section I was talking about. He just possibly should have committed to that thing.
Yeah.
Surf the section. And then here's this. I love this. I love this. It's never going to happen. But you're right. If it's going to happen, it's going to be him.
It is.
He's got to find a doggy door where there is no doggy doors. And here's our surfer in green. Kicking off early.
Yeah, the conditions definitely looking a lot more manageable than earlier this morning, which is good. And I predict it's just going to keep getting better and just a bit easier to surf throughout the day. Here we go, green up and riding.
Talk us through it.
Just a nice hit in the pocket there. This one might go all the way. He's got such a great backhand, local boy from Bali. Just S-ing his way through, waiting for this thing to stand up and hoping for a finish. This might give it to him, or maybe not, but a few good, solid hits there. And yeah, like I said, even the smaller ones just rolling down. You don't always have to get the biggest wave that comes through to get the biggest score.
Yep, I know, man. Artana showing us there on that one. And great backhand approach. Here we go. Nice little replay. As the set rolls in out the back, nothing much on that opening maneuver, just a little quiet wrap back. He's starting to get to work here. Nice little off the lip line there.
Really like this turn here.
That one, there's your money turn right there, and into this combination. Judges are going to like that. Buckets off the back. They want to see those crisp sections and the combination, so he's got his flow together. Local Bali boy, be pretty happy out there with 4 people not having to hustle.
Oh, yeah. Especially in Bali at the moment, it is so crowded. So to be surfing a heat with 4 people is pretty cool.
Great for tourism, not so great for the local boys.
Exactly.
But one of the best things about Bali is they've always been very welcoming and open to tourism because they get a lot out of it. Just go in, make sure you take your respect. If you're a travelling surf tourist, take your respect and make sure you acknowledge the local boys. No matter where you go, always good to give due diligence to the local community in and out of the water. Respect customs, cultures, and appreciate what they have.
Mm-hmm. And what they've built.
What they've built, exactly right. What they have built. That's deep and insightful. Are you sure you're 16 or are you 16 going on 63? So there's conversations I had with my nana. You're heading back today, I hear too.
Yes, I am heading back to Bali. Sad to be leaving here in La Union, but like I said, we'd definitely be back soon. But I'll be watching all the action from home. Here we go, blue up and riding. Looks like a little one here. This might give him a nice section.
There it was.
Throwing out the tail.
Nice bit of redirection on his board. Finishing that one. Yeah, you're heading back to get back to school and back to the real world.
Back to the real world.
Back to the real world. Even when you're living in Indonesia, you've still got some sort of real world you've got to deal with, and school is hugely important. How's school going?
Yeah, school's going good. I'm not the biggest academic, but I do give it a good go. But balancing the QS and being at school is definitely tricky, but just trying to figure it all out.
I actually applaud your willingness to get back to school because it is important. I know, I don't think any 16-year-old loves the concept of school, but especially 16-year-old surfers love the concept, but the outcome definitely is what's needed. I'm not going to sit here and get into father mode. I'm sure your dad does that enough. Here we go, surfing blue. This is his wave. This was, I believe, his good score for the morning. Some nice early wraps, and like you said, that's another one of those medium ones, and that section there, he gave it everything. That redirection, fins blowing out, and super nice control. I'm pretty sure that would have been his 6-0.
Yep.
Putting him up into second place. A 4.75 for the last one of Artana, and Kato still sitting there with 2 throwaways, basically, still yet to get really fired up. He's now in a situation needing a 9.45 to advance, and a surfer in green looking for a 6.80. So busy out there. No, man, Artana looking for a 6.8. And Arashi Kato looking for a big score, 9.45, 14 minutes. We've just passed the halfway mark. How do you feel about those long heats out there?
Yeah, I think the 30-minute heats, great opportunity. I mean, it's exciting, more surfing to watch, so it's always good. Especially, obviously, it's kind of calming down, but this morning, just giving the surfers, you know, time to get back out there after a long wave. Here we go, green up and riding, a really nice first turn. Little spray turn there, just trying to work it back to the power source and connect all the way through. And
that's definitely a smaller wave. That
yes.
one might be, he was on probably 4th priority at that stage, so there's nothing to lose in going for it. Maybe 3rd or 4th priority, but that one was pretty small with the standards of today. I don't know if the judges will take him down for that. But there you go, 4.85. So no, because he put together a really good wave. Look at this thing, straight into it.
Just hitting that first section really vertical there. Love this spray turn, throwing buckets. Just wish this one would have linked up for him, but, you know, a bit of a smaller wave there, but under priority. Always good to just get on the board, get the feet in the wax, but here we look like some sets are approaching.
Yep, he's going to have to do the work still. Still a 6.65 for him, so now might be time to get out there and sort of get in that priority situation and make some... That choice that is going to get you the 6, give you the opportunity at least to get the 6.
Looks like Juan's liking the look of this one. It looks like a long wall in front of him. He's going to try and hit this section. Bang off the top. Oh, and just not landing that. That was commitment.
He's getting a little disconnected. You could see from the start that he had a bit of up and go about him. Took off like he was out of a shotgun, sort of setting up that first check turn to get his speed because his eyes would have been always on that section. And there he goes, 2 pumps and he's doing about 50 kilometres an hour. Straight up into the lip line, which he's going to come down about 90% of the time, to be honest.
Yep. I mean, that's what the judges are looking for. Straight up commitment and high risk, and that'll get you into the excellent range. And obviously, Kian wants to do that to make sure he's well in front because he knows all these boys in the heat are very, very capable of getting their scores to advance to the next round.
At any point, and that's the problem when you know you've got great competitors and you know you've got great conditions, and you're out in front, you want that time to go as fast as possible.
Yep.
Kaito, on the other hand, sitting there hoping the clock stops for a minute so he can actually pick up a few decent scores and get back in the game. It's sort of fun, the mental games that go on out in your own head there, the conversations, and you've got to tell yourself to settle down and just do your job, right?
Yeah, I mean, you're not only competing against the 3 other people in your heat, you're competing against yourself. And you're battling it out with yourself, you know, which wave do I go on, or if you're getting a bit too overwhelmed. And you're battling it out with Mother Nature as well. So surfing, definitely one of the hardest sports in the world, in my opinion, because you do not have much in your control.
You don't, and it's the guys and girls and women around the world who seem to somehow get more control than others is the ones who you see dominating the field. People like Gabriel Medina, who's got this competitive IQ of Mensa student. It's incredible the way that he can sort of set himself for a heat from the minute the buzzer goes to the time it ends. It looks like Kian's sending our surfer in blue to use his priority. Finally, a bit of above the lip stuff. I've been hoping that we'd see some of this morning. Incomplete on that one, but he knows he's, maybe, I don't know. He's on equal first at the moment. They're both sitting on an 11.5, which is always interesting, seeing a draw. You obviously know the difference. What separates the two?
Yep.
So you go down to the wave scores. Who's got the highest wave score automatically gets the automatic lead. Automatically gets the automatic lead. Automatically, would you believe? And then if there's a draw on that one, you go to the second scores. Very hard to get a genuine tie in surfing. Actually, you never get a genuine tie in surfing. You just keep going through the waves. It's pretty cool. Surfing green.
Yeah, it looks like it was just that one hit there obviously wanting the wave to just keep peeling for him, but it doesn't, so he'll get back out there. Looks like Kian, with 9 minutes to go in priority, he'll be definitely looking to just separate himself from the rest and really put a stamp on this heat. Maybe even go into the excellent range.
I'm sure he wants it. You know he wants it.
Oh, I know. I know, yeah.
You do know. You know him well. And like I said, he's one of those guys down on the beach that everyone knows well because he's everywhere. I don't think he owns a shirt either.
Kian, I mean, he got through the first heat, not even riding his own board.
That was a good story, actually. So that is a good point of interest. So he borrowed Katut's board, I believe.
Yeah.
One of his fellow Indo mates hooked him up with a board. He was super stoked with the board, but his board showed up, I think, yesterday or the day before.
Yep, and with Bronson's Billabong board shorts, so just finding everyone with all his sponsors, making it work.
The only thing he hasn't found is a shirt. I don't think I've seen him wearing a shirt once. I hope he never gets a serious clothing brand sponsor that says you need a shirt because I don't think he's going to put it on. Here he goes. Looks like he's going to spend that priority.
Kian up and riding on his forehand, just cutting it back into the power source. Ooh, just sticking on there.
A little bit of flavour.
A really nice tack. And just at the end there, ooh.
Okay, so surfer in red, Kian, still definitely far from safe at this point. Currently sharing the lead, or in first place with literally on his heels, standing on his heels, our surfer in blue. Sorry, got a bit of a technical issue as I get my phone open again.
A replay from Kian.
You talk us through it.
He's eyeing up this section. He wants to hit it as hard as he can. He knows what the judges are looking for. And he lands it and then just loses his footing at the end there. But yeah, he's not sitting there comfortable. I know he'll, especially now in fourth priority with 7 minutes to go, he'll just be wanting to look for something because, like I said, any of the boys, it's anyone's game really at the moment. Here we go. Looks like White up and riding.
That's it. Manojo sitting on his heels.
Looking for a 9.25, I think, or just for two good scores. This will be a smaller one. He's just S-ing his way through it, looking for a section to hit.
Yep, chasing a 9.45, but he's looking to drop
9.45.
away. He just needs to improve. That's all he's wanting to do at this stage with 6 minutes. Gives him plenty of time to get back out there. And then there's... No, man, he's swinging on everything.
Unfortunate for Green because it just looks like it's either closing out or just going... or just not having much of a wall. But here's the replay from White. You can see just wanting a section to hit. Few nice turns there. I do not think he'll get the 9.45 for that. But...
Some insight.
I
You're
mean,
right.
that's just what I think.
I know, we're not judges.
We're not judges.
We're not judges.
But definitely... will be getting a score on the board. He'll be looking for either 2 solid scores to get him back in the game or for that 8.25 now. So it looks like that last wave has improved his situation with 5 minutes and 40 seconds on the clock.
A 3.25, not anything major and still a massive ask on an 8.25, but I believe we have excellent potential out there. And here comes surfer in blue, Manojo. Not quite connecting on that section. Everyone seems to be missing or tumbling or incompleting those big sections at this point.
Yeah, it's really tough. You hit a bump, you lose all your speed. You think you've landed it and you just get thrown off. It's really tough out there. And when you take off, you've got to be right under the lip as well. But all these boys are just wanting that huge section. You can see what he was trying to do there, but it just looked like the section just kind of didn't offer that ball.
He was going to lean into that turn. He was going to blow the fins and lay it back and sort of ride it over the foam ball. It just, that little bump, that little wobble, that little loss of speed seconds before it changes the game. Surfer's still adjusting to it and adjusting well. This has actually been a bit of a low scoring affair, surprising to some of the names in there. Bronson Maedi coming in that last heat with a 16.10. Currently, our leader is 11.5, which is Kian. Monojo Yahaji in second place with also 11.50. Ainomen Artana in third place with a 9.55, still needing a 6.65. And Arashi Keto in fourth place. He needs an 8.25. He's currently in fourth place, so 4 minutes remaining. It's starting to get to the pointy end. It's fun here where we can sort of look back towards the beach and,
I know.
and you can get an idea of what's on the horizon, where the boys are sitting. Ainomen is sitting actually really deep, deeper than most of the guys have this morning. He's looking for answers out there. He's trying something different, which I love a good strategy change.
Definitely, especially sitting in that third priority. It's risky because he could be on a sick one, go down the line, and someone could take it off him. And here we go, Kian up and riding. Just trying to find a section here. Nice first turn in the pocket there, super vertical, and a huge section in front of him. Oh, just making that there. Just trying to climb the whitewash. Yeah. Do you think that will
Body
be going into
language,
his
body
top
language,
two?
I think tells enough.
Yeah.
He sort of bunted those two turns. First turn was nice and crisp and looked like he was actually setting up to be one of his better ones, and then sort of unravelled as he went down the line. That little foot slip didn't look like he readjusted from that very well at all. Whether it's either in the head or just sort of lost motivation after that, I don't know. But here is the replay. This first turn, you'll see, nice and crisp. It was like setting up for this little bit different. And this was going to be the money turn again by the looks of things. He didn't even throw everything at it, so I think that might be hard to get into his top two. He could throw away a 5, I don't know. Let the judges be judges. What do you think?
It'd be very hard to be a judge. I think they will reward him for those first two turns.
It is better, a 5.90. So
5.90. He'll be happy with that. Now he's like properly in the lead, and second is needing a 6.41.
I think he'd be happy with anything, to be honest.
Yeah.
I don't think he's too unhappy most of the time.
Yeah.
So he's a rare mix. He's Swedish, Brazilian, Indonesian, a multi. I love that about the world these days. When I grew up, it was a lot more, I'm from here, I'm from there. Here you can be from anywhere, doing anything at any stage. So great to have our world getting smaller and cross-cultural. Like me, I'm a Australian man living in the Philippines. So thank you, Philippines, for letting me in. 1 minute and 25 seconds.
We'll see if there's some waves approaching here at the point. Looks like White will be taking a look at this one. He really needs a score here. Here we go, up and riding White. Just a nice first turn there and just nothing after that. So with 1 minute remaining.
Tricky heat.
Tell by the body language, he's not very impressed by that one. Here we go, green up and riding.
So Neumann actually moved from his position right on the inside. He sort of readjusted again because he wasn't seeing anything down there. Painful sometimes, isn't it? You know what these guys need, and Mother Nature's just not playing the game. 40 seconds. Oh, would have gone down pretty heavy on his board there.
Nice to see the boys taking it to the air, though.
Exactly, and we did talk about that this morning. We love the rail game, but that progression and next moves, the air reverses, it's generally what we're going to see. And everyone out there can do them. It's changed. 15 seconds. Manojo trying to cement his part in second place. Every other surfer in the field, I don't think anyone's in the lineup at the moment. So he's still waiting for some scores to drop in for Iman and Rashi. Didn't feel safe, and he's doing pretty well on this one.
Yeah, this one really just allowed him to take it all the way to the inside.
So we'll wait for this score to drop in for our surfer in blue, Manojo Yahagi. I believe he's the only one that may upset the apple cart at this stage for Kian. So we'll wait. I'll wait for the scores, and we'll catch you after the break, and we'll let you know who our heat leader was. See you in a moment. See you back here, Georgie Hicks.
See you.
Stay on. Yeah, you'll be on with Binzi. No. calling you Georgie Hicks instead of Georgie May Hicks. Your mum's going to have me. Your mum's going to have me.
Competitive surfing is more than just a lifestyle, it's actually a job, and that's the way we need to approach it, and that's the way we did approach it. Since the announcement of surfing in the Olympics, amazing things have happened in our sport. 2022, we went aggressively into competition mode. We had 4 legs in 3 months, an international event in Siargao. We had our national event in Siargao, Belair, Borongan and Cabugao. We've put our focus on the youth. We have a caravan that goes around the Philippines. We go from province to province and train them and educate them on how to become Philippines' greatest surfers. We want to raise up athletes who will raise up gold for the Philippines. Without the support and love of Next Gen, the next generation of surfers in the Philippines wouldn't be where they are today. Maraming salamat, Next Gen, and we look forward to continually working with you.
Morning everyone, and welcome back to the La Union International Pro here at Mona Lisa Point in San Juan. La Union, the Philippines. Crispin's in the booth alongside me, Georgie May Hicks. Good morning.
Good morning, Binzi. How are you?
I'm well. Saw you out in the water this morning. It was a bit of fun, wasn't it?
It was. Definitely looks like the swell's kind of dropped off a bit.
A lot of water moving around, and a lot of big, wide closeouts that can land on your head at any stage and fold over on you. But also definitely the odd diamond in the rough out there.
Definitely, lots of opportunity out there. We're just getting a drone point of view at the moment. Look at that point, pretty amazing.
Yeah, that was, I think, Roy Kanazawa taking off. We've lost him, but. Yeah, 4 surfers in the water right now. And this is Ota, the Japanese surfer. He's found himself a good-looking wall. And there's going to be all sorts of sections that just get thrown at our surfers today. They're going to have to be on their toes. It's definitely not the predictable, slow peeling point break of days previous. It's a sectiony, racy wall that changes speeds, it stands up and wobbles and bounces around all over the place, but I think we're going to see some real big sections to throw all sorts of dynamic manoeuvres at. One of those guys who threw a few dynamic manoeuvres won our last heat, and he's down with Tibby Jabrick to have a quick chat now.
I'm here with Keon Martin, the winner of last heat. Just tell me a little bit about the situation out there, Keon. It looks like you're having fun. You catch the most wave. Explain a little bit.
Yeah, so today was kind of like we woke up and it was a lot bigger than every other day, and I was kind of stoked on that because I feel like I was struggling more with the smaller waves, but it was tough out there. It's actually like it's super big, so if you do catch the wrong one, it's not the right one, you waste time, and you kind of got to be a little selective. But at the same time, like you said, I got the most waves out there, but I was just trying to feel my flow. I had a few that I fell on, which I wish I got it, but I kind of know what I need to do for the next one. I'm just gonna keep doing what I'm doing and just hopefully, keep going.
Yeah, there's a story that you just came back from the World Junior in California, and you missed your boards, and you were surfing with board, but now your board is back, and how do you feel with your equipment?
So that's also like the biggest relief I had from that heat. It was kind of like, instead of thinking a few things, I don't have my board. I didn't even have my own board shorts, but having my board, having my own equipment, it gave me a different feeling of being safe and just having fun. So I kind of that was the most fun I've had in a heat in a while. I really feel like I needed that to just keep me going, and I'm stoked they came. I'm stoked they came in one piece, but let's keep it going. It's not over.
You want to say anything to friends and family back home?
I want to give a big shout out to everyone that's watching back home, my family, my friends. Also my sponsors for supporting me. If it wasn't for you guys, I wouldn't be able to get here. And mainly family support as well. You guys have been pushing me as hard as you can. So with all those good vibes, I just want to give back as much as I can, and let's keep it going. Let's go. Let's get it.
Hey, your board is working really good. You want to tell me a little bit which model is this?
So it's actually the new CI Pro that CI's been working on, and I kind of played around a little bit with it. I put a little swallow, and it's just kind of like my all-around dims. But I'm just happy to be on my equipment. It's completely different, and like you don't need to think, like the board does everything you want to do. So it's kind of like this is definitely the magic one. And cheers to the boys in CI Bali, Chris Kutch. We got the magic stick here, and let's take it to the finals.
Yeah, Kian, still a long way to go. Stay focused, and hopefully you can get what your goal. I'm pretty sure your goal is to qualify for the challenger. Stay focused and see more action of Kian. And back to you guys.
Thanks a lot, Tippy. All right, we saw a few waves ridden while we're in the break. Roy Kanazawa, I think just the one wave, a 4.2, and Ota, a 5.5 to move into the lead.
Yeah, with just 23:45 on the clock, looks like there's some waves approaching. There's just so many waves coming through the lineup. Always here in La Union, lots of waves to ride. It's a beautiful point break. We're very blessed to be able to have a contest here and compete here, especially at this level in the QS. Looks like White, just not liking the look of this one. Obviously, when you're out there, you're looking for the ones with wall. You're looking for sections to hit. And looks like we have green in first place. White liking the look of this one, even though it's a bit smaller. Does have a wall, but just kicking out there.
Couple of minutes off the clock. It's Roy Kanazawa with an 11 out in the lead. We don't really have much info beyond what you guys can see on the screen at home, so yeah, we'll do our best to keep you updated.
Looks like Red is just yet to start his campaign, but sitting there with priority. What do you think the key strategy out here is? Getting lots of waves or waiting for that gem?
I think you want to be somewhere in the middle. Yesterday when it was a lot messier and a little bit more all over the place, I think just staying really active and taking off on as many waves as you could on the hope that one of them would open up was a pretty good strategy. Today there's a little bit more structure to it. There's a lot of water moving around. You're going to expend a lot of energy if you go chasing too many waves, because you could think you're in the perfect position and then a big cleanup will come and land on your head, knock you out of position once again. So I'd be using my priority wisely, but I wouldn't be being too precious about it. So, definitely sit where you think the takeoff spot is, but know that there's still going to be waves popping up all over the place, and yeah, priority's maybe not as valuable as it can be sometimes today. And here goes Okamura on his first wave, and we saw that was with priority, and it turned out to be a bit of a dud, so that can happen to you as well. Yeah, it's a huge playing field out there, as you would have discovered this morning. First time it hasn't been that crowded, and it was probably the time you could have done with a bit of crowd, because basically everyone was getting pushed around all over the place. It was really hard to figure out where exactly to sit. Here goes Suda in blue on his backhand. That was a strong turn.
Yeah, I really like Suda's backhand, especially in the free surfs. He's just been one of those goofy footers who really impressed me with their backside attack. Very confident, comfortable. Looks like he loves to hit the lip, and he's very, very consistent. Looks like we might be seeing a left here from green. Oh no, just kicking out there. But yeah, this morning, like you said, Binzi, very, very tricky. It was probably one of those sessions where you needed a little bit more people to kind of find your footing, because it was hard to kind of make out the takeoff zone, but definitely tricky with 4 guys out in the water. Okay, so with 19 minutes, 30 seconds to go, looks like we have Green in first with a 7.75 and a 3.25. Oh, looks like we may have had a change there. White in second with a 5.5 and a 0.55, so he'll just be looking... Oh, and another change. Now he is looking for a 0.60 to advance to the next round. So blue in second, looking for a 5.96. So green looking pretty comfortable with that 7.75, a great score. He'll be looking to back that up nicely. Here we go, up and riding.
Yeah, so this is Roy Kanazawa again, the surfer in green. Hopefully we can catch up on a replay of what he did on his 7.75, because that is one of the better waves we've seen this morning. That would have been an incredible wave if he could have ridden out of that air reverse. Wasn't to be.
Yeah, it looks like, especially in the last heat as well, a few of the boys were going for some air reverses, which is very, very nice to see. And, yeah, I think the judges will be rewarding that for sure if you can land one of those. Definitely not air reverse type of conditions out there, but that's what the judges want to see, high risk and progressive maneuvers. Sitting out there with priority at the moment is White. He may take a look at this wave and no, doesn't want it. So
this is the surfer in red. He's got a 4.5 as his opening score. And handling himself very nicely down the line here. A couple of decent turns. This is a smaller wave, but it's running across the inside bank pretty nicely. Would love to have hung on to that last turn, but not to matter.
yeah, we've seen a couple no makes and a few falls here, but on the screen the conditions look, you know, quite easy and manageable. But when you're out there, there is so much water moving, and you can hit a bump and it can throw you off at any minute. But still, the surfers really wanting to hit the sections. Here we go. I'm going to see a replay from Green. This might be his 7.
Okay, this is Kosuke Okamura, the surfer in red. Great first turn. This wave was a little bit wonky. That turn was really punchy. And that's where he'll get the bulk of his points from. And then things went a little bit pair right about there, and he goes down. But that will be a decent second score for the surfer in red. Matches his first. So a pair of 4.5 puts Kosuke Okamura into the lead. Roy Kanazawa still out in front with the 7.75. And Takuto Ota and Kyoshiro Suda with some work to do. Both holding on to a 5, both chasing varying degrees of 3-point rides to get up to second. Would love to catch a replay of Roy Kanazawa's 7.75. And Georgie May, you're out of here soon?
Yes, today I'll be leaving. Pretty sad to be leaving. Gonna miss La Union. I'm sure I'll be back soon, but I have to get back for school. Doing the QS and school is really tough, especially, you know, obviously when it's in-person school. But yeah, just got to manage the both of them, and yeah, so I'll be off. But here we go, a replay from Green.
Yeah, so this is Roy Kanazawa's 7.75, best wave we've seen in this heat. And you can see why, driving that blue braid. Oh, sorry, that was not his 775. That was his last wave with the air reverse at the end.
You think if he did land that air reverse, it would be a 775?
Yeah. You know, today's Wednesday, right?
Yes.
So you're not going to get back to school till Monday.
I think I'll be getting back to school on Thursday and Friday. But yeah, getting ready for that long drive back to the airport from La Union to Manila.
You know tomorrow's going to be pumping.
Oh my God, Binsey. I know. Yeah.
Just saying.
I know.
All right, 13.5 minutes to go. Are there waves in Indo at the moment, do you know?
I'm pretty sure Karamas has been really, really fun at the moment. That's usually around this time of year where everyone kind of is on the east side. That's where I was before I left. But no, we'll be definitely surfing a bunch when I get back home. Definitely going to miss this point break though, for sure. Looks like a nice wave approaching here with white in priority. Looks like green's going to be taking off on this one.
All right, so some wide sets pouring through. Roy Kanazawa took off. And, oh, there he is. Okay, this is Takuto Ota on his forehand, opening the shoulders, throwing some spray. Racing down the line, looking for a big section, and loses it out of the lip and goes down. That's not going to help his cause. We're halfway through this heat, 12.5 minutes done, 12.5 minutes still to run. And looks like we're seeing some sets right now. This is Kazuki Okamura having a look. Kashiro Suda is in priority. Okay, this is Roy Kanazawa. Is this his 7.5? Thinking it might be.
Wow.
3 big turns, yeah, absolutely. All right, that's the 7.75, best wave of this heat. Now we're catching up with Kazuki Okamura, who is currently sitting in second.
That last
He's got
turn.
a pair of 4.5, so if he can get rid of one of those, his situation will be looking a whole lot brighter with 11 minutes to go.
How was that last turn from green? That was very critical. Throwing buckets, releasing the tail just a touch. Really critical. That is really what the judges are looking for today. You know, it's not the perfect point break we know La Union to be, but there's still plenty of opportunities with some big scores in the last few heats of the men's. It's just picking the right waves that will allow you to get those scores and just hitting the sections, being fully committed, yeah, showing some risk. A wave coming through here. Looks like blue with priority. And he'll like the look of this one, up and riding on his backside.
Yeah, this is
Nice first
Kashiro
turn.
Suda.
Second,
Oh, huge turn.
off the top.
All right, we're going to look at a big number now for the surfer in blue. A real point of difference to that wave. Just driving hard, vertically straight up into the lip. Throwing a big bucket of...
Going to see the replay from blue. Really nice first turn, just fast and throwing lots of spray. He likes the look of this section and just hits it. Perfect timing and lands super crisp and clean. That'll definitely be a good score for sure. With 9:30 to go. It looks like that number got him into first.
Yeah, fair enough too. A 7.35, so not quite as big as Roy Kanazawa's 7.75, but really doing some damage.
He'll be happy with that with 9 minutes to go, and is back up with a 5.05. If he does that again, he'll definitely get another one of those mid-sevens or even higher. But now green with first priority, looking for a 4.65, which is definitely attainable for green to move up into first position again. Red needing a 7.11 and white needing a 6.11 to advance to the next round with 8 minutes, 30 seconds on the clock here. With some waves approaching, look like we have a surfer up and riding at the moment.
Yeah, this is Roy Kanazawa. He was in the lead for the majority of the opening 2/3 of this heat. Has slipped down to second, but only just. That one's not going to help his cause in the battle for first place. And so this is the replay of Roy Kanazawa. And just, yeah, never really sort of in charge of that one. The wave was dictating terms and had a win in the end.
All right, with 7 minutes and 10 seconds remaining, white with priority, just needing a number to move up into second or first, sitting there with priority, so he's in a pretty good position right now to get a number. Probably just looking for one solid wave, as it will be tricky to get one and paddle back out there, but obviously anything possible with lots of waves coming through and lots of opportunities here in the Union at the point. Looks like blue in first, green in second, red in third, and white in fourth position.
Oh, there's just so much water moving around. It'll be interesting to see what the tide does. It was quite high this morning and it's going out quite quickly, but we've seen it doesn't really affect wave quality too much. It's more where up and down the point the waves break. And again, with the size, that's a different variable in the mix as well. The surfers are sort of sitting further out to sea and deeper into the bay than they have been. Previously, there'd be a lot closer into the bottom of the screen and, you know, more to the north, which is the right of the screen. All right, here goes Takuto Ota, and that's not going to help him. So 5.5 minutes to go. He's still on the chase for a 6.11, very attainable. First and second at the moment. Kyosho Suda has a 7.35 and a 5.05, so two keepers. Roy Kanazawa, a 7.75, a 3.85. He'd love to upgrade that and consolidate one of those two advancing positions. And then Okamura and Ota, they won't be happy with 4.5s and 5.5s. I know if they want to get through to the round of 16, it's going to take a little bit more than that. And obviously more than capable. We are getting down towards the business end. So what happens next in the round of 16? It's another 4 surfer heats. And then we move on to the quarters. So we cut out half the draw, but then we go down to man-on-man action. All right, here goes Kosuke Omura. He needs a 7-11. There's one on the main street, but that's not what he's chasing. Not sure, the body language wasn't huge there. Here goes Takuto Ota behind him. His requirement's not quite as large. That's a decent wave. Not sure it'll be enough, but it might narrow the gap. If that's his highest score, it'll bring down his requirement for first. Here goes Kiyoshiro Suda. We've already seen him do some real damage on his backhand. Just moving lots of water. It's a real point of difference that sort of gets the judge's attention. And this is Roy Kanazawa. We know what he's capable of. That was a big turn through a bucket of spray. Gave it a big pump to try and reconnect with the open face, but wasn't to be, and he is done with 4 minutes remaining.
Yeah, obviously a all Japanese heat here. All have amazing styles and absolutely rip on the men and women's sides. Looks like they all kind of surf quite similarly with that compact style, and it works. The judges love it. They go for it. They absolutely hit the lip. Very consistent with their approach and pick off the right ones. And definitely showing us how it's done in the free surfs, that's for sure. But that was a really nice wave from White there. And it looks like he was happy with that one, with a little bit of a clap and a claim at the end there. And this was the replay of green. Yeah, just a really nice turn there. And even he didn't really push as hard as he could, but still throwing buckets of spray out the back with just 2 minutes, 50 seconds remaining. Blue still holding that first position, and green in that second position.
Yeah, interestingly, no priority. Well, there it goes to Koshiro Suda, but yeah, priority judges obviously wanting the surfers to make a bit more of an effort to get back to the top of the point, which they're calling the takeoff zone. So you'll find that we have a priority judge who sits there, and his sole job is giving out priority to the surfers all day long. And he'll be wanting to let the surfers know very clearly where he thinks the takeoff zone is. So it's, you know, you catch a wave, you paddle back out. You still have to keep going to the top of the point. You can't just pull up short and go, this'll do me, and expect to get priority every time. 2 minutes remaining. Koshiro Suda with that 7.35 and a 5.05 in the lead. Takuto Ota still has that 5.5. Last wave doesn't go into his top two. So it's still a 7.11, the requirement for Kosuke Okamura, a 6.11, the requirement for Takuto Ota. 90 seconds remaining.
Looks like we will have some waves sets actually approaching out the back. That's quite a big one. And a few more coming as well. So it looks like we might have a very exciting back part to the heat here with 1 minute remaining. Surfers all kind of in the same position here, with blue in first priority, second green, third white, and fourth red. And that is also the position of the scores as well. 1 minute remaining. And White's last score just not getting it, but he still requires a 6.01 to advance. Looks like blue scratching onto this one, not making it through. He'll lose his priority, so priority with green. Green will be liking that to just get his 4.65 into first position.
Yeah, 30 seconds to go. Roy Kanazawa will be feeling pretty comfortable at this stage. I think he just wants the opportunity to get another good wave under his belt. And here goes that man indeed with his opportunity. He'll bring this one through to the beach. 20 seconds to go. It's got a big open face on it. I think this one's going to run and run and run. And looking down the line behind us, he's going to fly through a couple of sections. He's got to get moving. Big section now. And that will seal the heat win. I'm calling it right now. He only needed a 4.65 for the win. He's done it pretty comfortably. He's laced up some tight turns from start to finish. It was a long wave. He had a really good read on it. I like the way he just had a really easy roll into it as well. Got that little chip shot on the corner, and that's kind of, if you're a competitor in another heat who's watching the lineup right now, I'd take notes from that wave of Roy Kanazawa, because he's going to drop a 6. Not a huge score, but a very handy score on a day like today. And he's done it with a complete minimum of fuss. There it is, a 5.85, gives him the heat win. So Roy Kanazawa and Kyoshiro Suda are through to the next round. Don't go anywhere. We're going to have a quick break. We'll be back with more action from the La Union International Pro right after this. All right, welcome back to the La Union International Pro. We're here at Mona Lisa Point in San Juan, La Union. Big playing field, lots of water moving around. We just saw Roy Kanazawa lace together a pretty tidy heat to take the win. In the water right now, Yuji Nishi from Japan, Tenshi Iwami also from Japan, Daddy Widianto and John Mark Takong from right here in the Philippines, and arguably the best surfer the Philippines have ever produced. He's had a couple of wins at home in Siargao at Cloud9. We know that he's a barrel demon, but we also know he can mix it up out on the face as well. He will have surfed here plenty over the years, and looking forward to seeing what John Mark, aka Maramar, brings to the lineup. Chris Binns in the booth, Georgie May Hicks alongside me. Have you seen much of John Mark Takong surfing?
Oh yeah, he won the event in Siargao, which was amazing to watch. As you were saying, he is an absolute phenomenal tube rider, but also proving that he's great in smaller conditions as well, and his rail game is amazing as well, and he likes to send it on some of the bigger waves. So this will definitely be the conditions that Marama likes. Looks like Danny Widianto's in this heat as well. Blue up and riding.
Yeah, this is Aoyami, the Japanese surfer. So 2 Japanese, an Indonesian and a Filipino. And this is a pretty tidy wave. Having a look down the line, gets a little bit of a connection, and this one might run for him. It's white watery, plenty of suds out on the face, and he is done, but that will be a first score.
All right, Maramar, here we go, up and riding. He'll be looking to start his campaign here in heat 7 of the round of 32, and just getting a nice little turn in there and falling on the second attempt.
Yeah, the first turn was good. The second one he won't want to talk about. He got sort of stuck between, looked like he wanted to sort of release the fins and go like a drifting tail slide kind of thing, but then he got caught in 2 minds, and yeah, anyway, let's banish that one to the round file and move on.
Yeah, with 25 minutes and 50 seconds remaining, looks like some of the surfers today are really liking getting the ball rolling quickly. And it seems to be that the 2 surfers that kind of get through to the next round really like getting the ball rolling early and getting a backup straight away to really apply that pressure, and finding the ones that allow them to finish up strong. I know Danny Widianto, big shout out to him, rooting for him in this heat. He really thrives in these conditions as well. An amazing surfer from Indonesia.
Speaking of surfers who thrived in these conditions, Roy Kanazawa just took a great heat win in our last bout, and we're going to cross down to Jerry Deegan, who's having a chat with him right now.
Roy Kanazawa of Japan, congratulations, that was a fantastic win. Very difficult conditions there.
Yes, so heavy. So heavy.
And you caught a couple of really, really good waves and you timed it perfectly. What was your strategy? What were you thinking? What was your style of surfing out there? Paddle inside, paddle outside?
Inside. Inside, yeah. And I try many waves.
Okay, so your idea was get as many waves as possible and just get the score up. It worked very well for you. You think the same strategy for the next heat?
Yes, of course.
Okay, well that's fantastic and congratulations. Would you like to thank your sponsors or friends in Japanese?
Yes. Japanese okay?
Yes, yes.
次は頑張ります. Okay.
Oh, short and sweet. Well, thank you, Roy. Congratulations and good luck on your next heat. All the best. Back to you guys in the box.
Cheers, Jerry Deegan. Thanks for that, mate. We just saw Danny Widianto tie together a few turns. Never really found the open face, and it somehow was just... tying it all together. Not too bad. We saw a freight train come through behind it that none of our surfers could go near. And now Danny Widianto is a mile down the point. So there's a lot of water moving around. It's not that powerful though. You cop a set on the head and you see a 4-footer coming your way and you're used to say you in Bali or me in West Oz, you know what it's going to feel like. It's a pretty fluffy little shake-up underwater, so you're not getting dragged too far backwards, but there is just that current going from north to south. So there is a lot of paddling to be done out there.
Yeah, I definitely noticed coming here to La Union, like you said, the waves are not as powerful as back home. Can take the duck dives, but it looks like there is quite a bit of current today and a lot of moving water, so it does make it difficult. And the surfers have just got to adapt to that and be ready for... It looks like it's honestly changing every heat, the conditions out there. It looks like the swell's actually dropping off a bit.
The wind's definitely dropping. And it's, there's a few waves with a really smooth face. And then, once you've had a couple of waves, the back end of the set's a white, watery, sort of sloppy affair. So there is definitely going to be a bit of luck involved. But as we heard from Roy Kanazawa, there's definitely tactics to be employed as well. He made it pretty clear he's just staying busy. And I think that's probably sound advice on a day like today. You go into it knowing that there's going to be a lottery, but you also know that you can stack the odds a little bit in your favour and stay on the move, stay active, and just be prepared for whatever comes your way, because you might not have priority, you might not be sitting in what you think is the right takeoff spot, but a wave can pop up that is just a gem on a platter, and all of a sudden you're looking at a big score. Right now, Yuji Nishi is in a pretty decent looking slot, but lets that runner go past. Down the line, John Mark Kong has a look. So we've got some scores in. Opening wave for Tenchi Iwami was a 4, which has him in the lead. A 2.9 for Daddy Widianto and a 2.4 for Marama. The results of the other couple of ridden waves we've got as some big sets approach. And a couple of heads turn to have a look. 21 minutes remaining. And now who's this? Is this Tenchi Iwami once again, our heat leader? Big pump off the bottom, and then I'm not sure if he dived off or slipped off, but there was nothing. That was a closeout. And or was it Marama? Must have been John Mark Takong.
Yeah, it looks like that one was Marama. I can see what he's doing, obviously wanting that one big hit I know Juan did that in the last few heats. He just got one big hit and a pretty solid score to take him through to the next round. So that's what the judges are liking to see. Even if it's one hit, make it big, make it critical, put some risk out there. So it looks like he's got that all kind of figured out in his head, but that one, I think he just slipped off the bottom there. May have just hit in a bump there.
Love to talk to Luke Landrigan and find out where up and down the coast is lighting up right now, because I'm sure there's waves all over the place.
Definitely with this swell, and very lucky that we've got some really fun waves here today, and the wind hasn't really hit it that hard. It looks like it's actually just continuing to die off, which is good. And yeah, lots of exciting heats to come today from both the men and women.
Yeah, so the plan of attack, we are finishing off the men's round of 32. Then I think we're going to go into the men's round of 16, followed by the women's round of 16. Whoa, Tenchi Ioane, he is our heat leader. He's really wrenching some torque into those turns. Big dynamic closeout finish. And that's going to be a very strong number for our heat leader. Behind him, Yuji Nishi in action. Really powerful Japanese surfer. Low center of gravity, gets plenty of grunt into his turns. Not sure what he got up to out the back. We'll have to catch up with that one on a replay, but Tenchi Ioane, wow.
Yeah, that was, I'd love to see the replay of that one. That was really great. I love his calves in the pocket. No pumping in between, just really nice flow. Looks like he just gets speed from just even paddling onto the wave and taking off, and that last hit, the judges will really like that. Here we go, a replay from Blue. Really nice first two calves. I love it, just right in the pocket. Really nice torque from him. He sees he's eyeing off this section and just throws it down, gives it everything, riding the lip there. A lot of risk there, and we see the replay of Red as well. He's obviously wanting this one to really bowl up and just not getting the opportunity.
Yeah, that didn't cooperate for Yuji. Tenchi Ioane, however, a 7-point ride, the result. So he'll be very happy with that one. Well and truly a caper so far from what we've seen this morning. Yuji Nishi, a 3.2, the result for his last wave. So nothing he'll be happy with, but enough for second at this point in time. 17.5 minutes still to run. Daddy Widianto and John Mark de Kong. I mean, apart from Tenchi's 7, there's really not much in it on the other waves ridden. Here goes John Mark de Kong. It's only a smaller wave, this one. It's on the inside, but we've seen before these can be the ones that run a little bit better and have a bit more shape. This one's not cooperating so far. And he is out of there.
Here we go with 16 minutes and 50 seconds remaining. Danny Widianto with priority, taking this wave. Nice whitewash climb there, not going to get anything out of that wave.
Yeah, not much of substance there for Danny Widianto. So no priority, so we have an empty takeoff area. This is Marimar's last wave. And right about here, you were hoping that it was going to run for him. Got the nice turn in, and then things just shut down. Great hair flick, though. If I was judging, that would be big points in my books.
Here we go, Red up and riding on a nice-looking set wave here. Waiting for him to just get past these sections. Just running a little bit fast without him. He'll climb up on the top and just getting his fins a little stuck there in the whitewash. Yeah, but the hair flick from Marimar, that's big points there.
It should be, yeah. Head judge Ty Conahan's got a bit of a mop. You'd hope that he recognises that kind of, decent hair work on the closeout.
Yeah, Marimar was doing that a bit in Xiaogao as well. Which was cool to see with the long, luscious hair.
It's the ultimate claim. I mean, we saw
is.
Kelly Slater do it at Pipe the other day, and he doesn't even have hair.
All the best surfers love a good hair flick. But this heat 7, round of 32 with 15 minutes remaining. Loving these 30 minutes heats. Do you think they'll continue with the 30-minute heats throughout the day?
For sure.
Just allowing the surfers to get as many waves as possible with the tricky conditions out here today at the point in La Union. Looks like Blue's up and riding. He'll be trying to get down the line here and just nothing on offer. So it really is all about wave selection here. Even if you're sitting out there with priority waiting for an amazing wave to come through, it can look great, but down the line it can have no wall, just close out on you. So just taking waves and just being risky with it looks like is paying off nicely here today with 14 minutes and 20 seconds on the clock. Replay from Red on this one. Looks like a really, really nice wave on the takeoff, but just not being able to get around. Oh, he does get around the section, but yep, this is the wave where he just lost footing here.
Yeah, things just went a little awry there for Yuji Nishi. And this is heat leader Tenchi Iwani once again. John Carby delivering us all coffees. That's very kind of him. Just a latte, thanks. Oh, latte, please, John. Oh, no, he's just got himself a coffee. All right, here goes John Mark to Kong.
Wow.
Oh, big turn. And he's not done yet. A little nose wipe in the middle as well. So we're seeing all sorts of spice from our surfers. Wide set breaking in the middle of the bay.
Yeah, you can hear the crowd applauding for Marimar. Definitely a crowd favourite here in the Philippines for sure. I'd love to see the replay of that one, and here we go.
Yeah, run us through it.
Up and riding, a really nice just turn here, just setting it all up. I love the way he just reacts so well to every section being thrown at him. Definitely knows this section is going to come at him and just throws it all back. A little bit of a layback there, even looking for something even more on the inside here, but just kicking out there, and I think that will be definitely a nice number. Do you think he'll get the 5.76 for that one?
No, he's not going to move into the lead, but I'm thinking it's close to that last wave of Roy Kanazawa at the end of the heat. You know, easy roll in, paced it nicely. Couple of turns, nothing too outlandish. There it is, a 5.25, so he moves into second. Here goes Danny Widianto. He's now chasing a 5.9, releases the tail. That was really good surfing until he fell off, and it's going to count for nothing. But a bit of flair there from Danny. Got sort of all three fins and a third of the tail well and truly over the coping. Maybe needed to rein it in a little bit and try and get something more substantial than a 2.9 on the board before you start going for the 8s. But why not? The section was there. 12 minutes to go. So Tenchi Iwani is in the lead with a 7 and a 4. John Mark Kong has a 5.25, needs a 5.76 for first. Danny Widianto, a pair of 2s. Yuji Nishi, a 3.2. Danny's chasing a 5.9. Yuji's chasing a 5.6. Okay, 11 minutes to go. Second last heat of the round of 32 men's side of the draw. Yuji Nishi, speed to burn on this one. Flying off the bottom, just an open face carve. Now he gets a big section, deals with it very nicely and gives himself a big fist pump, and why not? That was a really strong turn. He was committed, he was in control from start to finish. And I really like the tempo of that wave. He was just building up down the line. You always knew something strong was coming to sign off with, and didn't put a foot wrong.
Yeah, that was a really great hit from Red. Just a really nice setup here. Carving it back to the power zone, and he eyes off this section off the bottom and just throws everything at it. Really likes the look of that one. So that will definitely help his campaign, needing a 5.60 to advance to the next round with 5 minutes. Love to see where that score is going to go.
All right, number to come for Yuji Nishi. He's chasing a 5.6. Inside the last 10 minutes. Priority is with our heat leader, Tenchi Iwami. John Mark Kong is currently sitting second. He's got a 5.25, would love to get rid of his 3.55. Danny Bidianto's in third, just with a couple of twos to his name. Yuji Nishi has a 3.2, and he's about to drop his best score. You'd imagine it's going to put him in the mix for second. The judges might take their time with this one. They realise it's a pretty important number.
Here we go, Miramar in third priority. Looking at this wave, looking to get a 5.76 to move into first. Cutting it back nicely into the pocket there. This one might stand up for Miramar on the inside, attacking the lip there. The fans loving it.
Oh.
A really nice layback in the pocket there. Wow. Really nice surfing from Miramar. Just shows that he's not only a tube rider, but excellent rail game as well.
This is Tenchi Iwami flying down the line. Couple of strong turns. And not done yet either. So a good bit of variety as well. Some vertical surfing, some open face carves. And now he is out of there. Been flashing some thigh as well through this heat. Might be time to invest in some better fitting boardies. But, all right, still waiting on all of these numbers to come in. I think we're going to have pretty significant numbers for Tenchi, Miramar, and Yuji Nishi. Danny Widianto has the lineup to himself and needs to get going because at the moment he's just got a pair of twos to his name. Here's Miramar's last wave. First turn was good, bit of a two-stager for his second turn. Plenty of points to come for that one. And then a good bit of variety as he drops the shoulder, throws a bucket. And from this point on, not much to report, but it's still going to be a decent number. Here's what Tenchi Iwami did on the wave behind. That turn had a nice sheet of spray. This vertical turn was pretty cool. And then again, the bulk of the points coming earlier on in the piece. So Tenchi Iwami has a 6.75 and a 7. He's in the lead. Still think we're waiting on a score to come in for Yuji Nishi somehow.
Yeah, he can see he's waving his arms up. He really wants to know that score and what position he's in with 7 minutes to go. And he's also in second priority as well. Here we go, some sets approaching, some bigger sets approaching. The surfers will be just looking to get under these ones, get onto the shoulder, and hopefully get themselves one of these sets because they are rolling down the point quite nicely. Priority with Danny Widianto needing a 7.65 to advance to the next round with 6 minutes and 30 seconds remaining here. Tanashi's still waiting for that score to come through.
We don't have the screen, but I think there's still a score to come for Yuji Nishi.
Here we go, White up and riding. Danny Widianto, really nice foam climbing, just not making it again. You can just tell by the body language he's just wanting something more than that. So he'll be losing priority on that wave. Priority with Red while he's waiting for a score, but he'll try and just, that's the importance of knowing kind of where the judges are going to base your scores, just in case they're still discussing it and you've just got to keep surfing the heat and having that knowledge as well. So 5 minutes, 20 seconds remaining here in Heat 7. Looks like the ocean will go a bit quiet towards the end here, with red in first priority, second Marima, third Daddy Widianto, and fourth with
Yuji Nishi.
All
right, 5 minutes to go.
5 minutes remaining.
Yuji Nishi has priority. I would assume he's still got a score to come because he had that big right-hander where he did the set up first turn and then thumped the closeout, gave himself a big fist pump claim. And we haven't seen a number come in for that. Unless he's been awarded less than a 3.2, which is currently what we're seeing as his high score. Doesn't seem right to me. But anyway, 4 minutes to go.
4 minutes. 4 minutes remaining.
Maybe we can look at the replay for Yuji Nishi's last wave. Because there's a possibility it's been ruled as incomplete.
Yeah, he did. I was thinking that he did claim it there, but he wasn't riding on his feet for too long, so I could kind of see both point of views. It was a huge hit, so if it was incomplete, that would be very upsetting for Yuji Nishi. But he's sitting with priority. He should be confident and comfortable within himself that that was a good score, and he should just be looking for something just to really lock himself in. That's the thing about surfing a heat, is even if you're sitting comfortably in first or second position, you still got to be chasing after it. Here we go, 2 minutes and 40 seconds on the clock. It looks like there's some sets approaching, the crowd going absolutely crazy. That was an amazing waves. None of our surfers were in the right spot for that one, but the second one may be coming through.
I don't know if there's going to be anyone in position for this either. All four surfers. If you're Yuji Nishi, you want to be on one of those waves, not necessarily duck diving it. So 2 minutes to go. Yuji Nishi still has priority, still on the hunt for a 7.35. So I'm thinking his last wave might have been ruled as incomplete when he did the big closeout turn. Daddy Widianto is chasing a 7.65. John Mark Takong, he's got a pair of fives. He needs an 8.45 to the lead, to get into the lead. And Tenchi Iwami, he's got a 7 and a 6.75 to sit comfortably in first. Just over 90 seconds to run.
Here we go, Daddy Widianto looking at an inside a wave. He'll be looking to just set this wave up with a nice vertical off the lip top turn there. The second one to go, chasing this wave down the point, and a really nice finish for Danny. He'll be just looking to get back out the back there, hoping for another opportunity, but really smart surfing from Danny, just taking one of those inside waves to try and find something. It was really good surfing for a small wave, but I'm not too sure he'll get the score for that. But 50 seconds remaining here in Heat 7, round of 32. Looks like Marima will be looking at this wave on the inside as well and not getting it, losing his priority at crucial points of the heat, but he's sitting in second position right now.
40 seconds to go. Yuji Nishi has priority. He's chasing a 7.35 to get up into second. There's a little bit out on the horizon. I'm not sure it'll get to our competitors in time as the wind ruffles up. Gets a little bit stronger once again. Tide continuing to drop. 10 seconds remaining. Yuji Nishi is on the move. He has to go. He has to get to his feet. He's got priority. Okay. Last roll of the dice time right now. He needs a 7.35. He can't afford to hold back. And, doesn't look like this wave's really cooperating with him. He's sticking with it through to the inside. He'll bring it into the reef. And, he couldn't have done much more with that wave, but that's not going to be the score. And it's looking like Tenchi Iwami and John Mark Takong will advance through to the next round. All right, that was an exciting heat. Don't go anywhere. We've got another one, Heat 8, the last one, men's round of 32 coming our way from the La Union International Pro right after this quick break.
Okay, welcome back to Heat 8 in the round of 32. Minute and a half has already gone. Georgia May is still with us. You're enjoying your time here?
Oh yeah, I'm loving it. Loving being in the booth with you guys.
We can't get you out of the booth. I mean, your dad's going to have to drag you away when the car's just about to leave. Okay, so that's Robert Trimble, and he's from Catanduanes, which is a really good wave on the east coast of the Philippines, north of Siargao. It's one of the waves that that was surfed far before Cloud9 and some of the other waves, nice and early. It hasn't really blown up with development and everything there, but it's a fantastic wave there in Catanduanes. It's called Majestics, and I've been there a couple of times myself. And that's Kijiro, in and out. Apart from here and Siargao, have you surfed anywhere else in the Philippines?
No.
No.
I have not, but I would love to explore more of the Philippines. Even before the Siargao event, I didn't even really know that there were waves here. So it's just so nice to see, especially with the QS, you know, surfing around Asia, you're exploring all different types of places that you never would thought would have waves and of that quality. An example of that would be here in the Philippines, also in Taiwan. The last event I was in for the QS, the waves were absolutely amazing. It was so much fun. It was like a little skate park out there.
It's wave rich, you know, this area is wave rich, and they're all becoming discovered. But there's still plenty of undiscovered waves. We didn't miss it, and well, actually I've just been informed. We're going to go to the interview downstairs. We're going to talk to the previous winner, so we'll head down there when he's ready.
All right, thank you very much, guys. Having a chat with the winner of the last heat, Tenchi Iwami, and describe the conditions out there this morning.
Pretty good. Yes, I like these waves, and I like that last move, like finish section. Yeah, I like these waves.
Watching the heats, were you planning on sitting out the back and waiting, or did you just want to keep busy and try and catch as many waves as possible?
I think I was thinking get hurt to many ways, and looking so hard. Yeah, I think keep busy. Yeah.
And today it's a little bit bigger than it has been. Are you on the same board, or are you riding a step up?
Same board. Yeah, all around.
Looked really good underfoot, and so you must take some confidence. You're moving on to the round of 16. How does that feel?
I feel so good. I'm so good. Yeah. Let's go.
What have you been doing last couple of days? Has been longboarding and lay days. What have you been doing in the downtime? Partying?
No party. I was playing billiards with friends and then take break and chilling. Just that. Yeah.
All right. Well, congratulations. Any words in Japanese to your friends and family at home?
見てくれてる方々応援ありがとうございました。ラウンドオブ16いけたのでこのまま、ファイナルデーまで行きたいと思います。応援よろしくお願いします。
There you go. Fantastic heat performance. Good luck in the rest of the event.
Thank you.
Back up to you guys in the box.
Thanks, Benzie. Fun little interview, that one. So we missed a few waves there. I think we had the split screen and we saw Kajiro Nishi just not make that final turn. That was a huge turn. Unfortunately, that would have been worth a stack of points. Plenty of time to go. We saw Philmar earlier, which was a replay. I think we were chatting during the replay. Get a fantastic finishing manoeuvre on his wave, and for that he got a 5.25, which is the highest score so far.
Here we go, replay from White. Yeah, just that one turn in the pocket there.
3.25, I think, his only wave. And here we go, straight into Kajiro. So there's great manoeuvre there. And then I think this was the finishing manoeuvre, and he just couldn't pull it off. You know, you got to think there was 3 or 4 more points in that manoeuvre. Actually, because he got 4 points for his first manoeuvre, and I thought the second one looked better. So that could have gone anywhere.
That could have gone really high, I'm assuming. Just from what I've seen, from where the judges are kind of scoring, they're looking for big turns, critical, hitting the lip. Definitely taking into consideration that the conditions are a bit trickier today with the lumps and the bumps and lots of water moving around. But yeah,
for sure. And I've noticed the winds sort of come up from the south, which is pretty unusual for here. Yesterday it was howling from exactly the opposite direction. Today it seems to be ruffling up into the face of the wave, which is yet again going to make it a little bit harder. Not much we can do about it. Actually, it's far better now than I think it was when we first started.
Yep, I definitely agree. A lot more opportunity. It looks like the waves are starting to peel down the point and just hug the reef a bit more, which is really nice to see.
I think that could be the tide coming up. I think it was low tide at 8:20.
Yeah.
So now here in the Philippines, it's just nearly 10 o'clock. So we've had an hour and a half of tide coming in. So we've got plenty more. So hopefully it will hug the reef a bit better and line up all the way through as our surfer Joe is up and riding. Call it.
Joe, first really nice turn and a huge second turn there in that bowley section. John has actually absolutely been ripping in the free surfs. He's probably got the most waves of anyone during the past few days. Every time I look up in the free surfs, he is on a wave in the right position. It just looks like he connects really well with this wave. He looks like he's just a local out here, just having fun, which is really cool to see. And he's always out in the water constantly. But looking at the replay here, really nice kind of speed turn there. He's looking at this section and eyes it off and absolutely bangs it in the pocket there. So I think that will be a really good score for White.
Yeah, that was the money turn. And there it is. You're exactly right. Best score so far of the heat, 7.0. And that puts Joe up into the lead. He's got to be pretty happy with that. There's still a lot of time to go. He's got a 7 and a 3.25. Obviously, he'll want to throw away that 3.25. Philmar Alipayo sitting on a 5.25. Now, Philmar, along with Muramar, who came second in the previous heat, are probably the 2 most famous Philippine surfers.
Yeah.
And Muramar more so because his straight-up ability, and Philmar, who's got a very similar ability, also has a YouTube channel called Happy Islanders, and he's married to a lovely lady called Andy Eigerman, and so together they do this YouTube channel, a lot of followers, and they're super well.
Oh my God.
What was that?
That was very interesting. That's going to need a name.
Yeah, I'll let you name that. So yeah, the Happy Islanders, get on YouTube and have a look at Philmar and Andy's channel. I think it's pretty amusing, and they put a lot of work into it. Let's have a look again. What are you going to call it?
I'm going to call it the slip and slide.
Well, that's exactly what I thought he'd made. I thought he got back up there. So that was Robert from Captain Duane's. So yeah, good on you to Phil, Mar and Andy. So I'm sure they'll post some of the surfing. Someone's whistling in the background. I suspect there's a set. I might twist my old neck around and have a look. Oh yeah, there's a bunch of sets about to cruise on through. I wonder who's going to get them at this stage.
Looks like Filmer.
Okay.
Liking the look at this one. He has got such an amazing backhand. He just loves hitting the big sections really hard, but unfortunately on that one,
just motored away from him there. I've surfed with Filmer a lot over the years. We were both goofy footers, and for the last 20 years I surfed, well, up until a couple of years ago, surfed Cloud9 and saw him from nothing, you know, from a baby essentially. Ipon is his dad, and his dad's a really good friend of mine. And he's just gone from strength to strength.
And he is such a nice guy in the water, always saying hello, really, really friendly. Just looks like we saw a really nice closing turn there for Blue. Would love to see the replay of what he got done on the outside there with 19 minutes and 35 seconds remaining in heat 8 of the round of 32. Very exciting day of competition today. Do you think it will be a big day of competition, Jerry?
I think we'll keep going. I personally, here we go. This is the replay of Kijiro. That was real speed. He's really got some speed, and none of the speed washed off with either of those turns.
Now that was tricky.
Yeah, that was a really, really good fish. It was super tricky because of the speed, because of he sort of hit it a bit late, but it was also fully white water. So that wave was full of air.
Yeah, and he makes it look easy. But that is really, really hard to pull off. So I'd love to see where the judges kind of place that score, because they do like seeing surfers push through some of the harder stuff that the ocean can throw at us. But Miramar staying busy. Sorry, not Miramar, Filmer. Sorry. Getting confused with the amazing surfers here in the Philippines. Just rolling it down the line, not liking the look of that one. And some of these waves here kind of mush up, and some of them really kind of bounce off the reef and allow you to push off the top and have a big bowly section.
So there's that wave from Kijiro. It was a 6.25. I was thinking maybe it was going to go a little higher than that. Maybe they didn't think it was vertical enough. Not being a judge, I won't say too much, but he's fairly happy with it. It's pushed him into first place. And Joe now is in second. Filmar in third. He needs a 5.01, and Robert hasn't really banked anything as yet, so he needs a 9.0. I'd like to have a little shout out to Filmar's brother PJ, who's just as good a surfer as Filmar. PJ's another amazing backhander from Cloud9, and the two brothers over the years, the last few years, have certainly dominated Cloud9. You just haven't seen people pig dog like those guys. And what they've done is they've taught all the younger guys how to do it as well.
Amazing. Does he compete?
He does occasionally. He's not as committed to competing as his brother.
Yep. Here we go. White up and riding. Nice turn in the pocket there. Just like that technique. It was a hard section, but backhand just in the water. He has amazing technique. Really kind of low center of gravity. Fighting his way through this little whitewashy stuff and just staying really low to commit to that end section, but really nice wave ridden by John in a surfer in white.
And that's put him up into the lead. Okay, that was, they liked it. It was a 6.30. This is a replay of that wave.
Yeah, I think the judges just really liked how he just read this wave, even though with just like the tricky whitewash, and he just kind of fully committed to this, kind of just let the tail drift, and pretty critical last turn there. So that will be a nice score for John. He'll be happy with that.
I think the last wave was where all those points came from. Manoeuvre was where all those points came from.
Yeah.
So we have a super competitive heat here. They're getting quite a few waves. It's only Robert that seems to be hanging on at this stage. He does have priority. We'd constantly... Oh, there he is.
Oof.
Heavy takeoff. And he'll be down. So unfortunately, he threw the dice and didn't win then. What do you say? Came up snake eyes or something, they say. I suppose it depends what game you're playing. Sometimes snake eyes is pretty good. So he didn't do well. He's lost his priority. Still more than half the heat remaining, so Robert has plenty of opportunity. I haven't seen him. I don't know where he is. Maybe a bit further down the line there. Oh, there he is. He's all right.
Here we go. Really nice wave approaching. Looks like Kajora with priority will be looking at this one. He'll be scratching his way to try and get a part of this one. And he's up on his backside. Just nice off the bottom there. Back to the power source. Might really ramp up for him here. He's going to go for it.
Boom.
Huge, big backhand attack there. Love the style and just the body torque into that one. Really fun to watch.
And he's going to milk this all the way and hopefully get a nice final manoeuvre because he's already garnered a stack of points and he's not giving up.
Looks like it'll connect all the way through and give him a nice little
tag.
finish there. That'll be a good score. And look, I can see his smiley face from there.
Yep.
So that might get him into first position, needing a 6.06.
Yeah, I mean, I don't like to stick my neck out and try to see what the judge is going to give because I tend to be wrong every single time.
Here we go. Just a really nice top turn. I love his backside. Seriously, that turn was
the money.
For me, personally, that was the best turn I have seen all morning of competition. I just love the approach. He took his time, just kind of even threw the fins out a little bit to get a little bit of a release and just committed to this wave and just wanted to finish it off nicely. And you can see he was happy with that one, just smiling there.
And look, it makes a difference. He milked it all the way through. He did have a final manoeuvre. Say it only gave him 0.5. The 0.5 can make every difference right at the end of the heat.
Every difference.
We'll see what the judges are going to award him there. Or is it up there already? 6.25. Needed a 6.06. No, the score mustn't be there yet because he needed a 6.06. So we're still waiting on those scores.
There you go. A 6.90.
Okay, 6.90. He's done it. So he's moved up into the lead with a 6.9 and a 6.25. I'm glad my memory lasted as long so I didn't call that was his actual wave. Sometimes it's confusing with the scores here and I'm easily confused. So, we've got the two Japanese lads up there and the two Filipino lads coming third and fourth. So, Philmar only needs a 7.5. Robert is now in a combination position to try to move into second, and here goes Philmar.
A really nice first turn there. He just throws buckets of spray. You can hear the Filipino crowd just clapping and chanting for him there. Really nice. You could see he put a lot of his energy into those three turns.
Super powerful. Was a smaller wave, so we'll see how the judges feel about that. But, the power in his back foot is just amazing.
Unreal. Here we'll see the replay here from Philmar. Just a really nice surfing. You can see there's no pumping in between his turns. It's one to the next, and the judges will definitely be taking that into consideration. A little pump there, but...
Yeah, but he had three connected turns right from the word go.
Really nice flow. Oh, we'll see a little bit of an air there, just not pulling it all the way through. With 12 minutes and 20 seconds remaining, I think that was really smart by Philmar because, the longer you sit there and wait with priority, the bigger your requirement gets.
And you start to panic,
Start to panic.
The next thing you know, you're taking a wave that you didn't really want. Again, we constantly have this discussion about priority. I've never surfed in a heat with priority. But, it's pretty stressful for them. And you can see that sometimes they panic, sometimes they don't. Sometimes they stay chilled and get that wave in the last 2 minutes. But, yes, sometimes it's a curse.
Yeah, so it just looks like white is the only one holding priority out there. We're going to see the replay of red. Not too much of a score here, but just cutting it back here on that first turn. Obviously wanting something a bit bigger. Section not really standing up for him, but a really nice attempt. Love to see rotation from the men. And
I believe we're moving into the women next heat.
Are we?
This is heat number 8. So... assuming we don't go straight back into the men's, then we will be moving into the women's quarterfinals. I'll just look at my notes. It's something I probably should have been prepared for already. But, okay, so schedule for today. Oh, I'm wrong. So men round of 32, heats 3 to 8, followed straight up by the men's round of 16. Okay, so we'll have 4 more heats of the men's before we move on to surfer on surfer or man on man, whatever we call it these days, competition.
Oh, it's very exciting to watch those man-on-man heats. I love watching it. It's just back and forth, really just battling it out.
Absolutely.
Two people in the lineup.
So Filmer, as far as my scores suggest, only got a 6.10. We thought he was maybe going to go a little bit higher than that, but I think he was penalised for the size of the wave. It was definitely a smaller wave.
Definitely. 10 minutes, 20 seconds to go. Filmer just still looking for that 6.21. No, all his fans on the beach will be hooting, and he's sitting in second position, so not a bad place. He's right up at the lineup in a really nice position at the moment. Some waves approaching. He won't go this one because White
Had the priority. Good move, Filmer. That was a real good move, and it is a nice looking wave. Racing down the line. He's definitely going to get around it. See what it can bring.
This one...
I can see you craning your head around. There's no wall on that one?
Nope.
No. We have the luxury, folks, of being able to turn around and see the whole lineup.
Yep. It's such a beautiful lineup here in La Union. It's huge. You know, you can sit really deep on the shoulder. Amazing venue here for our surfers, but really nice just tag. And obviously he's wishing he would just get another section to really give it some. But that was a really nice turn as well, but I'm not too sure that will go into his top 2.
No, it hasn't. It's come up as a 4.75, a little under his second best wave, which was a 5.30. So Kajiri Nishi's still in the lead with a total of 13.15. Oh, well, there you go on your screen. I don't even need to say it. Thank you to the guys in the technical team. They're saving my words. I'm sure everyone can read up the top there what's going on. So just under 9 minutes remaining. We've got a ding-dong battle going on here. It's only Robert that doesn't seem to be up there at the moment, but given the time and his knowledge of the place, he will actually get a better wave. He has to get a better wave. I'm feeling pretty confident.
Yep, with 8 minutes, 30 seconds remaining, anything can happen. It's been a very exciting heat so far, but obviously Filmer just really gunning for that 6.21 to advance to the next round. Definitely a crowd favourite here in the Philippines. He's been spending a lot of time in the water in the free surfs. Getting to know the wave, obviously. Do you know if he has much experience out here?
Robert, no. I know he's definitely been here before.
Okay.
I don't know exactly how much experience he's had here. You'll find it's only in the last few years have these guys started doing a bit of travel, because traditionally they're coming from, not really financial backgrounds. It's been very difficult for them to just travel. So once they've picked up a few sponsors and you've got support from like Next Gen and other groups, they're helping these people get around the country and experience different waves and different kinds of surfing. So traditionally someone from Captain Duane's would not have done loads and loads of travel, but in the last few years those things have changed, as Joe just comes a cropper on that one.
Yeah, no, it's so cool to see the next generation of Filipino surfing. I didn't know until I got to Siargao for the first time in the Philippines how high the talent was, both the men and women's. I was so impressed. Pretty world class, to be honest.
Absolutely world class. I mean, you think of a WQS, and we had granted it was 1,000, but we had a Filipino, a local, win the men's and the women's. So,
unreal. Amazing. Here we go. Filipino himself, up and riding, just getting past that first section. Looking to just get another section here, but just not opening up for him, unfortunately, for Red, for Robert.
Having a bit of a struggle out there at the moment, he is a great surfer. He's made it through to this second heat. He just isn't looking good at the moment. Maybe it's his board, maybe he's just finding himself in the wrong position constantly. It's hard to tell. We can have a chat with him later on the beach, or I probably will, but this stage, I don't think he's going to make the interview, although it's too early to say that. And while I'm talking, I've said it every time I've gone in there. These people keep texting me and asking me for shout-outs. So Gazza Yearland, of course, I've got a shout-out to. He helps us do the job in Siargao. You probably met him, Big Gazza that hands out the singlets.
Yes, I did. Great guy.
He's from my town, and he's a very, very good mate of mine. And then also I've got a bunch of friends in Yamba. You've been up to Yamba at all, surfed and Gowrie?
I have not, no, but I would love to.
I like to think my place is God's country, and this place is God's country, but Yamba is just absolutely amazing. It's a bit of replay of Robert's Wave. Can dissect it. Yeah, the board just looks a bit odd there, doesn't it?
It does. I'm not too sure if there's an epoxy he's riding, but it just looks like he's not really connecting with the board.
Well, the boys were saying with a bit of a lump and a bit of a bigger wave, they probably weren't going to ride the epoxies because they sit really high over the water. So if it's a bit choppy, you know, there's a bit too much flotation, hard to get a rail in.
Yep, definitely. Lots that goes into boards and board selection out there, and you know it's really important to bring a well-rounded quiver to these events because you know it's just proven here in La Union an amazing kind of perfect point break, but we've seen all different types of conditions. It's honestly changing every heat, so it's just important to have your equipment dialed in and to just know your equipment well.
Some of the younger Shargow boys that have made their way up here only have one board, and they have one board for every condition, and the board generally isn't full of stickers and it's kind of brown, and you know it doesn't mean they don't rip on it, but and hopefully eventually someone watches them and gives them a sticker and gives them a board, and that's part of the reason to come up here. It's not just to, you know, try to win whatever. It's to get noticed, you know.
100%.
And they generally do it not even always just for themselves. You know, if they can get to a position to help their families, like Filmar and Muramar and Peso and those guys from the town, you know, they win money and they help their families. They don't just take the money and, you know, buy a car or go and party. They're really family orientated, which is a cool thing to see.
It's so incredible. And just like the mix bag in every type of, you know, ethnicities and all that kind of stuff here in the event, in the Asia circuit. It's so nice to see everyone kind of mixing together, you know. And
they do. And when these boys go to Indonesia, you know, you guys and the Indonesians will help out. If they go to Japan, I'm sure the Japanese boys will. You know, it's a kind of a, I don't know, it sounds a bit cliche, but it's kind of a little Asian family, you know.
It is.
And it's almost little Asia against the rest of the world. You know, you want to get someone out there into the big show, and this is what they're all fighting for, you know. It seems like... I don't know whether certainly countries like Indonesia and the Philippines haven't had the financial advantages that some other countries have. So to see them make their way through is really amazing, and that's what we want to see.
Yeah, it's incredible to see, incredible to be a part of. But here in this heat, it looks like the ocean's going a bit quiet here with 3 minutes and 30 seconds in the clock.
So I'll quickly shout out my Yamba people that I was going to talk to. Someone rudely caught a wave in the middle of my shout out. So just my Yamba crew, Chris and Di and Bill Zaffis. Chris Zaffis has been to many of these events, and he's a good mate of mine, and I grew up with Bill. Cool people. Thornton, Dave and Anna, Pete, and Laurie. So g'day to you guys up there in Yamba. I'll be coming up to visit it sometime soon. I love the place.
Yeah, amazing. I would love to surf there.
Oh, and Gary Point is just amazing. And Yamba has miles and miles of beaches. It's an amazing place. Good fishing, good town. One of those towns on the north coast that actually has a big river that goes out of the ocean. So many of those coastal towns, you can't have a boat and get outside.
Yeah.
But that one is one of the ones you can, and it's super popular up there now.
Incredible.
I wish I'd bought some land there 10 years ago. Something standing up out the back there with 2.5 minutes remaining.
Yeah, that's the great thing about this point break. I mean, you don't sit too long. There's always waves coming through. Looks like a set here approaching. This looks like it's going to go down the line quite nicely, but the boys just not in position there with 2 minutes and 20 seconds remaining. Blue in first position and sitting with priority. So a great position to be in right now.
Absolutely. You know, given that it's wide like this, I'm a little surprised Filmar doesn't paddle down the line a bit and get away from those two because they're going to have priority over him. And I think he probably needs to separate himself because they will just use their priority, obviously, as soon as they can. So I'm surprised he hasn't done a dash somewhere. Maybe if he did, they would follow him anyway.
All right, 1 minute and 45 seconds remaining in the last heat of the round of 32.
Well, there you go. He's pulled the trigger.
He's done it.
It's a
up and riding.
Smaller one again. What's he going to do with it? That's a good start. Good
first
start.
Turn in the pocket. And another one just fighting his way through. He wants it. Oh, and a nice finish there, but nothing else to offer.
6.21. What's your feeling, Georgia May?
I'm not too sure he's going to get it on that one. It was an insider. Even though the turns were quality, I just think if he just got one more solid backhand hit, he would have been closer to getting the score. But I don't know. I am not a judge, but those were two really committed turns.
They were, but I'm kind of feeling the way you feel there. Unfortunately, had it lined up a little more and he could have hacked it a couple more times. So it was pretty clever of Kijiro and Joe not to take that wave because they had the opportunity, and I'm thinking that, well, it wasn't opportunity enough. And it's come in as a 4.9, unfortunately, for Filmar. So the time is definitely running out for him and Robert. And it's looking more and more like Kijiro and Joe may be slipping on through to the round of 16, which will be up very next.
20 seconds remaining here in this heat, the dying last seconds of this heat. Looks like there'll be some waves approaching here. Priority still sitting with Blue. Looks like Blue taking off in this wave at the 10-second countdown. I think this would just be a nice little wave in, but hitting it off that first section there.
There is the hooter in the background. I don't know if the surfer in white took the one behind, although this is a nice wave.
Oh my God, yeah, just connecting it. I mean, turn
Weightless.
to turn.
He was weightless there. That was really impressive. So whether the surfer in white took the one behind or not, it won't matter because it's Kijiro and Joe that are going to move into the round of 16. So congratulations to those guys. Real commiserations to our two Filipinos. And in the meantime, we will go on a little break. Thank you. If we don't see you in the next heat, we really appreciate that you've sat with us. And you're welcome to any time.
Thank you so much. It's been a pleasure sitting here and watching all the action unfold at the beautiful Point Break and being here in La Union. Big
All right.
shout out to all the locals. But yeah, see you soon.
Okay, well, thanks very much, and we'll head off to a break.
Competitive surfing is more than just a lifestyle, it's actually a job, and that's the way we need to approach it, and that's the way we did approach it. Since the announcement of surfing in the Olympics, amazing things have happened in our sport. 2022, we went aggressively into competition mode. We had 4 legs in 3 months, an international event in Siargao. We had our national event in Siargao, Belair, Larongan and Cabugao. We've put our focus on the youth. We have a caravan that goes around the Philippines. We go from province to province and train them and educate them on how to become Philippines' greatest surfers. We want to raise up athletes who will raise up gold for the Philippines. Without the support and love of Next Gen, the next generation of surfers in the Philippines wouldn't be where they are today. Maraming salamat, Next Gen, and we look forward to continually working with you.
Okay, so we're back live after that terrific message from Next Gen and Johnny Carby, who's actually sitting down right next to me now. I want a big thanks to Georgia May Hicks for coming and commentating with us, and her dad Matt. It was real fun to have you here, and your knowledge of surfing is pretty damn high, so good on you. And next time in Siargao, we'll drag you back into the booth. Hopefully we won't drag you into the booth because you'll be surfing all the way to the final, but otherwise we'll drag you into the booth.
Yeah, and it's good to have a flower amongst the thorns, really.
I'm certainly thorny.
Don't know if that came across the way you wanted it.
Well, no, it's just the way you think, John.
It's not by any means.
Now you've made me think about what I said. I hadn't even considered it. So you've got Surfer in Blue having a look. So far, no waves ridden. We have Ketut Agus from the Philippines. We have Putra Hermawan also. Ketut from Indonesia. We have Putra Hermawan from Indonesia. And we have Kaiki Yamanaka and Daiki Tanaka from Japan. This is the first heat of the round of 16. And the boys are desperate to get themselves into the quarterfinals, which will be then man on man.
Yep, so this is Filipinos are slowly dropping out. We lost Filmar Alipeo and Robert Timble in that one, with our Japanese contingent dominating that heat, and there's some big sets out there rolling in now.
There certainly is. I mean, I think It's looking cleaner and better than it did earlier. I think the size is sort of similar. It just is definitely lining up better. A little bit of a northerly wind, John, a bit of a semi-devil.
Northerly, I believe you'll find that's a southerly wind.
Sorry, southerly wind, yeah. I'd actually said southerly before, and now I don't even know what I'm talking about. But putting a little bit of a devil wind on the face.
It is, and you're East Coast resident yourself, so this north, south, east, west goes...
Confuses me.
back to front and upside down.
It's like driving the lovely Volkswagen that they supplied. And again, I was on the wrong side of the road. I was with Wilmar, who lives here, and he demanded I drive. So it was kind of confusing.
You lived here for how many years?
I didn't drive. Drove a motorbike on a dirt road. You know, and I'm not a city boy.
It is a beautiful looking lineup. Like you said, it's cleaning up, but there's been some bomb sets driving in. I was just sitting next to us with our contest director, Luke, and trying to figure out, I don't know, it's because the scores are sort of hanging around that 13. They're a bit lower than they have been throughout the...
Yeah, they're certainly not awarding the smaller waves.
No, which is hard because they seem to be the ones that run a little bit more.
Yeah, well, they want to see people on the bombs. And, you know, regardless of what we think, they've got to look at what the judges are scoring, and then they need to surf to that. I mean, that's obviously the goal, is to get through. So, you know, if the judges look like they're only awarding the bigger waves, then, you know, my thinking is to stick to them rather than run around on the inside, because Philmar, particularly in that last heat, got a couple of good small ones, but and he surfed the death out of them, but they didn't score that highly.
And unfortunately, Robert Timmel never got up and running.
No, he didn't get out of first gear, unfortunately. I'm not really sure why, because he is a great surfer.
He is a great surfer. I think he went down on that float, and we sort of had a chat on the beach. He said he was going to go for it. He didn't want to go home not knowing, and he sure didn't. Hayes Ketut. Super smooth, well experienced, great surfer from Indonesia. Been in the game a long time.
Yep.
And you can see it in their surfing. Generally, these guys, a bit older, a bit more confidence. They
do. They've got a lot of confidence, and you know, they're not scared of anything out here. And we'll have a quick look at this wave before we go to the interview. Unless he's going to surf out of our... That's Putra. Lovely guy from Indonesia. And he's going to finish that off. Oh, is he there? Is he there?
He's
no,
got
he's
to get
not.
finished
Okay,
off.
so we'll head off downstairs to the interview with our previous winner.
So I'm here now with KG, the winner of the last heat for the men's round. So KG, tell us about your strategy going into that heat.
Yeah, so with my friend Joe Atsushi, he's my local in Japan. With always surf with Joe Atsushi. Yeah.
So when you came to the Philippines, did you Google what kind of waves?
Yeah.
Did you and what kind of equipment did you bring here with you?
I practice in Japan. Hard backside, backhand repair. So practice hard, but so wave is free. Same kind. Yeah.
Is this your first time here in the Philippines, or your first time in La Union?
Yes.
Nice. So, do you want to say thank you to your sponsors or family in your language in Japan?
Yeah. 次のラウンドオブ16も、精一杯バックサイドでリップしたいんで応援よろしくお願いします。
All right. So thank you, and hopefully see you again towards the next rounds. Congratulations. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Luke. Down there on the beach with Kenji, out there with his countryman and good friend. It's good for these guys who travel. Puts a bit of comfort into your soul when you get out there with people you know. Definitely helps ease the nerves.
I hear you. Yeah, I think there's some waves surfed during the interview, and this is Ketut Agis.
Looks like a nice backup. So I know he caught this one inside the bay. Only got a few turns onto it, but that might be his first wave.
Yeah,
actually.
that was his first wave,
which dropped in at a 7.0.
Yeah, which is great. And then he quickly backed up with another one. I'm not sure whether that's the replay we'll see. No, we're going to see Putra. So yeah, I think he did one big turn and then didn't quite make the close out.
It's impressive, Matt Hicks. Thank you very much for bringing your daughter to the country, and thank you.
Thanks, guys. See you later. And had Putra made that one, that would have been an amazing score.
Yeah.
Fortunately, he got blasted at the bottom.
So there's Ketut's second number dropping in the fives.
That's a pretty good score. We turned around and watched that live, and it was essentially one big move. On the inside. On the way back out, he turned around.
And that's what we were discussing actually off camera. We were talking about the experience and knowledge that he had just to get that back up. Because now he's in the driver's seat with...
He's comboed everyone already.
8 minutes to go. Everyone's in combination. That makes you
gone.
feel pretty
Yeah.
good.
Yeah, yeah.
And now he's probably going to make his way back to the lineup, unless he sniffs something out on the inside, which you think he'll do better. But if I was going to guess, I'm going to say he's going to get back to the priority area.
I would be thinking so.
And get a little bit selective. Who's this? Ooh, was that White?
It's Keiki, yes.
White about to get another throwaway to join his score. The judge is not even liking his commitment as he went over the falls on that one.
No.
0.15, that's probably the smallest score I think I've seen drop for an up and down.
I could beat him.
Going down a little bit heavy there. We love a good wipeout. Everyone loves a good wipeout, unless you're the one getting the wipeout.
Exactly.
And I've had more than my fair share, I must admit.
I've seen you have a few.
I've had some good ones.
So just over 20 minutes remaining. We'll just thank Next Gen Philippines. We saw an ad for them previously. Had you been sticking on during that? Oh, here's a replay. Is that his second wave that he caught inside?
I still think this is his first wave.
That's his first wave again.
But he went to town on it. That first opening snap, followed by that combination wrap, and then the finish.
Yeah.
He earned every point of that 7.0. One of the highest for the day so far. I think like people have been struggling, apart from JR, who sort of got out there and put together a pretty good combination.
He did. Here's a bomb out the back. I wonder if someone's going to be in position.
Katut has sort of taken off there, sort of picked things up from the last heat. We had some pretty good scores also, so maybe things are improving out there and the scores are starting to reflect it.
So that's Daiki. On a bit of a bomb there. Let's see if it lines up nicely for him. It's gone a bit flat right there. I see you turning around to see what's on the inside. Is that about the end of it there? Okay.
Yeah, it is.
So it was a well-surfed wave. I think he was expecting more from that wave. When it stood up, it looked like it was going to line up not only all the way through but out the back, but it ended up staying a little bit flat out the back there. So
yeah, and it hit that sort of turbulent water on the inside where he had to deal with the white water. Sort of takes... It's hard to explain. You can't quite get the drive and lock out of your fins when you got that bubbly water in front of you. Great takeoff. This opening wrap was beautiful, and then he sort of gets into that white water here, and you hit the bumpy, lumpy period, and it's hard to get a clean line. It's hard to look good.
I like that he finished it.
He finished it well.
He was committed all the way through. So
it's going to be a good score, no doubt.
Certainly be his best score.
Absolutely. Waiting for the judges to drop that in. Taking a bit of time because it was a bit different.
Yeah, it's coming in fairly low, but, you know, it's giving him a head start or a kick start at least. There's a 3.6. I would have personally given it a 3.7, but, you know, you can't.
Generous.
I'm a generous scorer, yeah. Definitely can see some lines.
We have a pretty experienced judging panel down there. We have Indonesians, Japanese, of course, Filipinos. Head judge from Australia, priority judge from Australia, priority assistant from the Philippines. All-star cast down there.
Yeah, look, we've got a good consistent crew down there. We've had most of them use them before, and you know the reason they get asked to come back is because they are good at what they do.
Yep. I was sitting down there. I often wander through the lines then down there with the judges, and often you'll see the same numbers dropping in. They're super consistent across the board down there, making Ty's job a lot easier.
Yep, and that's Keiki just trying to make the most of this not so great wave. When I'm down there, I see them all on the Wordle before it starts. Everyone's going hard on the New York Times Wordle.
There's a good chance that Jerry's just become a endorsed speaker of this Wordle app. He had me pinned up against the wall.
Well, you're going to help me tomorrow because
convincing me to Wordle.
Those guys are doing better than me. My wife loves it. Gail Avaris, I don't know if she's listening. She's a massive fan.
This product brought to you by Jerry Deegan, apparently.
Yeah, wow. Speaking of products, so Next Gen, thanks very much for all your support.
Yeah, we saw the ads earlier. We got
Too
them
much
in the
of
wrap
you.
up, trying to get a bit of... Yeah, there is a lot of, man. I don't love it. It is about Philippine surfing. It's about Next Gen empowering Philippine people. I'm a token white guy, basically.
You
And
are.
I'm just there on the back of champions and legends in the Philippine surfing community. I'm basically there just helping and assisting to them as much as I can. And like I said, with a team of next gen behind us in this sport of surfing, presenting this WSL event in La Union, I'm just proud and honoured to be a part of it and accepted by the Philippine crew here. So yeah, like I said, I don't particularly love seeing my face on any.
You do. So then the Department of Tourism, thank you to the Department of Tourism, I can't stop it. Provincial Governor of La Union and San Miguel Infrastructure. They're our major sponsors. Our minor sponsors are PLDT and Smart. Now
I set that up so bad that I knew I was going to get put straight in that position. Thank you, Cherry Deacon.
You hassled me for being thorny, so.
Too good. Too good. My bad. I won't let myself get there again.
PLDT and Smart supplying all our internet needs. Volkswagen Philippines has given us 2 really cool cars to cruise around. I don't seem to get one.
The biggest problem is who's got the keys from.
You've got the keys all the time. Red Bull have supplied us a bunch of product, amongst other things. And our local sponsors, Haraya Sunset Hill Restaurant, Clean Beach, San Juan Surf Resort is where the majority of us staying. It's a fantastic place.
Except Tim Patton, how well's that worked out?
Yeah, that's good for us. Alima, Sabong Fried Chicken, Surftown La Union, Tagpuan San Juan, Warung Local, Zero Water, Kermit, Seabuds, La Cantina, Lineup Bistro. Oh, we do have someone from Shargo who's sponsored. I'm trying to think of
Lamari Shargo,
yeah.
one of our major supporters actually. Great resort down there. We'll look at White in action here first and we'll get back to Lamari. White up and riding, putting together, I think that's about his 3rd turn here. They've all been quite varied and looking good so far.
And he doesn't need much. I mean, he's holding on to a 2.7 and 1.5. We're halfway through this heat. So that was much needed.
Yeah, absolutely. And that is going to be a good boost for Keiki.
I think his first turn was the money turn. The rest was, semi-milking it through, but we'll see what they're offering for that.
Yep, it's a little bit strange. You want where it looks like it's going to stand up, it flattens off. Where it flattens off, it stands up.
Yeah.
There it is. Nice little foam climb there, getting vertical. This second wrap, nice high and tight. And then just a wrap. Good combination. Good. Definitely.
Three very different manoeuvres there.
Yeah. And
another
then
little cutty. Just lining it up to see if it's going to set up on the inside, but I think he chooses to bail out of there.
Yeah, it's the age-old question, is it worth the paddle back, or have you done enough? Have you done as much as you can?
4.85, which is by far his best wave, and he is in 2nd position. Makes his possible transition to first easier. He needs a 7.55, but he's semi-separated from the 3rd and 4th place. So Daiki in green needs a 3.96 to move into 2nd. And Putra in blue needs a 5.25 to move into 2nd. So very doable, 13 minutes, 45 seconds remaining. And we've got a bit of a Japan-Indonesia shootout here at this stage.
Yep, hoping 2nd priority there, Putra, can just open up, start showing what he can do out there, because him sitting out there with that 0.5, a 2.3 and a 0.7, I know he's capable of a lot more, and I'm sure he's looking for that one. Sitting in 2nd priority under Katut's 1st priority, who we sort of called it. We knew he got that score, got that backup score, and he's gone out.
Hang on, yeah.
And he's going to sit there in priority in the driver's seat.
So far paying off.
Hasn't got the field and combination anymore. Kaki is only looking for a 7.55, only a 7.55, Jerry.
Doable.
It is doable. I said, is it going to be done on the big manoeuvres, the big critical section, or is it going to be one of these? My money would be it's going to be on a big wave.
Yep. Look at this little section. All right, so Daiki only needs a 3.96 to move into 2nd place. That last manoeuvre was, my thinking, almost enough on its own. He hasn't given up. Yeah, he did get the backwash there. There hasn't been a lot of backwash out there this stage.
We're starting to have that rip bowl. As the tide pushes in with this swell, the water's got to go somewhere, and that's the spot that it's got to go back out.
Well, he just discovered that. Here we go, a little replay. Nice little wrap to start with. I think this is where all his points are coming from. Certainly smashed that lip, sprayed everywhere, and a nice cut. So 3 very, very different manoeuvres to start there, and then I wonder if we can see this backwash. Does get messy in there.
There it was. It was a little sidewinder.
Yeah.
And he looked like he almost timed it. You can actually, if you see him coming, you might actually be able to take it to advantage and gives you a little kick speed and makes it look really good, but generally that's where I go.
Absolutely, and he got a 5.6 for that, so it was well and truly enough to move into second place. And again, I don't need to read it necessarily because you can see that on your screen there. I think our job is to read it when it's not on the screen. But it just goes you to show that there's a change in position there. We have red in first, green in second, white in third, and blue in fourth. Red still holding on to priority. Putra there in blue, second priority, so he's desperate to get something solid. Plenty of time, but we keep saying plenty of time. I don't know. Time seems to go twice as quick when you're looking at that clock.
Absolutely, and when you're out there in the water and you're a bit nervous, you just want it to stop.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm sure Katut does not want it to stop. He wants to speed up to 10 times as quick.
Well, that said, I know Katut would also want to see Putra come through with him into the next round.
Without question. The two Japanese lads in the last heat were stoked for each other, and if we get two Indonesians in this, they'd be stoked for each other, but we need to wait and find out.
Absolutely,
okay,
and there
so
is...
Daiki's having... Oh, it's not Daiki.
Wasn't
oh,
it?
Sorry, I thought it was green that took off. So it's Kaiki, and he only needs a 4.36 to move through. A couple of nice manoeuvres to start with.
Real cat and mouse game going on here. Ooh, what do you reckon? Initial feeling?
My initial feeling is maybe not, but a 4.36, two nice moves. You know, I'd be thinking 2 points of manoeuvre, maybe just not there, but I think every time I've been asked to call it, I've been wrong. So.
Well, I was just comparing to Daiki's last one. I don't think it was anywhere near that range.
Yeah, no, well, neither do I.
So I reckon the judges...
Here it is. It's coming in at a 4.0. 2 points for every manoeuvre. First time I've been right in 50 years. Okay, well, so...
10 minutes?
Yes, 10 minutes remaining, and that doesn't really help Kaiki. He still needs a 4.36 to move into first. Bit of a bomb out the back there. I can see the surfer in blue, Putra, paddling his guts out. We're going to have a quick replay first. So, yeah, 2 points for that mover. 2 points for that manoeuvre.
Official breakdown.
Yeah.
What's this one?
Oh, okay, 2 points, 1.1 points.
So you weren't officially correct.
Okay, so we've missed the
there we go.
One from Putra, but it's fairly long. I mean, we saw that whole other replay, and Putra's still on this wave, gaining a few points. So, oh, and a fantastic finish.
That was fins high. That was a nice critical last manoeuvre. It'd be interesting to see where he got to work on the outside of this one. Did he do the work? Because generally judges want to see the big moves done on that outside section where it's stepping up and most critical. Here we go.
So it's a good size wave. Okay, he's waiting to see what happens. Okay, nice off the foam. A little bit of a hitch there, or a glitch, or whatever you want to call it, but he didn't give up. Okay, so there's not much happening out there. Not sure where we saw him. Probably in around here somewhere. Okay, so that's the money move. That's the money move. So essentially it's really what kind of points he's going to get on that one manoeuvre.
A 6.9, which is what he's needing to advance at this stage. Maybe not. But will he throw away one of his 2.3s or 0.7s? 100%.
Yes, I suspect it'll be the 0.7 he throws away. He's one of the nicest guys that comes here, Putra. He's another guy that just... You know, he walks 100 metres up the beach just to say hello and shake your hand and walk back. He's a nice guy. He's been to the Philippines a few times and competed quite a few times. Done very, very well in Siargao.
There he goes. He's dropped a 5.90, which, like we were saying, we wanted to see him get in the game. He's, by all means, laced up and ready to rock.
Yeah, just needs a 3.3 now to move into second place. Stacks of time.
He's going to want to hear that from the beach commentator. It's a big part of that beach commentary going on down there.
It is. Yesterday, with the northerly wind, they couldn't hear anything out there. It didn't matter how
southerly, was it southerly? It was a northerly yesterday, wasn't it? Sorry, you got it right this time.
So, yeah, they couldn't hear anything. It's good that wind hasn't picked up too strong, and it's actually meant to die off as the afternoon, well, it's not the afternoon yet, but as the day progresses.
I think it dies off and goes westerly.
Westerly, look, if it's
easterly,
if it's westerly at 2 knots, then it doesn't really matter, you know, it is onshore, but...
I think it might go offshore, we'll see.
You're on a westerly or easterly, you're confusing me now.
You've lost me.
So we do want an easterly, we're on the west coast here, so an easterly would be great. Now, nothing worse than an easterly where I live in Australia or where I lived in Cloud 9. Easterly meant golf.
Okay, easterly meant golf. For this new generation of surfers, easterly means air reverses, punt sections, and like putting all the pressure on your ankles and knees, I think.
Yeah, injuries.
So not much of a requirement. We saw Green waving his arms out there. That's him yelling out to the beach commentator that he wants an update. And here he goes. He's looking to throw away a 3.6 only to make it a little bit hard for the rest of the boys. And surfing like this is a great way to do it. Oh, nice high line speed carve there.
Okay, well, I don't think he's going to get a huge score, but I'm feeling the 3.6 might be doable there. First two manoeuvres were quite similar, and the wave is a lot smaller, so he will be penalised a bit for that, but I mean, I'm thinking the 3.6 is well in there.
Red making a priority area. He sat there forever and a day
So
to throw it away on that one.
Oh, God. So it was a 5.6 there, so for the surfer in green. He easily got there. He's moved into second place.
So Katut's watched this one going away under him and let Ducky have a look at it. And it was this combination, so he's nice little hit off the lip and gets nice and vertical here on that second manoeuvre. Buckets of spray, so not quite similar. And then a third good high and tight wrapping roundhouse, followed by that fourth slower wave. So from White now up and riding. Oof. Couldn't quite get disconnected from that lip and get the nose up on the way down. Sending it currently in third place. Now chasing a 7.05, so things getting exponentially harder for these guys.
Yes.
As we approach the 5 minutes, we have Katut out in first place. He just threw away priority on that last wave. I'm sure he'll be spewing about that. He sat there forever, controlling the heat, still by all means in control. But our surfer in green, Ducky, in second place, now only needing a 6.11 to get that. I guess it's more of a safer first place.
So, well, you know, as the time clock's down, if you're in first place and one of the other surfers gets a fantastic wave, your worst situation is getting in second place and still making it through. So it is very important to be in that first place.
So that security blanket of first place. And our surfer in white, I don't think he'll get on that last one. I didn't see the replay, but that fall looked like it was at the start of the wave on a closeout section. So he's not going to improve his situation, and he's still looking for a 7.05. So a pretty big situation for him, and also our surfer in blue. There he is going down pretty heavy on that one. Sure he's okay. Surfers are professional fallers, really, aren't they?
Well, they know what to do. Yeah, they do. I mean, and it doesn't matter. You can fall and hit the reef. You can fall and have 5 foot of water and still hit the reef. You can fall and have 1 foot of water and not hit the reef. You know, there's a lot of luck involved. But these days, they do semi-study how to fall.
I would like to sit down and just talk with Mason Ho, because that dude does some pretty stupid things in some pretty stupid places and comes up smiling.
Yeah. Now, there are some strategies these days about how to fall, particularly in bigger waves. You want to penetrate the water and pop out the back, but in super shallow waves, you know, I'm not really sure that's exactly the strategy you want to take.
Yeah. So just notice on screen there, Katut waving his arms, asking a few things of the beach commentator. Not sure what he wants. I'm just pretty sure he wants to know that he's still in first.
Yeah, I think it was an update.
And he wants to know how close second is. He wants to know who has priority. All these things become vitally important because you want to go and put pressure on your competitors. So
well, that's not going to help Kaiki a great deal. I don't know. We didn't see the start of the wave, but I don't think there was much involved in that.
3 minutes.
3 minutes, and the next heat will be JR. JR, who just killed it in the previous heats. He's from here. We got Made Ariana, Bronson Mede, who also won his heat, and Oni Anwar. So we've got 3 Indonesians in the next heat. I bet they were wishing there would be 2 of them, but we will lose an Indonesian in the next heat, unfortunately.
Good heat, good-looking heat up next.
Real good heat, yeah.
Bronson Mede, I made Arena. They're all names. These and the current form of JR.
They're four standouts out there.
Yeah, it's by any standards a final or a semi-final, and we're going to meet them into the round of 16. So quarterfinals coming up next, the man-on-mans.
Yes.
Or woman-on-woman, person-on-person.
Yeah, I have a feeling if we move through, we'll move through into the women's quarterfinals first. And I think the powers that be are going to find it hard to walk away from these waves because it's meant to drop off a little tomorrow.
Yep, but also sort of lines it up for a bit more performance surfing, which is pretty cool.
For sure. Okay, so there's Katut. trying to improve on his 5.4, which he's not going to do. Bit of a lump out there. That's that southerly wind.
I think that's the southerly wind combined with that higher tide and the water rushing back out. We've got a little draining rip that's sort of where it sort of runs out next to us, and it sort of sends those little 3-foot side chops in, assisted by the wind.
Yeah, it is kind of messy in there, isn't it? Okay, up the back we have Putra. And Putra's, this could be his last gasp, so...
Oh, come on.
Yeah.
Oh.
Good effort. That was a good effort. I mean, it's the first time I've seen someone pull in wide on that section there.
And it would have been interesting to see what the judges would have given. It wasn't by any means a clean or...
No, but we don't know what happened out further out the back. I mean, he's hanging his head a little bit there. He's certainly not happy with the outcome, but given the wave, you know, it was worth a shot.
1 minute, by all means, and we haven't seen it go to the judges yet, so it would have been a huge question for them to ask and see where it would have landed, because it's a very rare opportunity to get a barrel even to pull in out there. I think Kian did it earlier, and Putra got a lot closer. That's some nice surfing. This is going to go. This is going to go big, I can feel, Jerry.
Yeah, Kaiki is really making a run at that second place here. Oh, and he finished it off. He's happy. He's happy.
Needing a pretty massive 7.05.
I think, you know, I'm thinking he's in that vicinity there.
He's yelling. He's happy. 27 seconds. Will anyone else get an opportunity to sort of answer back? With priority is Kaitut. Again, I swear that guy is a priority magnet. He's been holding first priority no matter what he does.
Well, they played cards last night. When you win, you get a P. So he's using all the Ps he won last night.
I see. It looks like this one will run out on the clock. We're going to wait for that score for Kaiki. Exciting finish, Jerry.
That's amazing, and I just am biting my nails. Oh, the first one. The scores are just starting to pop in. Oh, he just missed out. He just missed out. He got a 6.85.
He was looking for a 7. He ended up dropping the 6.85.
Well, that's a real shame for him. And so congratulations to the two winners there. We will move into a break, and we'll be back shortly.
Here we are. Oh, that wasn't the one before. Full barrel effort. Nothing much happening here. Of our surfer in white, everything on the line, looking for a massive requirement. Great combination. May not be enough. Not sure if we're on break. So, looking for a 7 on that one. Looks like he came through for a... We'll try to figure it out. Oh, here we are back. I am here, John Carby with Tippy Jabrick. Super exciting heat.
Yeah, morning, John. This is one of the heats to watch because we have our local hero here, also JR, but he's surfing against 3 Indonesian here. Oni, Fajar, and also Bronson Mady on fire today.
Yeah, it's, like I said, conditions suit all 4 of these guys, every one of them. Interesting to see where they're going to be sitting in relation to JR. You reckon they've figured out their own sort of lineups at the moment, or you think they're still going to be looking where the local boy's sitting?
I think JR know where to sit. That's the reason why he could be, you know, the
look at
the
that.
lines. His could be the lineup, not you know,
Yep.
where to sit.
And as we were obviously 3 minutes in, and Oni's already set a standard out there. Oni's already dropped a 6.75.
Yeah.
Getting things opened up pretty quick. That's why he's on his way back out there.
Yeah, Oni. I have to say, Oni have a his own what do you call that strategy out there, because he know that Bronson and JR and Fajar is capable to get the numbers, but he said he just wanna catch any good one that come to him and not losing any opportunity.
Well, Oni's one of these guys that's not really influenced by anyone, right? He's just he knows his strategy, he knows how to put together a good heat, and he's got the confidence in himself to go out and carry out his plans, his strategies, and as we've seen in many competitions through Oni, he shines day in and day out, often hitting the highlight reel.
Yeah.
It looks like that is our surfer in white.
So this is Bronson Mady right now live in action. He scored a good number this morning, and that's one of the reasons why he get that number, because of his explosive surfing, unpredictable. That's what we like to see. Yeah.
We are. It looks like Jerry Deegan's going to be ready down there with our last heat winner, Couture. We're just going to stick with the live action at the moment because they are going wave for wave. So we'll be down with you shortly. Okay, Jerry, over to you for the winner of our last heat. Get to it. Maybe not quite ready for us.
With Couture, winner of the previous heat. That was a fantastic heat. Real topsy-turvy. You took the lead early and you hung on to it with priority. What's your thoughts on that heat?
Today it's better than yesterday, but it's kind of a little bit tricky. Still bumpy a little bit, but I just thinking to start it at the inside because I saw so many waves really good at the inside, so I just build my strategy. But yeah, I got that first wave, 7 point. It's pretty lucky, and after that I was paddling out there, and I was thinking I will be on the fourth priority. I just like, okay, this is a small one. Take another one and
It was really well done, and we watched you out there, and then all of a sudden you were on the next wave. So you took it really wide, and you were lucky that it had a pretty good wall.
Yeah, pretty lucky to get that waves. Actually, it's really hard hit. After that waves, I was like sitting on my priority. I was thinking to get another good backup, but there's no waves at all.
Well, and then you sat on your priority a long time, and when you finally took a wave, you fell off. You must have been thinking, oh my God, what's going on here?
No, I didn't think about it. I just think like, okay, I still have chance. I still have so many times, so I just like, okay, get back there and get a priority and trying to get another good rhythm.
Next heat, the strategy the same? You're just going to paddle inside and try to get the best, well, obviously getting the best wave, but similar strategy for next heat?
Well, let's see. Let's see.
Good answer. Say hello or thank you to your friends and family and sponsors in Indonesia.
Makasih semuanya udah support saya, terutama teman-teman yang ada di rumah sudah meluangkan waktu untuk nonton saya. Terima kasih semuanya. Terima kasih juga kepada tim Indonesia, selalu support dan supportlah terus tim Indonesia. Terima kasih.
All right, thanks, Katut. Congratulations. Well surfed, and back to you guys up in the booth.
Great surfing and a great guy. So much fun had by Katut. You can tell he just enjoys what he does for a living.
Yeah, Katut is I would say right now he's the number 2 of the Indonesian team after Rio. He's lethal, he's young, he's strong. His mind is, he's getting a bit of a more like a, what do you call that, like a groove now, because a couple years ago he was a little bit of a like, uncertainty about all the events that he needs to follow, but now he looks like he's going solid.
The boys are lighting it up out there as we speak. We knew this was gonna, well, it looked good on paper. Sometimes these heats have a tendency to sort of flop and make us look bad, but these guys are not letting us down. Let's go through the scores.
Yeah, Oni Anwar opening with a 6.75. Here we go, a replay from Oni. Oni is one of those guys, just lightning fast, super vertical, You know, he's really flary, I have to say. And those 2 turns, you know, nothing really major, but I think with 6.75 and a 6.40, you know, putting exclamation to the other guys.
Yeah, but here's Bronson 7.5. It's a lot of it's in that last.
Yeah, I have to say Bronson is the reason between his surfing and the other guys. He connect all those maneuver with a lot of tail waft, you know, like, and that's really hard, especially in this condition. That's only 1 turn there from Oni. Yeah, talking about Bronson's way of surfing, you know, when somebody like pushing that hard and make it, that's the reason why he get a 7.5. To control those tail on this kind of a condition and win is so hard.
Absolutely, we see JR going over the falls, and that's what Bronson does bring to the table every time. You know, generally in a heat with Bronson, and it looks like JR's done his board in there. We're going to need a caddy to get it in on the beach. Wasn't a huge critical section. I have a feeling that he might have damaged it on the wave before. I saw him sort of push the limits on the wave before on a massive snap, but I didn't see anything that would actually break his board, but you never know with Mother Nature.
Yeah, you know, with the swell is building from yesterday, you know, there's a lot of power. And it's always wise to have your backup board on the inside. I know JR have a lot of supporting crew on the inside. I'm pretty sure like any minutes now, he's going to have his backup board, you know, up and ready.
Absolutely. It's just going to be what toll it takes on him physically now. He's got to get back to the beach. Heart rate's going to be up. He's going to have to get onto the beach to pick up his backup board, then do that troublesome paddle out. A little bit tricky out there with a little bit easy maybe with the tide going in. I saw them taking about 10 minutes this morning to sort of paddle around, get caught on the inside and get back out there.
Yeah, the good thing is JR still have 20 minutes, so still a lot of time. He needs to build his numbers. Right now he only have a 1 and a 0.5. That would be a throwaway anytime if he want to progress, because right now the scale is on the double digit, you know, because you need to have at least those numbers to progress into the next round.
Yep, in a heat like this, you don't want to be stuck anywhere in that single digits. You want to be up as high as you can on every way that you can be. This is just going to eat the valuable time out of JR's campaign, who just the day before, came in as the longboard champion. So longboard and shortboard, pretty impressive on both divisions.
Oh, for sure, you know. Here we go. This is JR's last replay. This is the reason why he broke his board. I think I think the board breaks before he hits the wave there, John. You see that one?
Yeah, it's definitely.
See? I mean, like,
maybe he buckled it on his last wave. You never know with this equipment. It's so light and so quick these days. We're always looking for quicker, lighter material, and this is sometimes the payoff that you get. You get equipment that can break, and we didn't see anything, but that doesn't necessarily mean that Mother Nature didn't do it.
Yeah, especially, you know, like surfers like JR, you know, he rides a super light board. I saw that one. If I'm not wrong, Luke told me that was an old board from Batet in Bali. So Luke bought that board from Batet, and Luke gave it to JR. JR actually ripping on it this morning, I have to say. Here we go. Looks like Blue holding the priority and taking that one.
Oof.
Nice, strong backside there from Fajar, a young surfer from Serangan Island in east side of Bali. I have to say that was two nice turn right there. Super tight in the pocket.
And it's exciting because we've got a couple of regular footers, a couple of goofy footers out there.
Here we go. This is Bronson. Can he get around that corner? A bit tricky with the wind, but here we go. This is his first opportunity to do something right there. Boom. Straight on that. You know, you can see he's always pushing that tail. A short one, only like one major maneuver and one transition right there.
Yeah, it's always, and it's that little wow factor of just giving it that little bit of spice.
Yeah.
Which does, it pleases the judges, it pleases the crowds. Often you get a reaction from the beach and the judges are seeing exactly that same stuff.
Yeah. So talking about strong performance, here is Fajar.
That second turn, that little fin drift at the top.
Yeah, that was money right there, and a 5.9 for Fajar. So he's into the mixing right now, because before he was looking for some big numbers, but now he's only looking for a 6 3.6. That's the one. You
That
see
tweak,
that one?
just
Yeah.
that tweak, it adds so much to what could either be a relatively normal maneuver, but he does have that ability to make the simple things look great.
Yeah, a 4.75. As simple as that. One big turn, a 4.75. And now Bronson is second position, 7.5, a 4.75. One is still sitting in first with a 6.75 and a 6.40. And Fajar Ariana. Here we go, another replay.
Just checking out the... Oh, yeah. No, it looks like
Is that
Bronson has taken priority off. Oh, Oni.
Ooh,
Little... He loves that reverse, doesn't he?
Yeah, that's his, I would say his signature.
It
yeah.
is that pick, nose pick reverse he
Yeah.
has on point. Yeah, it looks like the priority has actually gone to Bronson Maedi. Oni was actually sitting a little bit on the inside, according to the priority judge, by the looks of things, and Bronson's paddled around him and picked off priority. So a rare mistake from Oni in the strategy game, which is interesting.
Yeah, but John, I talked to One today, and he said, if there's this much wave on offer, priority doesn't really make difference unless you really want to holding your position. Yeah, here we go. This is Bronson.
And with 15 minutes, you're right. I don't
Yeah.
think he's in a position of that, is he? Because
yeah. Here we go. This is Bronson. A little bit trickier wave. Not much on offer there, but you know, he applies some kind of a rotation there. So Bronson Maedi trying to replace his 4.75.
we've got the Indonesian support crew on the bird's nest level next to us. We can hear them clapping and cheering, loving this little combination that Bronson put together on this wave. Me too. Watch this speed that he can just boost off nothing there. Where most people would be just looking to get out of that as quickly as possible. He's throwing a reverse on that next section.
So yeah, not battering his second wave, Bronson. His last wave was a 4.5. And situation right now, still green first, white second, third blue. JR still looking for an 8.05 right now.
JR still making his way to the lineup. Caught a little bit inside there on the sets on the paddle back. Oh no, he actually got a wave.
Yeah, JR caught that wave, and it was a 4.20, a 4.20.
4.20 by the looks of things. 4.2, yeah.
So yeah, JR.
So that'll be him filling out the board.
Yeah.
Quick change of equipment. He's probably a board that he knows well and is comfortable with. That'll be him just probably getting a feel for it.
Yeah.
Nice and quick with 15 minutes.
So you know what the tricky part is? JR's new backup board might be not even wax, you know, because it was so. This is the first boards that breaks this morning.
Yeah, on the lead up to this event, we had a bit of a swell, and we lost a couple of longboards in the lead up to the event. But throughout this event, this is our first board break. It's pretty exciting time. So not for him, but luckily he won the longboard division. So new board on the way for JR, I'm sure of it.
Yeah, when I was on the athlete area, I rarely see any of the athlete like waxing their second board. They have them sitting with them, but looks like everybody is like really confident that that one board will be enough for today's condition. But I think the nature proved us all wrong. We do need to always prepare and make sure that our second board is ready.
Yeah, and I hope a guy of JR's experience has waxed it up the night before and he knows, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Generally they're going to know, but you're right, it can be one of those things that slips your mind. Checking that equipment, second leg ropes, all that sort of stuff.
Yeah.
Where's my leg rope? Is it in good condition? Is my second board waxed? Fins, everything ready? And does somebody on the beach know if something goes wrong, where it is and how to deliver it to me?
Oh, for sure. Because at the end of the day, you know, preparation is 50% of your success. This is Oni Anwar just trying to, I don't know, just letting that priority go. And then here we go. This looks like JR.
JR taking advantage of Oni's being a little bit deep there.
Yeah, nice wave there from JR.
JR liking it. The fight back begins.
Yeah, so JR looking for an 8.05.
Don't think we saw most of that wave. His body language was good. He was
yeah.
Might have been a big turn on that first section that we didn't quite catch.
Yeah, there was probably only one big turn on at the end there, John. Yeah,
Well, I don't think he committed too hard to that last turn. I don't know. We'll see what the judges think, obviously.
Yeah.
6.35, so I think there might have been something we didn't see out there.
I think the commitment and the size of the wave also, give a big reason why JR, get that 6.35. And I think everybody have a good numbers now.
Game on.
Yeah, Fajar have a 5.9, JR have a 6.3, Bronson have a 7.5. One is the only guy that have a 6.75 and a 6.4. So it's pretty much game on right now.
Very much so.
Yeah.
I think Bronson's pretty happy out there with that 7.5.
Yeah.
He's probably in at this stage, a pretty good position, knowing that he's looking to throw away a 4.75. But that said, JR's only got to throw away it's like a blanket. It's almost this is splitting hairs at the moment. You can throw a blanket across the field. So this is the sort of heat we're expecting. It's had everything.
Yeah. So if you know Bronson Mady's story a little bit, so Bronson and One, they come from the same village. They come from Lakey Peak, both of them. And Bronson and One been surfing Lakey Peaks since they were groms. And that wave nurtured them to become, this international surfers. So big shout out to all the locals in Lakey Peak producing like a high-level athlete for Indonesia. We have Oni Anwar, we have Bronson Mady. We have also Rajo Barrel. Big shout out also for Mark Cliff. Been helping a lot for the development down in Lakey Peak.
I think Mark Cliff's everyone's favourite Aussie.
Yeah.
Shout out to Mark Cliff also. He actually helped us certify some judges for our national tour.
He was here last month, I think, no?
He was here last month in the beautiful Kabulgao up there with Congressman Ronald Sing Song.
Did you get some serve?
We did get a couple on the beach. He's actually recovering from a shoulder
operation.
surgery. Yeah, so he came out and went for a bit of a splash with us. Got in the way. I'm happy to share the lineup with him no matter what's going on. I've had a few great surfs with him in Shargao.
He's a grom.
He's a forever grom. He's one of those forever groms.
Yeah.
You just sit there and he'll paddle around you 13 times and tell you about every wave that he caught in great detail.
I know, yeah.
And that's just to distract you so he gets the next one.
Yeah, talking about Mark Cliff, he's also a past champion at the Triggs. Is it King of the Points? Yeah, King of the Point at Triggs. So wow, look at out there now, John. We can see a couple more sets lining up.
Look at those things.
Wow, if the camera can pan to the right a little bit, we can see more. There we go. There's all the sets just pouring here at La Union.
Yep, the guys seem to be sitting a little bit inside. From what they've watched this morning, it's those ones when you get a bit deep, you can't get around them on those bigger ones.
Okay.
It's these ones that hit the bay a little bit more. It looks like blue.
That's Pajar Ariana. He's swinging on this one. Looks like there's a lot of water on his face right there.
Yeah, he's not loving it.
Yeah, so this is JR and Oni having a little sniff on that one. Bronson is the guy who's holding the deepest position right now, but JR is pushing deeper now.
Looks like our other hope for the Philippines is making his way to the water, which is coming up next is another sensational looking list of surfers from our Asian region.
Yeah.
As Bronson gets up, let's have a look at this one first.
So Bronson just setting up a maneuver right there. He know there could be some kind of big things coming. Maybe he do just a big kick out.
You know, you usually can anticipate what's coming when they start stepping on the tail like that. Usually it's timing the way for that big boost section, especially when there's a guy like Bronson with his eyes on the lineup and stamping on that tail pad.
Yeah.
Generally, I'm thinking air.
Yeah, Bronson is no stranger, for those big airs. He's been like regularly been featured on a lot of Stabs social media for his big airs. So we have to say like big thank you to all the media also, supporting the Indonesian surfers, the Filipino surfers, all the Asian, up and coming athlete. Because without the media,
we're starting to make a dent.
Yeah,
Asia is really starting to make a dent on the world level. I was watching a few clips from the ASC yesterday on some of the Groms, 12-year-old, absolutely destroying it. I think he was at Karamas by the looks of things. I didn't really read too much into it as I was flicking through in my afternoon routine.
There was 2 kids right now like really flaring in Indo. Is Dharma, and then also Aditya. They're 10 years old and 12 years old. They just surf every single day. Yeah.
Well, that's the joy of it. And media, like you said, media, shout out to Gabs Batalones. He's one of the guys running our team over here. Great job. We've got great coverage. JR, local boy.
Here's JR looking for a 5.91 actually. Ooh, that's gonna cost him something right there, because at this point, 6 minutes and 40 seconds to go, 3 Indonesian holding the lineup. He need to go back and sneak in those pack and try to get that 5.91.
Maybe something a little local knowledge. He might be able to find that 5.91's not a huge score from what we've seen today. I'm sure he would have loved a second section on that wave.
Yeah.
I don't think that's going to go anywhere near that requirement. The judges aren't looking at that either. Initial reactions, it's definitely not towards his 3.40. Would have loved a second section on that one. It was a good start, a good wind up.
Yeah.
Didn't knock it out of the park, unfortunately.
Yeah, you know, at the end of the day, the judges are looking for a complete ride also.
Yep, they don't want to see you jump off because the wave ran away. They want to
Yeah.
say good decisions. And that's why we have the priority system, right? So you can pick the right wave, so you can make the right decisions. All the while relying on nature to play its part.
Yeah. So Oni Anwar now sitting in first. You know, Oni, in the beginning of last year, he didn't know what he's planning to do, and then AAC offered him a job in Crew Nias as a broadcast commentator.
Good times. I enjoyed that.
Yeah.
I enjoyed watching Oni. I enjoy watching Oni do anything in life because he brings that spirit, right?
Yeah. And then he wasn't even really putting his attention to the competition, and we just tell him, hey, Oni, you want to work on the broadcast? And he said, yeah. And then we also told him to surf in the comm. And then in Nias, he made to the quarters, and then we just decided, hey, Oni, I think you should chase the points on the QS. And he's suddenly like sitting in first right now.
Sometimes it's a good approach. Sometimes the pressure and the stress of going and
Yeah.
putting a campaign and the sort of slog out of a tour.
Yeah.
It can wind you down, but I know he's also planning on going to Australia towards the end of the year.
Yeah.
Oh, the end of the year. We're at the beginning of the year. What
It
happened?
is, yeah.
2023 sort of jumped upon us. Here we go. Looks like some sets lighting up the horizon. Hopefully we get an exchange and the boys can have another back to back.
Looks like JR taking advantage on this one. No, that one is nothing. Yeah. So yeah, Oni was stickerless beginning of last year, and now we put him on the team, on the Earth Island team, trying to represent Indonesia with a good vibe.
He's full of it.
Yeah.
Good vibe that is.
Yeah. So that's Fajar. Ooh, unable.
JR looking, this is that local knowledge I was talking about. This is what he was possibly looking for. Massive under the lip hook there, and he may get more opportunity on the inside. This could be dangerous for the other three surfers out there in the water.
Oh.
That
could be dangerous for Oni and Bronson, actually.
That could. He's still going. He's still tapping away and not getting that completion on the end. 3 minutes and 30 seconds. He may be leaving it up to fate after that one. That's a long paddle back he's got, but...
Yeah, you know what? Like what we said before, holding priority doesn't mean anything.
It doesn't.
Yeah, especially if you need the score like here, JR. One big maneuver there.
That was huge. That was a good way to start, and we talked about that. We talked about what else he needed to do in this third turn coming up here.
Wow, Red is just pushing himself into first now. Red last wave, a 7.5. So, yeah.
Wow.
Wow, 3 minutes to go, and JR from fourth to third and now to first.
Broken board.
Broken board.
He's had everything.
Oh, God,
The fairy tale continuing so far for JR, but 2 minutes and 44, and those names out there, I'm not writing anyone off yet.
Wow.
And these waves, they have potential.
Wow, Bronson is going deep there, super deep.
Bronson we got a well-known Rizal sitting on there, sort of maybe helping him alert where to go, where to sit, what's coming.
Yeah, he's only looking for 5.65 there. And then Oni is still holding second. Even that, you know, Oni is not safe because...
No, like I said, any name out there, you're not safe in any position. Even JR, who just got first with 2 minutes.
Yeah.
I know he's not comfortable. He's got a 6.35 of his backup, and he's going to want to try to back that up with something bigger. Because I can tell you right now, he's not comfortable.
Yeah, I want to see where is the other surfers are sitting because Bronson is going way, way deep there, and Oni is following him. Oni have priority. He knows what Bronson's capable of doing. He want to follow him like a glue.
He does, but he also, I don't think there's been too many waves taken from that particular section where
It's too
Bronson
deep.
might be thinking, yeah.
Could be, yeah, because you only need one section, and those section could be there.
And Bronson can get that 9, that he can go from good to excellent with one maneuver quite easily, probably better than anybody else in this entire event.
But you need to understand, Oni is sitting on the inside. He will go if Bronson go.
He will.
I know that definitely.
There's no friends out there in surfing. Especially when we're at the level we're at. It's
No
game
way.
on. Every single player out there wants to do their best.
Yeah. This is all the plate for yourself.
All
you
right,
know, you
Bronson's
see
looking,
this?
and here comes Oni.
You see this? Yes.
Exactly as you called it.
Yeah.
Oni
So-
on defense. Now, what's he going to do? I don't think he's going to get the score he needs.
Oh, Bronson is behind that lineup.
Let's keep our eyes on Oni. He's got opportunity up here to actually send it on here, which he will.
He also don't want to give up easily there.
He does. He wants to get himself into first. I don't think he had that wave. He knew the reverse was on the cards from Oni almost as soon as he took off on that.
Wow.
30 seconds.
That's clutch finish, actually, I have to say, from JR. Oh, my God.
It's not over yet. Here comes Fajar up and riding.
So Fajar, he's looking for a 7.25, and Bronson is still out there with 17 seconds to go.
Fajar losing it on the... What a heat. I'm going to be pretty excited to chat to JR after this one.
10 seconds.
10 seconds, depending on this goes the fairy tale way of JR.
Not enough for Bronson. Oh, God, that was... I have to say that was a bit lucky there for Oni.
We took this heat up at the start.
Yeah.
And we got exactly what we were hoping for. That was sensational.
Oh, Oni did a double aerial there, actually.
And there's Bronson's air reverse.
Wow.
As his victory lap. My gosh. Let's shoot to a break. I will be catching up with our winner and the guy who dug it out from the deep, J.R. Esquivel, on the beach shortly.
Wow.
Welcome back to La Union International Pro. Whew, the action is heating up in the round of 16. We just saw J.R. Esquivel, who won the longboarding a couple of days ago, come from nowhere to take a big heat win, progressing alongside Oni Anwar in the dying minutes. Unfortunately, we say goodbye to Bronson Mady, who's been a standout around the event over the past week. And Aimade Ariana Pajar is also bowing out. So the one Filipino taking it to the three Indonesians. Chris Binns in the booth alongside me, John Carby. What did you make of that heat, mate?
That was exactly what we're hoping for. That's one of those heats on paper where you go, this could be a final on any given day. And it had everything. JR breaking his board about halfway through that heat, struggling to get started. He had to readjust and surf his board, and then from the inside under priority picked off a massive score to bring home the win in the last sort of 5 minutes.
It didn't come easy either. He just snapped the board and had to do the big swim in, and I'm not sure if you guys explained it, but with your caddy, you're not allowed to, the caddy can't bring the board out, that you have to go and get it from the beach.
Yeah.
Which, with this low tide, JR had to get across quite a bit of shallow water. He ate it a couple of times and went down in holes and whatnot. Here goes Kian Martin, Swedish surfer, proud Bali boy, however, and he'll be looking to exact some revenge for his mates from the last heat. Like that tail slide.
That was cute, wasn't it?
And repeats the treatment a second time, gets out of there.
Yeah, Jay, he's got to take a while to get to the beach. He just blew the minds of a whole bunch of friends and family down on the beach who were a bit worried about his position there. Broken board, no worries, because he won the Longboard Division 2 days ago, so he can go grab himself a new one at any stage. And now he's continuing through this QS 3000 Shortboard Division 2, which, like I said, dual discipline. He did say he does prefer going from longboard down to shortboard because it's easier. Easy to do your turns, everything feels a bit crisper and lighter, and he prefers to go from the longboard into the shortboard.
Yep, you know, if you put in plenty of time on the longboard, it smooths out your style a lot. You've got that flow going already. You can find it a little bit easier, you know, to transfer that leg strength you've got from moving the longer board into the shorter board. It's like you've been training with oversized implements or whatever. And now... All right, I think we are going to cross down now to the winner of the last heat.
So I'm back here with JR Esquivel winning that last heat. So JR, tell us something about that heat. We saw you broke your board in your first wave.
Yeah, I broke my board on first wave, and that puts a lot of pressure on me because I need to go back on the shore to get another board and go back to the lineup. And the current was really hard and really strong.
He didn't get to the beach there, he
so
would have got...
tired that time. Yeah.
Yeah, and we saw you sitting further closer to the channel, and you got your highest score of the wave. So tell us about, is that local knowledge or is that purely instinct?
That just was a lucky wave for me. Lucky that wave stands up on the insides. So Bronson and Oni was staying like on the peak, so they can't catch that one. So I decided to go because I was like chasing a big score.
So you broke your board, you have a backup board. I hope you have another board to use if ever, hopefully not, if ever something happens with this board.
Yeah, I was, I have like an old surfboards there, but that board that I broke was the magic board for me. And that was the best I was like using this time.
So there you go, JR Esquivel straight into the quarterfinals. Any special words, any sponsor to thank or family members?
Yeah, I would like to thank my sponsors, Kuya Errol, Surftown La Union, Alima, Esquivel Surf Camp, LU Surf Team, and syempre sa lahat ng Pilipino, sa family, friends, and sa lahat ng mga nanonood na nandito na sumusuporta sa amin. Maraming salamat sa inyong lahat.
There you go, JR Esquivel, local surfer from La Union, straight into the quarterfinals. Back to you guys up the booth.
Luke, yep, JR keeping the roll going from the longboarding.
I noticed he's down there on a Kuma surfboard too. Kuma shaped on the Gold Coast.
And that's his backup board. I wonder if that's the same as the board he was riding that he broke. First score drops in for Kian Martin, a 5.25 for the sort of medium-sized, longer-running right we saw with those couple of tail slides chucked in. That's the high score of the heat so far. John Mark Kong has a 3.55 to sit in second. Roy Kanazawa and Joe Azuki, the two Japanese surfers, sitting third and fourth with not much between them, but very early days. Still 23 minutes to go, and here is Joe Azuki. Really stylish natural footer from Japan. Gets out on the open face. First turn was a carve, second turn vertical re-entry. Great variety, releases the tail a third time. Unfortunately, just disappears down the mine shaft.
Ted just kept going down, grabbed us a few lobsters while you're down there.
Wasn't done any favours by sort of a backwashy section coming at him.
That was unfortunate. That was building momentum down the lineup. Speed, power, flow was shining through that one.
Yeah, he was on his way to a decent number, but it's going to turn into a minor instead. Run us through it.
So this opening manoeuvre, just setting his good style, like you said. This second turn is where the money's at. Nice and vertical, crisp off the lineup, and then this would have been just an exclamation finish. Just not digging that nose up in time, getting a little stuck up in the lip line there.
He just disappeared.
He did. He just went down, like you said, took down the mine shaft, grabbed a few lobsters off the bottom, and we didn't see him again, and we still haven't. Is he out there? It looks like he's broken his board. So he's on his way down to the beach to swap boards. He's dug that nose in a little bit too much. He did keep going, probably down into the rocks, into the reef.
Yep.
And now he's making his way into the water.
He'll be making his way into the beach with 5 points to, 6 points to his name. He got a 5 for that last wave. So you can imagine if he had pulled the nose out of that last turn, not only would he be swimming into the beach with a broken board, or would he not be swimming into the beach with a broken board, he'd probably have a 7 or 8 to his name.
He would have gone from the very good to excellent range for sure on that one if he had dug it up with a 5.0 on those 2 opening moves. And he was building momentum. It was super unfortunate that he got caught up where he is. Now he's in the position that JR was, picking up his leash on the beach on the dry sand there, as Binzi was explaining, the caddy situation where they can't be in the water. They have to pick him up from the edge there, which means running across the reef.
Here's Roy Kanazawa, tall, sort of lanky natural footer. Sorry, hang on, this is Bronson.
Yeah, this is a carbon copy of Bronson Maeda. This was his last wave, I think, on the way in. I'm not sure why we got a replay of Bronson, but here's Marimata Kong. That's more like it. He opened with a 3.55 CY there, with nothing much on that one. And Kian, this is his big score, I believe, which is a 5.25. He gets to business on the inside section of this one. That's where the money is. A little bit of pizzazz, a nice little fin drift. And again...
Yeah, no points for that little bit at the end. That was just a sort of flourish to sign off with.
Yeah. And most of the damage being done on that wave earlier, just showing his control and having fun. He's always having fun out there. Kian is a guy that we were talking about before, just loves life. He'll run across the beach 38 kilometres to say hi to you and then run back again.
Yeah, you got a great photo yesterday surrounded by the Coast Guard in their camo with their rifles over their shoulder and whatnot. He runs a decent socials program, does Kian?
He does. He's there, he's everywhere. Like I said, I don't think he owns a shirt though, unfortunately. The poor guy, if someone can get him a shirt. I've seen him around town. This is the only time I see him in a shirt, when he's out there competing.
Yeah, he's got a vicious cotton allergy by the looks of things. Oh, he's doing the biz on this one as well. 2 strong turns, bit of release out of the tail as he climbed up and over that end section, closeout. And that's going to be a decent number for Kian Martin.
Local boy Marimar swinging.
Move into the lead, and yep, this is John Mark Takong flying down the line. That was a bit of a setup turn. Now he gets a section, still sort of pretty lateral surfing, still biding his time. Big finish, pretty spectacular, and does hold on to it. So interesting to see where the judges go with this, because it was fluent surfing, it was strong surfing, but there were no really big moments of impact apart from the finish.
Exactly. I think he may have had to dodge maybe Kian in the water there too. Let's get the replay from our surfer.
This is Roy Kanazawa.
Also, once again, we're looking for the highlights here. Not too much there. Reverse there. Nothing too critical, and he lost it on the railing in it anyway. So here's Kian's nice snap on the top there. Into a wrap and looking for that finish. There it is, nice, just a solid wave. Should get that medium level score, around a good score. And there's Marimar, like you said. Would have been good to see him give a little bit more on that fluffy section on the outside. Until that finish, it was sort of a 2-part finish too. So he sort of adjusted that final manoeuvre and...
Well, 6.5, best wave of the heat so far.
They liked it.
They loved it.
They loved it.
Good on him.
Good on him.
Kian Martin got a 6, so he's in the lead with a 6 and a 5.25. John Mark Kong has a 6.5 and a 3.55, needs a 4.75 for first. Joe Azuki has a 5, needs a 5.06 for second. Roy Kanazawa a pair of mid-range twos. Needs a 7.3 to get up to second, 17 minutes 30 to run.
Conditions look like they're settling down a bit and sort of getting into a rhythm out there now, which is nice. This morning we woke up, was a bit lumpy, jumpy and a bit morning sick. It's definitely a lot more organised now, and the surf is getting a bit more of a vision of what they can do on each wave now. We've sort of seen the heats ramping up as we go. Like I said, that last one was probably the showcase so far. There'll be a lot of highlights in the reels. There's a few air reverses and some high quality surfing. This one's shaping up to go a similar direction, I hope.
Yeah, it was interesting this morning. First light, about 6 o'clock. I came down, I got up super early, wanted to try and surf, and was standing on the beach. It was getting, light enough, and there was just no one in the water. There was no one around, and I was kind of wondering if maybe the Coast Guard had declared surfing illegal again, or what the go was. And eventually I was like, well, I'm going to go have a crack. So I paddled out, surfed about 15, 20 minutes before anyone got out there. But the last week it's been so crowded, I was really confused.
It was a bit odd.
I also didn't know where to sit, because instead of having 1,000 people to sort of use as your lineup markers, there was just a whole bunch of ocean washing around the place.
How was it out there? It
was fun. It was not hard work because it's not super powerful, but there was a lot of water moving around, and it's definitely a lottery trying to get in the right place, especially when you're trying to discover new landmarks.
Yeah, and we saw that in the first heat in the morning. It was, you could tell they weren't sure where it was and what was happening and how to ride it. The drama being that first heat, priority with Surfer in White.
Okay, so Kian had a look at that, but he knew that Roy Kanazawa had priority. And, well, in the end, not a bad result for Kian, because that was a bit of a dud for the Surfer in White, and Kian now takes over first priority.
Well sold. And looks like he's going to swing on this one.
Yeah, a touch smaller, but might have some shape. Decides that it's going to race off and close out a little bit wide.
And he did spend his priority on there, so all that hard work in the lead up to get that priority, and he's given it straight down to our surfer in green.
Yeah,
Joe.
So the judges there, if you've made a committed effort to paddle into a wave, they deem that as enough to take priority off you. So, you see a lot of surfers just paddle with one arm on the nose and just give it a couple of lazy strokes, just having a look. As soon as you sort of let go of both rails and put in a couple of decent strokes, that's when the priority judge will ping you.
You can't fool a priority judge. He knows what you're up to.
Joe Azuki, third in line, has all of a sudden moved up to first priority, and he cashes it in now, and this might work out nicely for him. The first turn was good. Not a lot on offer so far through the middle of it, and he gets out of there. So, yeah, conditions a little bit tricky. Tide, I guess, is starting to come back in again.
Absolutely. That was a shame. He was setting up that one really nice, a really stylish, crisp start to that one. Hopefully we get the replay. It just unfortunately didn't continue to run down the line for him. He sort of had to kick off. Here it is, and you'll see this opening move. He's looking down the line. It's just a nice high end, drew some speed off of that one. If he had a second section, we would have seen some massive combinations going down, I believe. Fortunately, not to be on that occasion. Plenty of opportunity out there with 14 minutes on the clock. I think he's going to turn off one of the suns, which is shining in our face. This studio lights make us look super attractive, but takes
why
its
you
toll.
guys have been sitting here with the solarium in full effect.
Well, we're not out there in the sun surfing, so we've got to work on the tan somehow. It's called the booth for a reason, right?
It's pretty, one of the more laid back, easygoing booths, just operating off a balcony on the beach.
With Seabuds.
Could be worse.
Fresh shakes from Seabuds down there at Longboard Surf Resort. It's good life, right? We got the vantage point too. We're in the Eagle's Nest.
Yeah, we've definitely been looked after this week, that's for sure. Unfortunately, El Union, our go-to coffee shop for the week, it's closed on Wednesdays. Devastated.
Have you sent them an email letting them know?
No, they're there.
That you were coming.
They're there.
Oh, they're there. They're hanging out.
Yeah, I walked in and they said, sorry, we're closed. I'm like, why are you here? Why do you have your lights on? Why can I see a coffee machine?
I went up to Baguio last night, took up Tim Patton, because I wanted conversation in the car in Marama. We went out for a little trip to Baguio to check it out. We actually walked into a restaurant and they literally turned off the lights and pretended they weren't there, so we wouldn't order.
I like that.
It was good.
Roy Kanazawa, does he like this? First turn, not bad. A couple of setups. He'll be hoping it stands up through the inside. It does. He gets a bit vertical and kicks out of there. So that'll be in his top 2. You imagine it'll be his highest scoring wave, and that will just narrow the requirement needed for him to get up to one of the advancing positions. Joe Azuki, third priority, may as well have a look. Decides that he's not interested. 12 minutes to go. So John Mark to Kong in second with priority. Here's Roy Kanazawa's replay. It's a 5 as predicted, his best wave.
And it was all in this turn right here.
Yeah.
2 setups, crisp hit, good surfing. Unfortunately, not any more on offer on that wave. Marama holding priority, second position. Looking to get rid of a 3.55.
Yeah, the crew let that one slide past. There's a big line pouring in right now. And who is in position?
Marama letting that one go.
Joe Azuki, third priority. It's just going to be one turn, and he wobbles. He hits it hard, but that wobble off the bottom. Well, he's held onto it.
Was he asking the judges, was that nice, or was he wondering how he actually dug himself out of that mess?
I think he's telling the judges that was pretty good. He made it very hard for himself. I think, if anything, that little stumble probably cost him a little bit, because if he got there earlier and could have hooked it more vertically and a bit harder, he might have been looking for a very big number for just the one turn. That little stumble put him a little bit behind the 8 ball. Here goes Kian Martin. This is a great looking wall if he can get around this section. Does it pretty nicely. Now it's going to run. He gets out on the open face. He's just going to hope that it stands up. It's stretching out in front of him. He's going to have a couple of cracks at it, I reckon. He's just standing on his tail, so he's turning it into one turn, going for quality over quantity, and then that section backed off.
I was actually interested to see Marama let that one go. Marama was sitting out there with priority. He let Joe go, he let Kian go, and he's still sitting out there holding priority. Interesting tactics from Marama. He might have a bit more insight than us sitting out there in the lineup. Kian definitely not getting the score, and interesting to see where Joe gets his.
Okay, so Kian Martin, that was cool, but it was more to project out onto the face. Not a lot so far, just kind of timing his run, and right about now he'd have been hoping that the wave started to stand up. Instead it reached out into the bay a little bit, into deeper water, and backed off and didn't really give him a section. Here goes Marama. We've missed the start of the wave, so not sure what he did, although the beach would have probably let us know. That was a nice turn, releases the tail. Now this one stands up. This is kind of what Kian was hoping was going to happen on his wave. This one a little bit smaller for Marama, but allows him 2 turns across the shallow bank, and he is out of there.
We didn't see the opening part of that wave from Marama, so I'm sure we're going to get it reflected in the... There it is. There's his takeoff. So this is the opening section we didn't quite catch. Little opening layback jam to start that thing. And this is probably where we took up the action before on the live. Nice little lofty fin drift there. Making it look effortless into a nice another vertical snap. So,
well, the last scores come in for Joe Azuki, and the judges love it. A 7.75 for that one turn.
Wow.
Rewarding the commitment as much as anything, because it was a big section. He threw everything he had at it, and he rode out of it pretty fluently. He entered into it all sorts of off guard and off balance, but managed to salvage it and post the biggest number of the heat so far. Kian Martin drops to second. His last wave was 3.4. That doesn't count. John Mark Kong still has a number to come. Anything over a 4.75 will put him up into the top 2. Roy Kanazawa has priority. His last wave is that 5. 8 minutes to go. This is a very even heat.
it is. You could almost put a blanket over those first 3. Like I said, waiting for a score to drop in for John Mark to Kong. There it is. Not enough. A 4.3?
Yeah, so it goes into John Mark's top 2, but it doesn't change his requirement. He still needs a 4.75 to get up to second.
Massive score for Joe.
Huge.
Azuchi. I'd love to have another look at that if we can get that on replay again, because he did have that trip, and I don't know, maybe it helped him. The way he dug it out from where he was, like you say, I think the judges loved the commitment to it. It was pretty critical. It was definitely a heavy section, and he rode it. The judges not really taking too much notice of that little stumble before it. Who's out there? Priority.
All right, here goes Joe Azuki, staying very busy. Why not? He's in the lead. Wants to upgrade his 5. Goes to the big tail drop floater and comes out of that pretty effortlessly before jumping off. Roy Kanazawa, he's dropped anchor with priority. He's chasing a 6.25. We haven't seen his best surfing yet in this heat, just the 5-point ride.
Marama out there asking for a situation. There it is. Yeah, here it is. Just digging it out. It was super impressive that he managed to get the nose of the board up in time and sort of get clear of that whitewash for that complete ride.
Yeah, one of the biggest sections we've seen so far today, and Joe attacked it with aplomb. So just over 6 minutes to go.
Couple requirements in that mid-range. Ken Martin sitting there in second priority. He's currently in second place. Marama Takong now in third place. Marama was the champion down there at his home break, Shargao, the QS 1000 that was held in late October last year, sorry. I know he's wanting to back up in this QS 3000, and he's going to head over to Australia, I think, and partner up with Oni Anwar and have a crack at the co-sanctioned events over there. Where are they, Benzie? Do you know? I'm sure you do. If anyone knows anything, you know everything. Put you on the spot.
Sorry, I was just drifting off thinking about the eddy. The same swell that's followed us all the way across the Pacific. Here goes John Mark Takong flying down the line. And he needs a little number. He needs a 4.75 to get up into second place. He throws everything into that, releases the tail. He had all 3 fins pointing at the beach at one point, but goes down hard with 5 minutes remaining. Sorry, run that by me again. What was the question?
QS co-sanctioned events for the Asian region. What have we got coming up in Australia? Oni Anwar and Marama Takong. I think Annie Flynn's going to get involved over there too.
I know there's the Tweed Coast Pro coming up.
I think it might be
there's a bunch through the New South Wales. I think Evoca, do they have one?
Evoca is definitely a co-sanctioned event, I believe, and it might be Boomerang Beach, also in the co-sanctioned area. I threw you under the bus there a little bit, I must admit, but when your brain's stuck in eddy mode, it's hard to get out of there. That was a great event. Lifeguard winning it, which is pretty...
yeah, Luke Shepherdson, that was incredible.
Which is pretty cool because that was the sort of heart of the...
On duty at the time.
On duty at the time. Out there to save a few souls and catch a few 30-footers.
Yeah, he was stitching people up in between heats. He was the one who looked after Lucas Chumbo when his leg was bleeding. I think Carla Kennelly opened up her chin as well.
What an event.
Unbelievable. Yeah, the biggest eddy yet. The 10th time it's run since it first kicked off in 1985. The first one was held at Sunset Beach.
Really?
Yeah. Wasn't originally exactly the sort of big wave event it is these days. Here goes Kian Martin. He's sitting in second. He wants to get rid of his 5.25 and build himself a little bit of breathing room. John Mark Takong only needs a 4.75, so Kian won't be feeling comfortable about that. Roy Kanazawa, he's just lurking. I think at this stage, he's sat with priority for so long, he's going to have to just wait it out.
It's sometimes the burden of priority. You get yourself into that position and you know you have to wait. And then with 2 minutes 50, you start doubting your decisions and your choices. Will the wave come in, or will it have to swing on something? It sort of becomes your own worst nightmare.
Yeah, at this stage, if you're Roy Kanazawa, you've basically gone all in. You're waiting for a bomb. You need a 6.25. You're not going to get there by upgrading your 5 and getting another wave. You've had priority. You're sitting with it for sort of 10 minutes. You have to sit and sit until the very last second and the buzzer goes and hope that that wave turns up. Roy's obviously more than capable. And here he goes. All right, on the hunt for a 6.25. First turn was good. Second turn strong as well. Climbs up and over and can't get around out in front. And I doubt that's going to be the score with 2 minutes to go. But all hope's not lost. We're seeing plenty of longer waves running down the point. Here goes Juan Martin taking to the sky. Had the landing gear out. His stance was looking pretty strong, but couldn't quite ride out of that. Might have been a little bobble in the white water, and Kian goes down. Joe Azuki is in the lead, has priority, 90 seconds to go. He would probably be breathing the easiest out of the 4 surfers in this heat. Roy Kanazawa's last wave comes in at a 4.25, so doesn't change his requirement. Priority is with Joe Azuki. Second priority, John Mark to Kong. He's looking for 4.75. So all eyes should be on the surfer in blue right now.
That was a nice little replay of Kian. Has a tendency to land out in the flats, this kid. Knees, ankles, they're going to love him later in life because he's always out there and he can pull off the miracles as he does it. A little bit flat, and somehow he almost spun out of it too, which was pretty impressive.
So Marimar, John Mark to Kong, the Filipino hope. You'd say the highest profile of the Filipino surfers. He's sitting in blue. He's got second priority. There's 45 seconds to go. He only needs a 4.75. He's already holding a 6.5, so we know it's a very gettable score.
He's got an air game. He has got an air game that he could go to at
This
any
is
stage.
Roy Kanazawa down the line. Beautiful finner reverse. That's that kind of wider wave that we were saying exists out there. 20 seconds to go. John Mark to Kong is going to be scouring the lineup. 15 seconds. It's not looking good.
It's going to run away for him by the looks of things.
And Kian Martin is going to get away with one here. And there it is. Joe Azuki from Japan and Kian Martin from Sweden, but a Bali boy. Through to the next round, and unfortunately, Shargau's finest, John Mark to Kong, bows out alongside Japanese surfer Roy Kanazawa. Okay, we got one last heat in the round of 16 coming our way, and it's an all-Japanese affair. Don't go anywhere. More action from the La Union International Pro right after this quick break.
Competitive surfing is more than just a lifestyle, it's actually a job, and that's the way we need to approach it, and that's the way we did approach it. Since the announcement of surfing in the Olympics, amazing things have happened in our sport. 2022, we went aggressively into competition mode. We had 4 legs in 3 months, an international event in Siargao. We had our national event in Siargao, Belair, Larongan and Cabugao. We've put our focus on the youth. We have a caravan that goes around the Philippines. We go from province to province and train them and educate them on how to become Philippines' greatest surfers. We want to raise up athletes who will raise up gold for the Philippines. Without the support and love of Next Gen, the next generation of surfers in the Philippines wouldn't be where they are today. Maraming salamat, Next Gen, and we look forward to continually working with you.
Okay, welcome back to Mona Lisa Point. San Juan, La Union. We're about 4 hours north of Manila. And this is the last of our round of 16 heats. That also means it's the last of our 4 surfer heats. We're going mano y mano after this into the quarterfinals for the men's and women's side of proceedings. And I think we're going to try and get both of them done, both rounds done today. So we'll just be left with 4 semis and 2 finals tomorrow.
Epic. Finals day shaping up to be good. We should have I believe what's a fading swell. So tomorrow might not be quite as big, but that also helps us step up for that high performance action. Not that these guys aren't bringing it with everything they have at the moment, but very rippable point down here at Mona Lisa.
So there was talk a few days ago of 10-foot waves.
10 foot.
What are we calling this?
20.
Is this 20-foot Filipino right now, is it?
We were talking earlier, there was a few of those outside sets. I don't know, we're getting a bit liberal with an 8-foot call, but there's definitely been some good solid 6-footers rolling through. And like you said, the power out there is not too intimidating. You'll cop a couple on the head, you'll get rolled around and a little bit humbled, but generally speaking, it's not known to be a board-breaking wave, but we've seen 4 parts of surfboards coming in the last 2 heats. So definitely there is power out there. You never second guess Mother Nature on what she can do to you. So as we've seen there, 2 heats prior to this, and we lost 2 boards.
This is Minojo Yahagi having a rip at that one.
All Japanese putting in quite the contingent down here at La Union, bringing them over to the Philippines.
Sure is. Tenchi Iwami surfing for the 2nd time today. He looked very impressive in his round of 32 win. Minojo Yahagi opens up with a 2-point ride to put the first points on the board in this final round of 16 heat.
26 minutes, 5 down, and we have got surfing on board. It's usually interesting to see the rhythm of the ocean. Sometimes we've got all 4 surfers on the board within about 2 minutes, and here we are almost 4 minutes in. We've got 1 rider with a throwaway score. Plenty of kelp out there in the ocean. That's usually a good sign that there's a good swell. It's ripping all the seaweed off the bottom of the ocean, off the reefs, and putting it in the lineup. Another swell looks like filling in after we get out of town too, Benzie, which is nice for the local crew. On the weekend too, so I'm sure the surf schools will be flaring up down here, the beautiful San Juan.
Any correlation between swells over here and swells back home in Siargao for you?
No. Generally, you're sort of running on 2 different areas in swell magnets, so these guys are looking for those sort of trade winds that blow down through past Japan. We do get a bit of the swell. We can have similar systems, but we're usually running on the low pressures that are sort of getting squeezed down from those trade winds in the north in Siargao, which will be sort of running along the top of Indonesia as well. And they'll just be smacking into us over there in Siargao. So big shout out to those over in Siargao. I know the weather over there at the moment, and since Christmas has just been wet and windy. But we're also in plenty of swell over there at the moment too, so there's not too many complaints from the surfers. If you're going to get wet, you might as well be out in the surf as opposed to the rain. It doesn't really matter too much. But yeah, generally speaking, 2 very different sort of swell windows for the east and west coast, funnily enough.
And would you ever jump on a plane and dash over this way if you saw a forecast that you liked the looks of?
Yes, by all means. If I had opportunity and green up and riding, I'll get back to my jibber jabber in a second.
Yeah, this is Kaishiro Suda on his backhand. We've seen him do some real damage, big vertical turns. There's one right there. Unfortunately, commentator's curse. He goes down on his heels, but a bit of a point of difference. A lot of natural footers in this event. To see a big strapping lad on his backhand just take it to 12 o'clock. That's served him well through the event so far.
It has, and he knows. He looks like he might be jumping as our surfer in blue, sitting on the inside, trying to get a backup or another number. Actually, I've been pretty landlocked over there in Siargao for a long time. We've been setting up and founding a school over there, a little non-for-profit school, Nisi Academy. So that's taken up a lot of the past years of my life. And then, of course, there was that pandemic thing that happened where I actually took off back to Australia. But the more I'm getting involved in Philippine surfing, the more I'm finding out what swells, what areas, and the local crew are sort of letting me in on a couple of their little hidden gems too. So definitely on the cards. Strike missions here, there, and everywhere. It is the land of waves. There's plenty of opportunity around the Philippines just to get waves to yourself. Some possibly unridden.
How good.
How
dream.
Good. It is.
Right, last score for Koshiro Suda, a 3.5, puts him into the lead. Here goes Minojo Yahagi, surfer in blue. Strong first turn. Gets chopped off at the knees on the second one and goes down. That'll be enough to put him into the lead, but still just minor scores at the tail of the tape so far.
Looks like Minojo might be out there in a little 1 mil under his jersey as well. Bit interesting. Just might be a comfort thing. I know it's a lot colder over there in Japan.
This is Koshiro Suda again. So Kajiro Nishi and Tenshi Iwami yet to open their accounts, and then Minojo and Koshiro under priority, just staying a little bit busier. I wore a vest this morning. There's been a few little critters floating around in the water that sting you, and you know, sometimes it's
Nice
wards
little
off.
set-up turn there from Minojo. It's one of his strengths too, the way he sort of goes his approach to wave, which is a common beach break style where they get up and they get moving better than a lot of the guys who have this patient reef break approach. Sorry, and this is that tall stance of Kiyoshiri on the back end of that one. Well, you're saying the vest, the little biteys, often with that seaweed getting
and
ripped
also
up?
just, you know, chafe and rashes and those kind of things when you've been putting in a lot of time in the water.
It gets you. Your body's only made for certain amounts, isn't it? And a little vest. And also the way this swell does push in, it does push all the way up from winter, basically. Believe it or not, there's other parts of the world that have winter. I sometimes forget that.
There's also a bit of sun getting around. Some people don't like getting burnt.
True that. I actually forget there's winter in the other parts of the world. I went to Hong Kong a few years back during Christmas and almost froze because I refused to buy a jumper out of pride. But that's me and my problems. What are we now? About 30 degrees, you reckon? Heating up, less wind today. Be nice and warm in the sun. Black sand beaches.
Oh, it's beautiful up here. Light breeze. Bit of a devil wind going from the left of the screen to the right, so that's sort of a southerly that's coming straight into the right, but shouldn't stop aerials and that kind of business. I think we're going to cross down to Luke Landrigan now, who is with the winner of the last heat. Take it away, Luke.
I'm here now with Joe, last heat's winner. So Joe, tell us about the wave during your heat.
Yeah, wave is so good, but so big wave and small wave, all 難しい. Yeah.
It's your first time here in La Union? Yeah. What do you think about the place, the waves, the vibe, and the locals?
Yeah. Philippines is good too there. Yeah, good.
So you're into the quarterfinals. And what's your strategy going to the quarterfinals? Are you going to get a lot of waves? Are you going to wait for the set waves? Or what strategy do you usually do?
Japanese okay? Yes. 今回この3000で CS に近づけたらいいと思うのでもっと頑張ります。
Any sponsors or family members you want to do a shout out, you can do in Japanese also.
ここの波がすごい良くて自分的にもハマってる感じがするのでクォーターセミファイナルと気を抜かず頑張ります。
There you go, Janasuchi. Congratulations and see you in the quarterfinals, yeah? Back to you guys at the booth.
Thank you very much, Luke. So that was Joe Azuki. He's been one of the strongest surfers of his generation for a long time now. Won a under 16 ISA World Junior Championship back in 2017. There's
definitely a feather in your cap, isn't it?
A strong class in that age range. The two Hirotos, Arai and O'Hara. Hiroto O'Hara, of course, won the US Open. Gave that incredible speech on stage when he was asked what he was going to do with his prize money and said that he wanted to buy lots of cars. Yuji Nishi has competed at World Juniors in the past. So really sort
Sally
of
Fitzgibbon
strong.
was a former star of the juniors, wasn't she? Back in the day?
Is she from Japan?
No. I just thought we were talking juniors and there's strong fields that have taken on the world.
Well, there's been heaps of surfers compete at the World Juniors over the years.
We're not naming them all?
Oh, are we playing categories now?
We can. The way he won that last one, I was half in the conversation, Chris. Thanks for pointing it out. Jerry called me out too on something I was saying earlier. Well, being up here in the booth with you guys makes me remember where I'm at.
What a slow and sleepy heat, not just in the booth, but in the water as well. 4 guys out there, and Kishiro Nishi and Tenchi Iwami yet to open their accounts. So if you're wondering why there's only 3rd and 4th priority, technically Kishiro and Tenchi don't have priority because it's between them. They're basically equal 1st and 2nd priority until one of them catches a wave.
So technically they do hold priority, but it's not established on who, so they can't actually say it. So they'll be seeing on the board down in there in the beach, they'll be in the 3rd priority will be a surfer in blue, and in the 4th priority will be green, of course, and red and yellow won't be on the board because they haven't been assigned a place yet.
Yep, so it's old school rules between Kajiro and Tenchi at this point in time. Basically, whoever's sitting deepest gets to take off on the wave. And it's crazy after the non-stop run of swell we've had all morning that this one's got off to such a slow, sleepy start. But looks like Tenchi Iwami having a look. He's way deep compared to the rest of his competitors. And here he goes. Stretching out a long way in front of him. One turn, can't get to the 2nd section, and he is out of there. And there you see it. Priority flips to Kajiro Nishi. Tenchi Iwami will go to the back of the line. The 4 will pop up next to his name. Score to come in. And it's just going to be a minor, 2.3. So
Nothing more than a transitional float here. He was looking down the line. There he is, just up over that little 1st section, and couldn't quite get there in time to smash that 2nd section, which I know he would have loved to.
Yep, so we're at the halfway mark of this heat. 15 minutes done, and we haven't had a wave above a 3.5 so far. Kajiro Nishi yet to open his account.
Kiji's out there waving his arms because at this stage he wants to know. He wants to know what he needs to do to get himself on his first wave, what his requirements are going to be, and it's not out of question. It's a 4.35 at this stage, so with 15 minutes, halfway through, he's probably pretty keen to get moving.
Yeah, and then we're into surfer on surfer action. Lady side of the draw next. Minamai Nanaka and Sarah Wakita. So another all Japanese affair. Sarah Wakita lives in Hawaii these days. And still proudly Japanese. Grew up in Japan. All right. This is Tenchi Iwami. He's waited over half a heat to put first points on the board, but this is probably going to be the best scoring wave of the heat, you would imagine.
Yep.
Sorry,
not a massive wave. Yeah,
Kajiro's still yet to open his account. This is Tenchi's 2nd wave. So he only needs a minor. There it is, a 5.4. Easily the best wave of the heat. I really liked the flare that he got on that steeper section.
Yep, that combination, that rapid to that snap, the judges obviously love him, taking no time to drop that score into that 5s. Good-looking surfing gets good-looking scores.
Okay, Kajiro, no, still not engaging. This is Manojo Yahagi. That wave went ugly and his turn was about the same, so he's out of there. Now we see Kajiro Nishi opening his account. Carve to get things going. I like that turn. Vertical, drove his board through it, chucked a ton of spray, pacing his run, and he is out of there. All the points will come for that big vertical backhand bash. 13 minutes, 15 to run. Judges with a number to figure out. Now take it to the replays. Talk it through it.
Here we go again. So sort of a setup turn here, nothing too fluffy. Just this turn, vertical snap, fins out the back. The judges, throughout the morning, they have been rewarding that sort of commitment and that sort of flair. So I got no doubts it's going to go into that good score. There it is. Judges taking no time to drop in that 5.65.
And Minojo Yahagi's thrown a big finner over a pretty good, solid section. He's keeping it rolling down the line. This is a smaller wave, but it's got great shape. He's not done yet either. So sticking with this one all the way through to the inside. That's one of the longest waves we've seen. I'm not sure where he quite took off on it.
All right, things taking a little while to heat up, but here we go. There seems to be a bit of momentum building throughout these surfers now. Here's a replay of that. Nice little lofty reverse over that section too. It was pretty crafty that he managed to get back out in front to do a bit more work.
It was pretty crafty, but I'm interested to see where it goes because it wasn't a super committed turn, and then it definitely wasn't a big air. It was kind of like...
Yeah, half hit.
A bit of a
hit.
fence sitter, I think.
No, it was quite lofty, and he travelled a bit of distance, but you're right, I don't think he had the critical sort of nature that the judges have been rewarding throughout the morning.
So a lot of numbers to come. Tenchiyoami is in the lead with a 5.4 and a 2.3. Kajiro Nishi's last wave came in at a 5.65. That is the best wave of the heat so far. Minojo Yahagi. You imagine he's going to move up to second once this number drops in.
There's not much in him. We were talking double digits before was where you'd want to sit to be comfortable. These surfers with just over 11 minutes remaining is all sort of hanging under that 2-digit mark.
All right, a 5.55 for Minojo Yahagi, enough to put him into the lead, only just. So he's got a 5.55 and a 2.35 to sit in the lead. Tenchi Iwami has a 5.4 and a 2.3 to sit second. Kashiro has a 3 and a 2, and Kajiro has a 5.65. So there's really not much in it. Kashiro Suda, he wants to get rid of both of his scores. Minojo and Tenchi both want to get rid of the 2s that they're currently holding on to. And Kajiro, you'd almost say, is in the box seat, despite the fact he's sitting in 4th. He's just got the 1 wave ridden, and it's the best wave of the heat so far.
A big shout out to my mate Midras. All-round great guy. I think he's based down in Melbourne still. I haven't seen him for about 5 years. You used to hang out around Sharga together. Now I think he's in Melbourne. Thanks, Midras. Watching all the way from wherever you are in the world. Good people. Always will be. Love you, Mid. 10 minutes.
10 minutes to go. Priority is with Kashiro Suda. He's got some work to do. Second priority with Kajiro Nishi.
A few little white caps starting to show up there.
Here goes Tenchi Iwami, sitting in second, wants to get rid of his 2.3. I like that turn. He really put it on rail and drove through it hard. Second turn was good as well. He's flying down the line. He'll get one last little corner to tee off on. Drops the other shoulder, and that was a fluently surfed wave from start to finish. Great pace, bunch of variety. I think that's going to be up there with one of the highest scores for the heat, and will move him comfortably into the lead. So Tenchi Iwami, the first to put 2 solid scores on the board, and this is how he did it.
The money was in that opening turn there. His shoulders just opened up, head snapped, digging it right into the pocket, fully on rail. And then, like you said, just flowed right down the line, not missing an opportunity to put a few points on the board.
Okay, here goes Kashiro Suda on his backhand. Commitment to the bottom turn. He throws a lot of water. Even just on some of his sort of, for him, medium-sized turns, he's pushing a lot of spray around the place. Didn't really connect on anything there, and he'll go back to the drawing board, but I like the looks of Kashiro Suda when he gets a section that he can really lean into.
He's a big, powerful guy. He's almost in the Owen Wright division, you know what I mean, where he sort of sets up his bottom turn and he's loading that power and just waiting for that section to which is nice because he's waiting for a section, not rushing it. And that's results in that spray that sort of just comes off in buckets behind him.
So Koshiro Suda's last wave came in at a 4.4, so puts him up to second. It's not going to last for long though. And here goes the replay of Koshiro Suda. We're just waiting on that last score to come in for Tenshi Iwami. Here goes Kajiro Nishi. He's waited a long time for this wave. Missed the start of it. That turn was big and committed down the line. Not sure what he had at the start. Hopefully we can get the replay from start to finish. And we're still waiting on the score to come in for Tenshi Iwami. Here's the replay of Kajiro's last wave.
Okay, so that first section, I think that was the only section we got. Pretty committed, pretty up there into the pocket. Just
one of the bigger waves we've seen so far.
Yeah, it's all been this heat's been a lot of these medium to sort of smaller ones, and they're all hacking away at it.
Okay, last score in for Tenshi Iwami was a 5.7. So that is the best wave of the heat, and it puts him into the lead. Kajiro Nishi, only 2 waves, but enough for second. That last score for the one turn on the big section, a 4.15. He is in second. Minojo Yahagi and Kashiro Suda, they're tied on 7.9 for third. Minojo needs a 4.26 for second. Kashiro Suda needs a 5.41. Yahagi has priority 6.5 minutes to run. And yep, I'm liking the way that Kashiro Nishi has gone about this. Here goes Minogo Yahagi again. This is a really evenly matched heat. The surfer's just going blow for blow. And this is the last of our 4 surfer heats, so tactics are going to come into it a little bit more once it goes down to surfer on surfer. I'm not sure we're going to see more scores than we're seeing at the moment. Oh, great turn there from Tenshi Iwami. And again, he needed to hold on to that. He'd have been looking at a massive number if he could have pulled that one out, but not to be. The first turn was really crisp and committed in the pocket, and then he came fluently off the bottom and did it again. This is Minojo Yahagi's last wave.
Sort of struggled for highlights on this one. He never really got the connection with this wave by looking from the start. Sort of getting caught up most of the sections on the way through. I don't think it is one of his top 2. It's a 3.50. This opening turn committed it and off the lip, setting up the rhythm of the wave, just getting a little bit unstuck on that second turn, losing the rail and going over. Unfortunately, it was setting up to be a good score.
All right, 5 minutes to go. So where I was going with that last one, these are the last of our 4 surfer heats. Then we go down to surfer on surfer action. Life's not going to get that much easier, despite the fact there'll be twice as many waves available to our competitors, because such is the random nature of the lineup today. You're not necessarily going to be in the right place. When there's 4 of you in the water, you've got more ground covered. There's got surfers under priority who are operating where, more of a carefree nature where they're staying active. Priority's going to come into play. We're going to see some surfers, I think, it'll turn into an anchor for them, won't necessarily work in their favour.
Absolutely. Oni Onwa, he called it earlier, he said he's not even that interested in priority today, even including the 4-man heats, because of the nature of the way this wave is sort of setting up. Like you say, you might go out and miss position because the other surfer's not in the lineup. You might miss where those waves are coming in from. It's a tricky situation out there today. It's definitely different Mona Lisa point than what we've seen, apart from yesterday, which was just absolute chaos with that 30-knot northerly hammering down on us.
I would suggest that Oni surfed more heats than anyone in this event.
Good chance of it.
So I'd be listening to Oni, I reckon.
And yeah, his surfing competition IQ is through the roof. He was a winner down here at the SEA Games 2019 also, so also knows how to get a victory out of this place. No slouch to competition surfing, Oni. So he actually missed priority. Looked like what was a priority error out there. He didn't quite get far up the point, and Bronson actually paddled up past him, establishing priority, forcing Oni's hand to actually move up the line a little bit on that earlier heat. So
All right, here goes Manojo Yahagi flying down the line, throws it up. He's still there. And he has vanished. So 3 minutes to go. Manojo's on the hunt for a 4.26. Not going to happen there. Now here goes Koshiro Suda on his backhand. We know he's got the big guns in his arsenal. Big turn. Clobbers that. Gives it a little bit of a...
Not sure, was it?
He went to go the double fist pump, and then he sort of got halfway there, and it was almost like he didn't know what to do with his hands.
Is it a no claim claim? Is it a claim? Here we go, Surfer in Blue, looking for a 5-4-1. He knows he needs something to pull out here, and the air is definitely within his contention. Nice little fins high, lofty reverse, but couldn't quite ride out anyway, so it's negligent. And like that load up here on that bottom turn. Perfect timing, blowing the back out of that wave. There was a little fist pump in there. And that was sort of him looking at his hands going, what are you doing, hands?
Yeah, all right. Well, it was a 4.6. So it's Koshiro's best wave and does narrow his requirement. He's now chasing a 5.21 for second. 2 minutes remaining. Tenchi Awami has looked really good in both heats that he's surfed today. He could end up surfing 3 times today.
What do you think? These conditions, 3 heats, takes it out of you.
It does, yeah.
A little bit different to your standard. Some people might think that's only an hour and a half in the water, but under competition conditions, you've got to paddle out 3 times, your heart rate's elevated.
Yeah, you've got the adrenaline spike, you've got the come down. All right, here goes Kajiro Nishi in white. He sat for the first half of the heat without taking off on a wave. This is only his 3rd wave, and he goes down off the bottom turn. Was well on his way to getting rid of that 4.15 that would have got him a little bit more breathing space. Talk us through the
Here
replay.
it is again. So he's dropping in, setting this one up. Down the line looks good. He can see that right from the takeoff and does the work, gets around the big section. Another little setup turn. This is where the money was going to come from. He was already eyeing the section and he's hit that one of those little reverb waves from the rocks inside, and his foot's just dropped off.
I don't know if that section was really going to offer him a whole lot, to be honest. So he can't get too hung up on going down there because that one was flattening out. Here goes Tenchi Awami, 30 seconds to go. He'd love to throw up a big punt just to build some confidence, and slaps the end section, does it very nicely, and he will take a head of steam into the quarterfinals. He surfed twice today for 2 heat wins, and we will be seeing him in action in about 3 hours' time.
And this is a victory lap. It's probably going to go into his best score for sure. Nice lead up, nice wrap. Just this wave stands up beautifully on the inside, which we hadn't seen much, and he launches everything into that lip line and manages to avoid the redirection of the wave. Getting nose, getting clear. He's going to be stoked with that, and I believe it dropped in as his highest score.
So Tenchi Awami and Kajiro Nishi are through to the next round. Women's quarterfinal action is in the water right now. We're going to have a quick break. We'll be back with more action from the La Union International Pro right after this.
Yeah, La Union, it's not just the place too, it's like also the waves, it's such beautiful. The food, it's so good. And yeah, I'm so happy to be here. And the people is so amazing, like they're so caring. Wow, this car is like feels so special. I never ride a car like this. This is my first time, so whew, so happy to ride in this car. So good.
You know, I actually love driving Volkswagen. When you go really fast, you don't feel it that you're going fast.
I don't know, I feel like we're not driving, I feel like we're flying. Because it's not even like bumping. So it's so good.
I like this one, look at this one. This one with turbo ba?
The backseat people can enjoy the car as well. Normally, like, it's like this front, and then the back is always normal, like a roof. That's true. And now this one's like, oh, I don't know, you get to enjoy the car as well.
When you rev it up, you can feel the nice, smooth transaction. That's the main part in the car. You can just push it down.
He's a dream car, bro.
All right, a beautiful little ad there showcasing one of our sponsors, Volkswagen, and also the Department of Department of Tourism Region 1. That location is literally about a 5-minute drive from here. You step off the beach and the sand into some beautiful scenery in the Philippines. Fields, there's a man-made forest. I still don't know what that means. I want to go and check out this famous La Union man-made forest. You were down on a golf course the other day. There's point breaks all over the place, beach breaks all over the place.
There is. I can tell you on the way to the golf course, there was an awful lot more traffic than that.
Yeah, absolutely. That's why we went the other way, Jerry.
Yeah.
Took us about an hour to get into the traffic. Not too bad on.
So that was
Longboard
heading.
City.
That was heading to the north, or that was heading to the east.
All right, we have Chris Binns down there on the beach with our heat winner, Tenchi Iwami. We'll send it down to you, Chris Binns.
You beauty, thanks fellas. Tenchi, you've surfed twice. Yeah. One more to come. How are you feeling?
I'm so tired.
There's a lot of water moving around out there. Is it? Are you trying to conserve energy, or are you just trying to catch as many waves as possible?
I wanna save energy, but the heat was so slow. Yeah, I think keep busy. Yeah.
When you got a heat like that with 4 Japanese surfers, are you guys? You're all friends, obviously. Are you talking, or are you just like eyes on the horizon?
Little bit talking. Yeah. No, we're coming.
Trash talk or friendly?
Yeah. Yeah.
And is that the same board you rode this morning? And is that the same board you're going to ride in the next?
Yeah, same. I will be riding same board. Yeah.
And what do you think it's going to take to progress to tomorrow, the final day?
I'm so stoked and I'm so excited. My first QS quarterfinals. Yeah, let's go again. Yes.
Mate, you're on fire. Some words in Japanese to everyone back home?
Yeah. Japanese? Okay. 応援してくれてありがとうございます。ファイナルデーにつなぐことができました。とりあえず一つの目標としてクォーターファイナルズに行きたかったので、このまま優勝を目指して頑張ります。
All right, you're through to your first ever QS quarterfinal. Good luck getting through to your first ever semifinal.
Thank you.
Back up to you guys in the box.
Thanks, Benzie. Much appreciated.
Momentum building for Tenchi down there. Great to see a young up-and-coming surfer starting to put it all together.
Yeah, first-time quarterfinal. Pretty exciting for him. Speaking of quarterfinals, Minami Nonaka and Sara Wakita are out there at the moment. Minami's already had 2 waves and 2 very similar scoring waves. You've got a 3.5 and a 3.9. But it's a start, and it's not easy out there, John. It's kind of still fairly big and lumpy, and it's very difficult to find the right spot. Our Sarah is over there really kind of deep at this stage, and I would say that Minami is around 100 metres away from her as we speak. So it's a big playing field.
It is a big playing field, and these girls are also, what, they ride about a 5.2 board at the biggest?
Yeah, no, it's nothing. And she's copping one right on the head at the moment.
And
not super heavy out there, but there is a lot of water moving, but they tell me that it's not incredibly heavy. No one's throwing their boards away under the waves, but as you said, the boards are tiny, weigh nothing. You can probably hang onto them one hand and go under the wave.
We've had 2 broken boards too throughout this event.
Yeah, I've noticed that, yep.
So not incredibly heavy, but sometimes you can get your board in that wrong place, wrong time, and bad things happen.
Yeah, 100%. So 5 minutes down, 6 minutes down on this heat. And we're going to go through and do the women's quarterfinals, and I believe we're going to follow straight up with the men's quarterfinals, hopefully leaving just the semis and finals of the men's and women's tomorrow. Is that what you've heard?
I've heard that also, which is pretty exhausting for those surfers who have to go back to back to back, but everyone's in the same position.
Yeah.
Tenchi just saying out there he was exhausted because it is quite big. It can take its toll on you when it's big because your heart rate's immediately elevated usually, plus competition, all compounds, and
it's a long paddle back too.
It's a long paddle back. There's a lot going on out there.
Yeah, I mean, Red's still not out the back from the last heats, the last wave, so it takes plenty of time to get back out there. She's just getting back out there now. It's a bit of a rip heading down there, and it's messy on the inside, but yeah, it's pretty tiring. I don't think here's a replay, and I'm not sure if this is the second wave or the first wave. That is Minami just working it up into the inside. Both our competitors are Japanese, obviously, in this heat, and she's going to finish it off.
Nice looking wave there.
Yeah, well, it wasn't a finish either. She's carrying on a bit further. No, that was it. So again, I'm not sure it was the first or the second wave, but they're quite similar waves.
I'm going to say that's a 3.9.
So you call them the second
in my
wave. Right.
In my expert opinion, Jerry, I did like that finish. It was pretty nice, but we didn't see the first one, so I'm just going to put it out there.
Oh well, who can prove us wrong then?
Exactly.
Really
Probably about 13 people on, or 38,000 people on Facebook or Twitter who have their opinion.
Yes. Just don't look at your phone. That's the most important thing. I have been looking at my phone lately, and my brother, Johnny Deegan, who's probably locked himself in his office and told the rest of the staff that he's doing something important. All he's doing is watching this. So I'd like to say hello to John, and I know you're at the office. I know you're not working, and I hope no one else at the office is listening, because now they know. So John is the guy that took me surfing when I was younger. Threw me out into Big Voodoo and other places that I probably wasn't all that happy about, but I'm still surfing, and probably due to John I'm sitting here as we speak. Next to another John.
Something in the name, Jerry.
Yeah, I don't know. I've fought with one of them, and I sometimes want to fight with the other one.
I don't know which category I'm in.
You're the one I haven't fought with yet.
But you want to. So I said there's no silver lining into that cloud, but a little bit quiet out there in the morning. For the girls in this quarterfinal,
is it still in the morning? That's the question.
Always,
here in the
it's the afternoon.
Yeah, it's 12:30 here in the Philippines. So I know people, my brother listening in Australia, it's 3:30. Different time zones, obviously, through Australia. I'm not sure. And Japan is, are we talking about the same hours in Japan?
I feel that we're on the same timeline as Japan, to tell you the truth.
Yeah, so
there we go. There's a run to the finals. Minami Naoka, Sarah Wakita, the current heat out there, will be facing up against Nilby Blaine Carter from the Philippines, or Shino Matsuoda, also from Japan. Kalani Johnson will match up against someone. We're back in the water here. Disappeared.
Okay, that was our surfer in blue.
A lot of these surfers on these wipeouts are just going straight through that hole in the bottom and not popping up for quite a long time. Surfer in blue, there we go, up and riding, getting her account open finally after 10 minutes.
They're desperately trying to give us the road to the semis sort of thing, and keep getting interrupted by these surfers.
Yeah, thanks for that, Sam. It's one of those things, as soon as we got a boring heat, we start to fill in the gaps, the action starts to liven up again.
So that was away from both. A really short one from the surfer in red and a longer one from Sarah Wakita in blue. That's Minami in red. So Minami only got a 1.25 and Sarah got a 5. So that's the highest scoring wave so far.
Okay, so Minami just going up. It would have been a nice, crisp, critical hit off that lip, but she took the mine shaft down to the bottom of the reef, grabbed us a few lobsters while you're down there. And there she is popping up. Long time she was down there.
Yeah, she was. And just behind
here's
that
Sarah.
wave.
This is a 5.0. The best heat of the mornings of the afternoon for the women so far. Two nice, smooth transition. She gets to the open face, but I believe that's about it for her.
Couple of jumps, a wiggle, and a finish that she didn't quite finish, unfortunately.
Yep.
That could have gone up into the very good range had she finished that wave.
She could have got into the very good range. It was actually a nice little wave. Those two opening manoeuvres definitely getting every set of that 5. Judges setting the scale for the women's surfing, the quarterfinals here. Obviously, men and women surf a little bit different. It's going to be interesting to see how the women react to these conditions the way it is.
Yeah, the conditions, I don't know that they're deteriorating. The wind has certainly swung around today. It was from the south. It's more from the southwest at the moment. But it's not screwing it up in reality. The waves are still fairly clean. Some open walls, and here's the surfer in red taking off wide. That is Minami.
Wide, but look at that. Opening turn was critical in nature, but
then it shut down actually all the way to the bank on the beach. So it was a really nice first turn from Minami,
It is challenging conditions out there, isn't it? Here's a replay of that one. This opening turn was as it bowled up there, was really good. Nice snap, and then unfortunately just didn't give her another chance to add to the total. That was setting up to what could have been a really good. I think the judges might have actually enjoyed that first turn. They really did. It was a 5.50, so they did see what I saw as well. The way it bowled up, the way she took to it and attacked it was 100% what they're looking for out there, that commitment.
Yeah, and I think, look, there's limited opportunities when it's shutting down, when it's sectiony. You know, you make the most of one section, you do a big move, they are paying you for it.
Yeah, and you could just imagine if she had had another opportunity on that one, it could have gone also very good or excellent.
Here comes Sarah Wakita. She took off on a wide one. Obviously, there was nothing in her future on that wave, so she's chosen to get back out there and keep priority. You didn't surf this morning, John, before...
I woke up, I had the best intentions this morning, and let's have a look at Surfing Blue's last wave, a 0.90. It's not going to be too exciting if she just pulls off. I don't think we need to rub salt into that wound for her. I'm sure she's not excited about it. It'll be a throwaway, possibly within minutes. I had good intentions, Jerry. The world's built on good intentions. I wanted to surf, actually. I knew the swell had bumped up, and I was pretty keen and excited. But I knew we had a pretty early call time, and with that win last night, I was actually pretty cool to get down here. Pretty keen to get down here and make sure the event site hadn't blown away overnight and swept away, and give our contest coordinator, Juan, a hand to re-establish the grounds.
Because it was incredibly windy yesterday, and I must say, when I crashed out pretty early last night, but it was still really blowing a gale at sort of 9 o'clock last night, and I was a little concerned about what we were going to wake up to.
And La Union gave us exactly what we were hoping for. Nice conditions, good solid swell, and a great day of competition.
Yeah, and according to the predictions, this wind is meant to die off as the afternoon progresses, and we still have this heat plus 7 more, so that's almost 4 hours still. And hopefully by then, in a couple of hours, it'll really die off, and we'll have some glacier conditions in the afternoon.
Hope so. Because this could be, as it sort of, I think we still hold this swell throughout the day too, which this with a little bit more clean and a still rising tide could really sort of get that magic formula going. We could get some epic conditions coming up. Sarah doing some good surfing. I believe she's based in Hawaii, from what I think I overheard. So she wouldn't be a stranger to some big waves.
Yeah, exactly. I can't back you up on that. I hadn't actually heard, but... I trust you.
I wouldn't.
Or I trust the people you are over listening to.
It's a sketchy setup from the beginning, isn't it?
There's a little replay. It's a really nice turn right back into the power source. She's going to do another little beautiful turn, actually.
It wasn't little. That was actually a pretty committed snap there. Definitely going to throw her way 0.9. I think it's better than that, Jerry.
I'm wondering if it's the best wave of the heat, or certainly close to it. The best wave of the heat was just a single manoeuvre. That was 2 pretty nice manoeuvres, so let's see what the judges are feeling about that one.
Yeah, and it hasn't taken these girls too long to actually start figuring out these conditions and start hacking away at these scores and starting to improve. Both started a little timidly at the start. It took Sarah a long time to get on the board, and now she's just dropped in her 3rd number, which wasn't quite the highest wave of the heat.
No, but enough to take her into first place, a 5.25, her highest score. So, you know, she's got I won't say she's comfortable in front, but it's nice to be in front. Manami only needs a 4.75 to overtake Sarah, so that's more than doable. So time will tell.
Definitely.
It's a bit of weed out the back there, John.
Yeah, we were just talking about that earlier. As these swells tend to pick up and rush through, they rip a lot of the seaweed off the reef, which is good for the turtles and the marine environments because it stirs up them, gets their food flowing, the plankton and the phytoplankton, I believe it's called. Just a part of the natural cycle of things.
I don't dare repeat things you may have spoken, but previous days they had some kind of turtle release here. Do you know much about that?
I do. There's an organisation down here. I wish Luke Landrigan was in the booth with us at the moment instead of Jerry Deegan, because I'd have a far more intelligent conversation about turtles getting released on the beach. But they do have a program here because it is a high-density tourist destination. They have this cycle of the turtles who come down here and lay the eggs. They then take those eggs out put them in the incubators, sort of, and then set a release date.
And they do that because they're concerned the tourism will affect either the eggs or the behaviour of the turtles or whatever.
Well, you've seen on the beach there's dogs and cats and all that sort of stuff. So just to protect the turtles, when us humans tend to get involved without the proper care, we usually ruin things. I don't know if you've noticed.
I have actually.
So initiative of these guys, I can't remember the group, but I'll try to get it sorted out because they got the initiative where they catch these turtles laying and then they'll collect the eggs, take them to the incubator and then release them at a later date. Usually they'll invite a small crowd down to the beach to sort of document it. We've got some on our social media page, I think, on the opposite page. We had one of our guys, Ethan Cui down there with the camera catching some moments. It was a little turtle race to the beach. It wasn't quite as dramatic as the David Attenborough with the seagulls and the eagles and the fish and the things just destroying those things as they make a little run to the beach, but super cool.
Okay, Sarah up again. Down the mine shaft. And that one, unfortunately, that was a pretty good effort. Would have been a high-scoring manoeuvre. I wonder if, look, it's a great thing they do, and it's protected from the tourism. Normally, you do lose a lot of turtles. I do watch David Attenborough. He's pretty good. I wonder what percentage of, well, I guess 100% of these get into the ocean at least.
They get into, then what happens?
We don't know what happens after that. Yeah.
And I know that's why turtles lay 200 eggs per batch. So they've got their own systems.
Yeah.
And if we've got some humans getting down there to help that system, then albeit, and just try not to be those other brand of humans that get in there and destroy those sort of systems. Be on Team Nature is basically my suggestion, because otherwise you're the other guy.
Yeah. Look, I'm with you. That's exactly the right thing to do. I'm glad they do it. And, the fact that probably more make it to the ocean, maybe in the long run it's about the same considering what us humans do to them if they weren't protected.
Exactly. So great initiatives done throughout the world, and great to see it down here on San Juan Beach in the beautiful La Union.
Just thinking about one of the Shargau surfers that used to come here regularly. Osut. Hello, Osut. I know you'd love to be here. He's had a couple of little health issues, but I think he's back in the water now, and he's got a beautiful kid and wife. And I hope you're listening there, Osut. We're thinking about you, wishing you're up here, because sometimes Osut's on the judging team and all the rest of it.
Osut's a major player in the national judging circuit.
By the way, it's Rodolfo Alcala, in case anyone...
And if you don't know Rodolfo and you're trying to search him on and you're looking for Osut, and you can spend hours looking for this guy without... Just know he's an Alcala and he's a Rodolfo or Osut. He's a big major, one of the main guys on the national circuit, one of our main judges.
And also a previous winner of the Cloud9 International.
Yep, and he was, I think we were talking yesterday about we have a Masters division in the national tour. Osut was actually in there. He was back on the board for that, so he's back out and surfing and at some level competing again. Nice. He may have been that bloke that sort of got two waves and rolled back into the beach because he was absolutely cooked.
Knackered.
Yeah, absolutely.
Anyways, he's a good man. I know he's down there on the island just around the corner from David Frachou, who is also listening. I don't know if they'll be watching this together. But Frenchie David's another Cloud9 surfer, loves to get out there, loves to get pitted on his backhand.
He'll be sitting in his dungeon watching it alone. You know he will be in a dark room abusing us as we even talk about him.
With his two wildlings running wild.
And his beautiful wife, Crystal. Good man, and you're right, one of the best backhand styles out there at Cloud9. No stranger to getting a nice backdoor. Pig dog tube, I've seen him do a few.
And loves a claim.
I saw him claim one, but there's one going around of him claiming actually double fist pump.
We made a T-shirt of it.
It was the best wave I've ever seen almost anyone get out there. I was actually out there that day, and I would have stopped surfing after that. He just did a claim, and it was one of those ones. It was an emotional claim. We were talking about claims yesterday. Claim for points, don't bother, don't do it. Even if you're stoked, by all means, lose your mind. Don't be like Jerry Deegan. You got to maintain a frown across your face, and
I've got no reason to claim. That's my problem. We made a T-shirt for David, and we had a bit of a chuckle about it, and it had a picture of just him out of the barrel already with two hands in the air, and it said 1 for the tube, 9 for the claim. Thanks, David. I still have that shirt. I'll wear it next time I see you. So 8.5 minutes remaining. We still have Sarah Okita in blue. with a total of 10.25. She has a 5.25 and a 5.
Looks like some sets building.
And she's ahead of Minami Nonaka. And Nanami has a 5.5, which is the highest scoring wave, and a 3.9. So she only needs a 4.75, Minami, to move into first place. Very, very doable with 8 minutes to go. They both just copped that one on the head, which isn't all that much fun, but that's part of surfing.
It is. It is. It's a big part of surfing because it's where you want to be on the other side of those to get your wave.
Yeah, these days, I don't get too upset about getting caught inside. I just think of the fitness, It's pretty good for your health, going under, getting dragged back, having to paddle out, getting another one on the head.
Depends where you are. Also, you don't want to get those on the head at Cloud 9 because we're saying you don't just get back up, paddle up. Sometimes you've got a broken board, broken leash, broken skin.
What about at Waimea Bay?
Oh, those guys. I was watching them even with at the Eddie Challenge there, even with the jet skis, life vests, and they were still getting hurt. You can have it. You can have it, guys. Congratulations. Guys and girls, that's the thing.
Yeah.
By all means, I'm happy to cheer on the beach, actually on a screen, because I don't even want to watch it in real life. Here we go.
Manami up and down. Nice first turn. What's she going to do? She's going to finish it off. Oh, she de-weighted. That was really nice. She just got bounced off at the bottom. That's a shame. That was going to be a high scorer.
That would have been a really nice combination. She did get up and riding nice, and that last move was nice, and getting the fins loose on the top. She sort of had everything, every element you want. Here she goes. This is the replay. Beautiful wrap to set things up. Get back down there in the pocket. Getting the finish. There she is. She gets the fins up, get a little bit of a drift, and then just couldn't re-establish that rail to dig herself out of that manoeuvre on that. She stayed nice and low. Kept going down, unfortunately.
Yeah, that was a shame, but with 6.5 minutes of time remaining, then she can certainly get out the back and do it again.
You are getting tired, aren't you?
I am tired, funnily enough. It's the middle of the day thing. I'm waiting for my second wind. I don't know why. I went to bed at 9 o'clock. I think I got too much sleep. I had a beautiful juice from Seabuds, and I've got no reason to be tired.
I drove 2.5 hours up into the mountain last night to drive down again.
When you said it was going to be an hour, I'm thinking I'm not going because I knew it was more than an hour.
It's a beautiful place up there. Like, it was 10 degrees cooler. It was sensational, but we only had 10 minutes to eat dinner and drive back down again because Marimo was in his heat. I hope he doesn't blame me. He just bowed out in that last round.
Well, I would blame you.
Came in third place.
I went up there many years ago with Luli and Luigi, and great hosts they were, and we spent a bit of time up in their house up there, and we visited here. 15 years ago that was, and that was the first time I came here as well. My daughter was 1 year old. I'm not sure if she had a good time, but we did. We had a great time. We played golf up there too at Camp John Hay, and this is a tropical country, and it's always really hot, but up in the mountains it cools down quite a lot.
I didn't take a jumper. I regretted it. Luckily,
yesterday was a cold day here on the beach because it was so windy.
I wasn't there long enough to get cold, fortunately.
I don't know if you're smart enough to get cold.
Stupid don't freeze. I have heard that throughout my life, so life's good.
Okay, with 5 minutes remaining, still no situation change there. Minami Nonaka still needs a 4.75 to move into the lead. Sarah Wakita has priority, so she's going to do everything she can.
That last wave from Minami, just out of interest, was a 3.0, so you could just imagine where that would have gone if she hadn't managed to
finish that off.
Because that strength of that wave was actually in that second manoeuvre, and the judges liked it enough to throw a 3 at what it was, so I could just imagine. So she's capable, she's more than capable of that 4.75, which is what she requires now to move into the semi-final to meet our next heat result winner, who will be either Nilby Blancata or Ashino Matsuda from Japan. Will be our next heat in the water. Another great heat. Good lineup of surfers. We have across the men, the Indonesians and Japanese seem to be dominating. We still have JR Esquivel, who will be coming up into the quarterfinals. He dug out that last victory. Did you see that one, Jerry? It was super exciting. Will the Cinderella story continue for JR Esquivel, or will he find his end? Up and riding is, here we go. Bigger wave, Jerry.
It's a much bigger wave, and that first manoeuvre was really good. The second one is going to get some points. That's it there. So 2 really strong manoeuvres. It's hard to know what they're going to say about that. Normally in this situation, if I had my Australian phone, I'd ring up my friend Jason Bond and I'd get his opinion. Bondy, I'd get your opinion on what that was worth, and you'd quickly tell me, and you'd probably be right. But,
Okay, she has hit that first section super crisp and super smooth. It's a head-high wave, and she does really good. I think the judges are going to like this, and I reckon they're going to reward her quite well for it.
She's only needing a 4.75, so
I
I'm
think
feeling that you're probably on the right path there, John.
And I think Sarah's actually
I've seen the first score come in.
I hadn't yet.
Solid.
For the record, I hadn't seen that first score come in yet. So.
I know you hadn't. Okay, 6.50. So that moves Manami into the lead and makes it particularly difficult for Sarah, who's paddling back out. So maybe we missed something in the meantime there. Well, there was a 5.4.
That's actually, I believe, the girls in the next heat paddling out there. That wasn't a paddle battle going on. I think.
No, well, there you go. That's
there it is.
That's Sarah's wave. That came in at a 5.4. So she would have actually improved her situation, except for the fact that Manami rolled in there with a 6.50. So with 2 minutes to go, there is a paddle battle going on.
I'm sorry, that's actually the next heat sitting out there quite patiently while the girls are battling at it.
Yeah, so that wasn't a big enough score there from Sarah, so she needs a 6.60 with 2 minutes remaining.
Right, and interestingly here, she's taking the inside route, and
who are they going to
Minami's on the outside. Who's going to get a priority is going to our surfer in red, who was on the outside. She didn't look like she was as far up the point, but she's in the position, according to the priority judge, of where you're going to get the waves. There they are checking the board out. I'm pretty sure Sarah's going to be a little bit disappointed, throwing up the question, why not? Why not me?
Yeah, I think...
and this is why. She duck dives that one, where Manami is in position to catch the wave. So a good call from the priority judge. And
a beautiful wrap to start with, and this wave looks like it's going to line up a little bit. 3 wraps, anything for the inside. Okay, so with 1 minute to go, that could be her last hurrah. It takes a little bit of time to paddle back out, but she's left Sarah out there on her own, and she's got a full minute to try to get a 6.60, as long as Manami doesn't make her position better with this wave.
So nice wrap. No real major highlights in this one. It was a series of wraps, sort of the similar move. There it is. It's dropping into 5.15. So not going towards her 2 best scores and not making the situation any harder for Sarah. So 40 seconds. What's on the horizon? Some waves.
There's definitely some sets on the horizon. And then she's on the inside there. She's going to have a little paddle. And she's up and riding. Haven't got the camera on her. There we are.
She's going to hope this thing stands up on the inside, because as of now, she hasn't got too much going on. She's passing Minami on the shoulder there, and Minami's probably got a bit of a smile on her face because she sees that this thing's not going to give her any opportunity, and the body language.
She knows, and Manami's not even going to hang around out there. Bless you. Yeah, that's going to be a wrap for that one, so congratulations for Manami Nanaka. She has taken that out, and she will be moving to the semi-finals. For Sarah, bad luck. It was a good effort. You made it to the quarterfinals. Should be proud of yourself. And we'll see Manami fairly soon. From here on in, we'll go for a bit of a break, and we'll be back shortly. Okay, welcome back. We're here with Heat 2. of the quarterfinals. Nelby Blancada from the Philippines and Chino Matsuda from Japan. I'm here with the Bali legend, Tippery Jabrick. How are you, buddy?
I'm really good, Jerry. Thanks for having us here. And what a blast today also. We have, I would say, conditions are way better today than yesterday. And then a couple high-scoring heats.
Absolutely, yeah. I mean, they're getting good scores. The surf's solid. The wind's not great at this stage and the inside's kind of messed up, but they are still scoring well, and I've just been informed that we're probably going to go on hold after the women's quarterfinals, and we'll confirm that fully with you shortly, but at this stage that's what it's looking like. So if that's the case, we'll go on hold and we'll come back early in the morning, have the men's quarterfinals followed by 2 lots of semis and 2 lots of finals, and wrap it up tomorrow, Tip.
Yeah, because there's not much hits to go. I think the event director, the contest director, been making a really good call, making sure every heats are we're trying to get a great finish. I think that's the aim. Yeah.
Okay, so and we're looking at clean waves tomorrow of similar size or slightly smaller. So hopefully tomorrow when we show up, the tide will be a little higher in the morning. It'll be running down the reef, and it looks pretty promising.
Yeah, for sure. I think La Union, it's all about good direction, good wind, and then we can see like a quality finish. We still have 26, 27, so we still have 2 days to finish it. But if tomorrow is the
26 is our last day. Tomorrow is our last day. 20 to 26 is actually 7 days.
Okay, so tomorrow is our last day.
Tomorrow is our last day.
Oh, so it's perfect, yeah?
Yeah. That will work out perfectly. Oh. And the day after, the swell's meant to drop off a fair bit. So, I think they're banking on tomorrow as a pretty good day, clean, with decent-sized swells. So it'd be a nice way to finish and get our finals done.
Yeah. I always thought the event finished on the 28th.
well, I know it's the 27th because I believe I've got to get on a bus early morning on the 27th to head back to Manila. So
your flight is what, 28th?
No, I've got a couple of days in Manila. I lived in the country for many years, so I've got to be honest, a stack of banking to do. So whether I get on that early bus or a midday bus, as a matter of fact, that's going to be a Friday. I need an early bus, otherwise I can't do any banking over the weekend.
Yeah, I think Fridays, even in Philippines, it's going to be a busy day.
Yeah, it is. So we got Nelby Blancada out there. Nelby is the sister of, Nelby is the sister of Neldy. 2 of the first women pro surfers in the country, and 2 of the best. Nelby is a natural footer, and Neldy is a goofy footer. And Neldy's not here. She's got other commitments, 2 beautiful kids. And Nelby at this stage, for mine, is the best surfer in the Philippines, the best female surfer in the Philippines. I think we're going to head downstairs to John, and he will be interviewing our last. We've just got to, let's have a look at Nelby's wave first. It's a pretty decent wave. Okay, so she didn't get across it, but she gave it a dig. That gives priority to Shino. And now we'll go down to John Carby, who is interviewing the winner of the last heat.
Hey, thanks guys. I'm down here on the beach with Manami, our first semi-finalist for the women who will be in the event tomorrow. Konnichiwa, Manami, and congratulations.
Thank you.
It's hard conditions out there, but you did really well. You found exactly what you needed to do, and you took your time and got a great few scores there.
It was tricky condition, but I got to good place and got through the heat, so I'm very happy.
Yeah, I'd be very happy too. You're into the semi-finals, which means you're only 2 more wins off being a champion. It must feel good to be in this position.
今ランキング1位なので、このまま優勝目指して頑張りたいと思います。
Okay, you want to speak to your friends and family back home? Thank your sponsors. You've got a lot of stickers, including Roxy there. So I'd like to, you can speak to your family and friends in Japanese. Nihongo is good.
いつも応援ありがとうございます。明日のファイナルデーも全力で頑張るので応援よろしくお願いします。
Okay, congratulations. I can't wait to see you tomorrow in finals day. Back to you guys up in the studio.
Thank you, John, and congratulations, Minami. That was, I can still hear them in the background having a bit of a chuckle. Congratulations to her. We're back here. We're in heat number 2 of the women's quarterfinals. And there's only been one wave ridden, only a 0.5 just before we went to the interview. That was with Nelby Blancada. She's from the Philippines and from Siargao Island. And a lovely lady who I've known since she was a tiny kid. You've been to Siargao many, many times. You know all these surfers, Tippy?
Yeah, I know Nilby. She traveled a lot to Indonesia before, and we get to meet each other in a lot of places. You know, like Taiwan, Thailand, even here in Siargao. She's a local there. She's always nice, and sometimes she's the one who tell us to go on the beach wave on Cloud 9.
Oh well, that's nice of her. And then here she is, having a dig. We'll see what happens here. So nice check turn there, and she's going to find a bit of wall. A little bit messy, it's a little bit lumpy, but she's making the most of what she's got. She's decided to give it up there. So, you know, it was a nice wrapping turn to start with and a little down the line. She did get up and over the white water. I'm not sure how the judges are going to see that. But, you know, it's going to be better than her previous score. And here's the replay. So a bit fat there. She finds a little bit of power right there. Doesn't make it back to the white water. And here she just gets up and semi over it, but not fully in control. Made it round. There was nothing left to go there. So they gave her a 2.57, which puts her a little further into the lead. 8 minutes in. Can't imagine really that either of those scores will end up being her in her final 2, but who knows?
So
sorry, mate, you go.
Yeah, Shino Matsuda, yeah, you know, she's a different surfer. She's on her backside here. Really have a strong, you know, top rotation. You know, making sure there's a lot of spray, and then you know, I don't know, like a body rotation, body torque. It's most of the backside are, you know, that's their weapon to go on this wave. As we can see later on this heat, we have Kailani Johnson and also Taina Esquierdo. That's the only way that they can do, because on your backside, sometime here on this condition, there's not much things to do beside doing, I have to say, a bit of a repetition. You know, if you're on your front side, as you can see, like you can do a bit of like a, you know, a roundhouse cutback or a floater, this and that. So we will see a lot of similarity of goofy footers out here.
I think you're right, but I like that move they are kind of stuck doing. It tends to be a little more vertical than the natural footer. But yeah, you're right. It's a different style of surfing for the goofy and the natural footer out here. And you know, being a goofy footer myself, I love to see them get straight up and down. And I saw JR before
I was just
take control. You know, and even Filmar, you know, although he didn't get through, Filmar did some amazing backhand turns. He just chose slightly smaller waves, but I'm a big fan of watching that big backhand, you know, power turn.
Yeah, for sure. And I think as a local here, JR kind of know which section to get around. I see Filmar just attacking. That's the difference.
Okay, here we go.
So Shino Matsuda, this is a opening right from her. Not, you know, only offering two maneuvers right there, but it could better Nilby's 2.75. I think.
Yeah, I'm thinking it would. The first one was super controlled. Wasn't overly vertical, but you know, a lot of control. And the second one was a nice safe maneuver as well.
Here we go, off the top here. Not really vertical there because of you know, she's I think she's doing those 2+1, we call it, like a really quick first one to finish it and try to have another second maneuver. So
okay, I haven't heard that before.
Yeah,
2+1. All right. Is it okay if I use that in the future?
Sure.
Thank you.
So you know, sometimes when the wave is kind of short, you kind of shortening the first maneuver for a sec to finish.
So you can squeeze that next maneuver in. Okay, here's Nelby. A little bit of a layback there. Didn't quite get all the way through, but she's surfing with a lot of speed. That's a great move. That's a great move.
That was I would say that's the points will be for her. She's sitting in first with a 2.75 and a 0.5. 18 minutes and 40 seconds to go. Neilby is one of the only hope right now in the girls division. On the women's division, here's another replay.
Big wave as well.
Yeah, I have to say that layback is a functional maneuver right there, because he put it on a commitment. It was close to the section of the wave, and that last one was a really nice one.
Yeah, well, there you go. Both the scores are in now. So Shino got a 4.75 for her wave, the two manoeuvres, the 1+2.
Yeah.
Or was it the 2+1? I think it was the 1+2.
Yeah.
And Nelby got the highest score of this heat so far, a 5.25, which moves her ahead. But with Shino not even having a second wave at this stage, I mean, it's wide open. And I think Shino's a bit further out the back, so she may well then get priority. I can turn my head and have a look. She's actually having a little paddle for this wide one. I don't know there's going to be much wall on that one. Maybe she's going to hang around. No, she's not. And Nelby's miles away. So that's why she did it. She knew she could take off, check out and see if there was an inside section, and still, if there wasn't, get back out and get priority. And it's worked out for her. Or, the wave wasn't there, but she's certainly going to get her priority back. Nelby's a mile away. I know you guys watching this can't turn your head and see the whole beach, but yeah, she ended up a long way down the beach.
Oh yeah. The condition today is a lot of water moving. There's a lot of
physical activity that they need. It's a lot of paddling, a lot of heats.
Yeah.
It's really tiring, and not only that, if it's glassy, it's easier to paddle. You're going over chops and lumps and duck diving waves, and yeah, they're going to be pretty tired tonight.
Yeah, and for sure, it's really good. We have the opportunity to only surf 1 or 2 heats per day, because we have the length of the waiting period. Some event, it's a marathon. You have to surf 3 to 4 heats a day. If they don't have the time of the waiting period, sometimes it's just one or 2 days of a event of a QS, and then they have to finish
regardless of what the surf's like.
Regardless, and then a lot of heats to go for each surfers. Here we go, Shino Matsuda having a look on that one. She's way outside. She's not going to lose her priority. Neilby is still paddling in the channel there. So if we can see, this is the playing field that we are looking at. That's the right-hander. That wave is actually super wide. Normally, when people surf La Union, they're surfing really deep to the right.
Yep.
But this one, as you can see, everybody just surfing right in the middle of the bay, because of the condition is a little bit bigger than normal.
Yeah, and you can't get across from the inside. So it tends to be a bit fat on the outside, but they are making the most of it. I see Nelby having a paddle. She is fit.
Yeah.
Nelby, they do a lot of exercise, CrossFit in Siargao, and they go to the gym, and they have a routine with their coaches and with the Philippine surf team. Every day, if they're not surfing, they're doing some kind of exercise or some kind of strength building or something related to getting themselves better in the surf.
Yeah, I think these days it's the transition about how you treat yourself with these sports, because before there's a lot of saying the best way, the only way to do is just keep surfing.
That was the way I always thought it was,
Yeah.
but obviously it's not the case, because all those top surfers now don't just surf all the time.
Yeah, but back in the days, if you ask Kelly what kind of exercise that he does back in the days, or Sunny Garcia, they might just saying just keep surfing and keep paddling and keep fit. But these days, it's all about different routine, different food, different music even.
Well, it's a science almost, and even before Kelly in those days, I mean, back in the 70s, I think it was a beer and a cigarette.
Yeah.
Go surfing, have a beer and a cigarette, or worse, and just go surfing, and that's surfing didn't have the reputation. Now it's a full-blown pro sport with professional athletes that make a pretty good living if you're at the top of the tree.
Yeah. But the funny thing is, the sports are gaining mass, what do you call that?
Following?
Yeah, mass...
mass appeal.
Yeah. because we have the Olympic, this and that. But the industry itself, I have to say, like in the early 2000s, our surf industry is way stronger than now.
Really?
Yeah, because you can see there's a lot of surfers. Before we go there, let's see, Senior Matsuda's Shino. So yeah, so if you're talking about in the 90s or 2000 early, if you go to any given QSs, you will see most of 80% of the surfers have sponsors on their boards. There's stickers on the boards. But if you go now, even on the CT level, there's a couple like surfers that they don't have any sponsorship. So that's,
why do you think that is?
I think the
because
industry.
there's obviously more money in the sport because there's so many more participants.
Yeah, I think the industry, claim a big result of a lot of fashion brand that.
Oh, so too many competitors in the industry, or not everyone sticking directly to surf brands. That there's
the mass fashion brands are also tapping into surfing as their their market lifestyle. So if you're talking about Quicksilver, Billabong, or all those big brands, this past 10 years, the company been in a lot of high and low. So I have to say, the surf industry is also have a big impact on how the surfers are represent themselves. Some of them have sponsor, most of them don't, but a lot of them have a different kind of a way to finance themselves. A lot of the CT guys, they I don't know. Conor O'Leary, he was doing like a extra job just to qualify back in the days.
Yeah, look, and I think partly, look, his mother's Japanese, and I've only met Conor a couple of times. He's from my town. I've surfed with his mum many times. I know his dad fairly well. Lovely, lovely family. And he's also surfing now partly for Japan, and I think maybe part of the reason is, although he has loyalty, obviously Japanese loyalty, and I'm just making stuff up there, Conor, so let me know if I'm wrong. But, he's got a bigger following there than he will get in Australia.
Yeah.
So financially, sponsorship-wise, that has to be extremely helpful.
Yeah. I think the good thing about these days is the surf industry is maybe a little bit down, but the supports from government are increasing. So that's the good news.
Yeah, I guess definitely in this country.
Yeah.
That was a bit of an up and down there from Shino. Yeah, I mean, in this country, the government's fully supporting surfing now, whereas there was one or two governments in General Luna, Mayor Resilient, people like that did support it.
Yeah.
Now, all around the country, local governments, municipal governments, provincial governments are really supporting surfing.
Yeah, because with that support, we don't want to see a Nilby on her belly there.
No.
That was a funny situation there from Nilby. I think she mistimed that one and just deciding go with the flow.
Go with the flow, yeah. Or maybe there's a bodyboarding event later and she's practicing.
Ah. And then also, talking about the government supports, it's all about I don't know. Just keep supporting. Never stopping supporting surfing, because you can see the potential. We see JR the other day won their longboard division. Imagine if the government doesn't support that kind of event. It'll be a hard path for surfers like JR and Nilby.
Oh, incredible! Yeah, no, that's exactly right. Because if the government doesn't support it and it's not sanctioned locally, then no one else is going to do it.
Yeah.
Once the government supports it, then they get in other sponsorship, other companies. And the two girls are just getting flogged at the moment. Just duck dive after duck dive. They're actually going backwards. Nelby's semi out there. She's just going to get over this next one. It's a great shot with the drone there. The drone. So that was Nelby just getting over that wave, and so Shino's had about 8 on the head now. So it's taking some time to get back out there. So we talked about being tired. I'd be turning around.
That's how big is the playing field.
It's huge. Yeah, and as that drone goes out further, it really goes to show what it is.
Yeah, we don't even we don't even have a view of how Shino is.
No.
That's how wide is the competition area. If you can see Shino's around.
There she is at the bottom right there.
Wow.
And they're both pretty wide there. Shino is really wide compared to what the normal position would be. It would be right over there where those waves are breaking, but the big ones are just pounding through on the inside there, and she's thinking.
Yeah. So Shino with a, two wave of a 4.75 and a 3.60. Shino is sitting in the first place, and Nilby Blancada only looking for 310. So I would say it's not a hard task, but it's also about picking up the right one, because if she get a 3, that means she knows only need to get a 4, for example. So Nilby, you know, to put a stronger pressure on Shino, she needs to get, you know, a stronger number, you know, at least on those 5 range.
Exactly, yeah. So I don't know. We just didn't call that 4.75. We did. I was only the 3.6. Okay, and that gave her enough. So only a 3.1, as you said. Far from impossible. You know, you'd be thinking they could get some 6s and 7s, but they're spending an awful lot of time paddling there. And Nelby's still paddling out the back because of the current. So what do we got? We got just under 8 minutes remaining. Next up, the quarterfinal heat 3, Kalani Johnson. And the T is Tania.
Taina.
Taina, is it?
Yeah.
And how do you pronounce that last name there?
Esquierdo.
Esquierdo.
Yeah.
And she's Indonesian, so that doesn't sound like it. Well, neither does Johnson sound like an overly Indonesian name. I know the Johnson family. I know Pualani, her sister, and her mum and dad, a lovely, lovely family. What's the background of Tiana?
Taina. So Kalani's dad he's from Hawaii, and the mom she's Balinese. So Taina, her mom is from Java, and her dad is from Puerto Rico.
Puerto Rico. Okay, that makes sense. Yes.
Yeah. So Cacho, I'm sure you're watching this event, and Cacho is one of the original surfers who surfing pipes before with Derek's and Michael. Yeah. So Cacho used to live in Hawaii for numbers of years, and that's her daughter coming up soon, Taina Esquierdo.
Wow.
Oh God, I have to say sorry for Nilby on that wave.
It was looking like it was going to set up really well.
Yeah.
I'm not exactly sure what happened. We'll see a replay of that.
Yeah, I want to see the replay because she was scratching her board there. Maybe there's some wax issue there. Here we go. She's setting up for this maneuver right here, and suddenly there's a bump.
Yeah, I think that's all it was, a bump.
I think there's a bump there.
You know, it's that southerly wind putting a bump on the face. Yeah, I think she wanted to smash that next section and obviously didn't work out very well for her. Still 6 minutes and 10 seconds, so, you know, there's a chance, but she has lost priority now. And, you know, with Shino's relatively low scores, a big wave will make it a lot harder for Nelby. She's had a lot of experience, Nelby, so I would be surprised if she ended up with a 2.75 in a score, but again, the conditions are quite difficult out there. We'll see if before we finish we can find out what's going to happen. Did you get a message about what time tomorrow morning they're talking about?
You know, I think the best way is always to keep your eye as early as you can. So this past 6 days, I have to say today was the earliest call, which is 7:15.
Yep.
So I have to say kind of similar to for tomorrow. It's
least amount of wind generally.
Yeah, I think if you want to finish it tomorrow, you want to finish it before lunch, before the wind came, and I think that's going to be the call. So early call for potential like an early start also.
Okay.
Yeah. There's no use to wait until kind of mid-morning, like a 9 a.m. or something. Did Nilby just get caught there?
She just got dragged back. She just didn't get under that wave, and it dragged her back about 20 meters.
Oh, that takes a lot of energy right there.
Oh, it certainly does. And
yeah.
not only to mention, it's certainly not her first heat, and she got caught inside earlier as well. So she's struggling a little bit there.
Yeah. You know what, Jerry? This could be the heat that you know, one of the surfers can move into the next round with 1 digit.
100%.
Yeah.
Okay, well that was just Shino who went for it. Didn't get any moves in, so she's so Nildy's back out there now, just about with priority.
Okay, this is a bit of a better situation for Nilby because She gained her first priority. She's trying on this one.
Yeah, I'm surprised, to be honest.
This is washy. Really a lot of bump on this wave. She haven't done any first maneuver. She's only looking for 3.1. Is it gonna offering her anything? I have to say that's a weird choice of a wave there.
Yeah, I totally agree with you. She had priority. She still, I think she panicked. Maybe she can't hear the call, doesn't know exactly how many minutes remaining. But yeah, she could have been sitting out there now with priority, with first choice. Now she's got a long paddle ahead, and it's unlikely she picked up a 3.10.
Yeah, so that last wave only scored her 2.5. Not far from 3.1, but if she could have held that priority a little bit longer and pick one better wave, situation will be different for her. As you can see, it's super soupy, the wave. There's a lot of broth on it, a lot of foam. The reason why this wave is not offering anything, this is a leftover of a big wash sets before.
Yep.
Too much things going on.
Yeah, well, hopefully she can get out in time. It's a struggle, and she's got a lot of walls of whitewater ahead of her. Yeah, she's sitting there thinking, what did I do? Or maybe she's just going to wait for an inside one. You know, that could be the other strategy there. Oh, no, she's not. She's way in. Oh, she's miles over. I think she's going to take 2 minutes to get out. I'm a bit worried for her chances at the moment. Yeah, it's just a bay of whitewater at the moment, and she is a long way from the takeoff position.
You know what? If you have 2 minutes to go and you're paddling out and the wave you are chasing and you know the other girl having priority, you're pretty much like really on things that we call, what is the word for it? You become like really desperate.
Yes.
And that's the reason why she took that wave.
Unfortunately, I think you're right. She was desperate. Didn't need to be desperate at that stage.
Yeah.
She just got desperate a little too early. Yeah, no, she's still getting smashed on the inside. I can turn around and say she's 100 metres away. So, you know, we hope something can happen for her. I think she's our remaining Filipina left in the female side of the draw, on the women's side. And Matsuda's probably, Shino Matsuda's probably looking over there, licking her lips, thinking, oh, okay, I've gotten a bit lucky here.
Wow, 1 minute to go. This is like, I would say this is a little bit of a heartbreaking right here because Nilby surfing is there. It's just about opportunity that she's trying to get. Sometimes you have to manufacture your opportunity.
I agree, and I think her coaches will pull her aside after this. They'll look back at the replay and she'll now understand because she's not going to get back out there.
She's still in the channel, actually.
She's still in the channel, yeah, I think. You know, unless some weird miracle happens in the channel, then...
Oh, wow, she's trying to catch a laugh, actually. No, that wave is not breaking. That's too...
And it's actually putting her further away from the lineup, and Shino's out the back, taking off on another one. A bit of a victory lap, I think. So commiserations, although it's not over, but commiserations to the Blancada family. I know they're watching with bated breath there, and she tried her heart out. She'll sleep well tonight, and Shino's just gone past her, and she'll be coming in on this wave, which has been a pretty nice wave as well. So that'll be basically the end of quarterfinal number 2.
Yeah.
And it's a big congratulations to Shino Matsuda. I think I'll probably be going down and having a chat with her. And commiserations to Nelby. You tried hard, just didn't work out this time. We'll see her back in Siargao for the event. So we'll head off to a break and we'll catch up with you later, Tippy.
All good. Thanks, Jerry.
Welcome back to the La Union International Pro. This is quarterfinal number 3 on the ladies' side of the draw. It's a World Qualifying Series 3000 event, an all Indonesian affair right now with a few other flags mixed in. Kailani Johnson, Indonesian, but has a touch of Hawaiian heritage. Up against Taina Esquerdo, who is also Indonesian, has a touch of Puerto Rican in her lineage. So you can see the cultural melting pot that is Bali. It's been a magnet for surfers from all over the world for a long, long time, and now we're starting to see all these bloodlines filter through into the next generation coming from the island of the gods. Speaking of Balinese surfing, the man, the myth, the legend, Tipi Jabrik is next to me for the call. How are you, Tip?
Yeah, I'm really good. Thanks, Binzi. You know what? There's a lot of strategy for this QS qualification for the Challenger. And one of them is to make sure that you're gaining a lot of points. But you have to understand, traveling is a big part of the sports. And, you know, as an Indonesian, as a Thai, as a Philippine, as a Japanese, you know, they want to make sure that when they go to Australia, for the last 2 events, they have to be safe. For this could be their last event before they go. Looks like still Taina Esquerdo is the one having a hunt here. 536. That's the number. 536 is going to be her highest score of this heat. She will need a decent wave. An average wave will not giving her that opportunity because of 571, that 575, that Kailani Johnson, that was 3 nice big turns. Here we go, Taina Esquerdo. Is this going to offer her anything on the inside? Ooh, nothing.
No, it paddled into, it was a solid looking wave. Didn't give her that first section and then immediately got into some deeper water and fattened out. Right about here you thought, okay, she could be in for something. And unfortunately, once that was a mid-face turn, and then, yeah, really not enough.
Nothing on offer on that wave. Still a couple sets to come, Binzi, and then Taina is paddling way out there. Kailani with a priority right now. Couple sets in approach for her. If Kailani is going on this one, looks like Taina can have another opportunity. Still game on. 2 minutes and 20 seconds to go. Two minutes and 15 seconds. So this event been proudly presented by Next Gens Philippine, Department of Tourism, Provincial Government of La Union, San Miguel Infrastructure. So those are the names that been really a big supportive of a surfing event here in Philippines. Oh, look at that one, Binzi.
Well, it was a late committed takeoff from Kailani Johnson, but risk does not equal reward, and that wave shuts down. All that has come out of that wave is priority. The disc has flipped back in favour of the blue surfer, Taina Esquerdo. 90 seconds remaining. Taina still chasing a 5.36 to book her spot in the semis.
Okay, looks like there's one set is rolling here for Taina. This could be her last chance. Can she do it? Oh, she's deciding not to go on that one. That one's just rolling on the inside. Let's hope there's enough wave for these two girls to get, you know, opportunity. Because sometimes when the wave is not there, it's heartbreaking to see how you lose when the wave is just dying off. "30 seconds. Wow. The battle of the number 1 and number 2 in Indonesia, Taina Esquerdo and Kailani Johnsons. Looks like it's coming to an end, Binzi. With 20 seconds to go, there's nothing out there.
Yeah, Taina just striking out for the horizon to see if she can find something,
Ooh,
anything.
maybe.
There's a bit of a bump, so she'll see this. 10 seconds. Will it get to her in time?
She will need to go on this one.
Yeah, this is going to be a buzzer beater. There's a little bit of potential.
Oh, she take off on the white water.
Oh, she made it in time, but unfortunately no chance of tracking down a score. So Kailani Johnson, our first
semi-finalist.
Well,
Indonesian semi-finalist.
Yeah, first Indonesian semi-finalist. Who's going to join her in the second semi? Anon Matsuoka and Rina Matsunaga are in the water right now. We're going to have a quick break and come back with our last quarterfinal for the round and the day. Right after this, more action from the La Union International Pro coming our way very shortly.
Yeah, La Union, it's not just the place too. It's like also the waves. It's such beautiful. The food, it's so good, and yeah, I'm so happy to be here. And the people is so amazing. Like they're so caring. Wow, this car is like feels so special. I never ride a car like this. This is my first time, so whew, so happy to ride in this car. So good.
You know, I actually love driving Volkswagen. When you go really fast, you don't feel it that you're going fast.
I don't know, I feel like we're not driving, I feel like we're flying. Because it's not even like bumping. So it's so good.
I like this one. Look at this one. This one with turbo ba?
The backseat people can enjoy the car as well. Normally, like it's like this front, and then the back is always normal, like a roof. That's true. And now this one's like, oh, I don't know. You get to enjoy the car as well.
When you rev it up, you can feel the nice, smooth transaction, which is that's the main part in the car. You can just push it down.
Oh yeah! Oh yeah! He's a dream car, bro.
Welcome back. Thanks for having me on, Binzi. Appreciate it. We're in the last heat for the day. It is heat 4 of the quarterfinals for the women.
Yeah, Anon Matsuoka and Rina Matsunaga, two Japanese surfers, one spot remaining in the quarterfinals. We just saw Kailani Johnson get the nod over her close mate and fellow Indonesian Taina Escuero. Conditions were not optimal in that heat, but it looks like Rina Matsunaga's found a gem to kick things off. Not sure what she opened up with at the top of that wave, but I'm sure we'll catch up with it on a replay very shortly.
It's been some solid waves out there today. The wind's puffed up, and I suspect that's why we're going to wait after this and surf the men's quarters and the rest of the whole event tomorrow.
Yep, there's also I think a few surfers, you know, have surfed twice already this morning and weren't relishing the idea of a third surf for the day.
Oh, it's hard work out there. I mean, the paddle is just insane, and we saw from Nelby's heat, at the end of the day, she just couldn't get back out.
Yeah, a couple of broken boards today as well, so you can't discredit the power of the Mona Lisa punch.
Are you going to head out there afterwards?
Yep.
Get punched a few times by Mona Lisa?
Yeah.
I'll think about it. I probably will only think about it. Although the later in the day it gets. I know a few of the others have headed off to other little secret surf spots. I don't know the other surf spots around here real well. But I know that they're going to head off and see what they can find.
Speaking of heading off to see what we can find, Tippy Jabrick's going to have a chat with Kailani Johnson and see if we can unlock any secrets about the last heat. We're just going to quickly run through this wave of Rina Matsunaga because it's got a good section. She hits it once. This is going to be her second score, and she is out of there. We'll leave it with the judges to come up with a number for that. We'll cross down to you, Tippy Jabrick, right now.
Yes, I'm here with Kailani Johnson, winner of last heat. Tell me a little bit, is it hard out there?
Yeah, the conditions are pretty tricky out there. I think the toughest thing is to find a wave with an actual really good wall on it all the way, because I know if you get those, it's really easy to get like an 8 or like a high scoring wave. But yeah, I mean, there's always heats where it's a bit grindy, and I'm really glad to make it through that one and go on to the semis.
Are you a surfer that in your mind an 8 is what you're looking for, or are you like more like a strategic? If you need a 2.5, that's good enough. Which surfers are you? Like you're big numbers, or you're trying to win by any numbers?
Well, it really depends on the conditions and looking at what scores are getting through the heats previously. But I mean, you're always, especially after getting a couple or one small score, you're always looking to build. And when you're looking for those, you make it easier on yourself by getting high scores and harder for the other person you're against. So yeah, that's the ultimate goal.
So I don't know. So you're gonna have a Japanese in the semis, and the other semis a Japanese. So 3 Japanese already guaranteed into the semis, and you have 1 Indonesian. So I have to say, is this one of your best result, or do you want to win it? What is your strategy?
Yeah, actually, so far this has been my best result in a QS 3000, and I mean, my strategy is 100% to win this event, but just taking it heat by heat and condition by condition, wave by wave, and I'm really happy to be representing Indonesia in this international event, and I really want to see women on the Challenger Series this year representing my country, so I'm hoping it's me.
Friends and family, Richard Johnson maybe?
Terima kasih semua yang di Indonesia yang mendukung saya. Saya menghargai itu. Saya sangat-sangat menghargai itu, dan terima kasih untuk nonton dan kirim message di sosial media. Ya, saya kangen di rumah, jadi I will win this one for you guys.
That was Kailani Johnson's one of the second last semifinalists. Back to you guys.
But Tibi Jabrik, and great words from Kailani. I like that. She wants to be the first Indonesian woman on the Challenger Series, and she's one step closer to that dream. The win over Taina Escuero puts her through to the semis. This was a 0.5. I think this will be the 3.5 from Rino Matsuga, which is the high-scoring wave of this heat so far. And on Matsuaka, yet to open her account.
Hanging on to priority there. Kailani came to the Philippines quite a few years ago with her sister Puanani, and they both competed there in not the last but the one before, which was well before COVID. So I think she was quite a young girl. Her sister's a year or 2 older. So we've got some experience with her. She's actually pretty good friends with my daughter, and they hung out together. But she's gone head and shoulders further in her surfing career than my daughter, young Lily, who I love, and I hope you're listening to us out there, Lily.
Okay, 8 minutes done, and 25 still to come. Very, very sleepy affair again. This day is just kind of spluttering to the finish line. It started off with a real bang, plenty of energy in the ocean, waves and corners all over the place. And now it's looking like the decision to abandon play at the end of the women's quarterfinals probably going to be the right one.
Yeah, look, in the morning, depending what time we start, the tide will be a little higher. I think we've got a 9:30 low tomorrow. So we will surf through the low, assuming we start early in the morning. But the early ones might hug the reef a bit better. The surf might be, it's meant to be a little smaller and certainly cleaner. So, all we can do is wake up and look out the window, which is quite a luxury to be able to wake up and look out the window. And then we'll trust the powers that be as to what time we start tomorrow morning.
Yeah, and we'll have, 4 quarters, 4 semis and 2 finals. So 10 heats tomorrow.
Yep, that's what we'll have. So, we easily have enough time in the day. There's Anon with her very first wave. Nice little top turn. Oh, she dug a rail there. She lost a bit of power. The wave didn't wall up as she was hoping it would. So I can't imagine that will go into a final score, but at least she's on the scoreboard.
Yeah, you sort of wonder if it's worth the wait, hanging around for 10 minutes with priority, if that's going to be the end result. We've seen it today that priority is not really that much of a blessing.
No, and they can separate themselves, and there's deep ones and there's wide ones, and sometimes these surfers are more than 100 metres apart at certain times and still almost catching waves. So, yeah, I think these guys have been sitting pretty close together at the start, but I don't know. Now she doesn't have priority. Maybe it'll free her up to just go for anything. She's a little deep on that one. That's Rena Matsunaga. Yeah, not lining up as well as it was before. There's still some sets to clean them up. And we're hoping for super clean, nice waves tomorrow morning. You know anything personally about these two surfers? Apart from the fact that obviously they're from Japan?
Not a whole lot. Natural footer, goofy footer. I have seen both of them in the water quite a bit over the past week.
Does one of them dominate over the other, or is there one of the girls out there in particular that tends to get as many waves as the boys, or is as aggressive?
No, you'd be hard pressed to get more waves than a lot of the Japanese male competitors. They're ruthless in the warm-up sessions. Very, very hungry lads who are there to compete, and it's their practice session and they know it.
What about if you wore a rash vest that said I'm a judge or something like that? Do you think you'd get any more love?
I don't think that would matter one little bit.
Certainly saying I'm a commentator wouldn't make any difference.
No, definitely not. Can confirm.
There's a bit of a wave standing up in the background there. See if Rena's interested. No, she's going to have to go underneath that one. So is Anon. Hard to know where to sit out there. You sit outside and wait for the bombs, sit wide. There's so many options. I think a lot of it's luck, and it looks like Anon might have a stroke for this whitewater wave.
Oh. And down she goes.
Did she get to her feet? The judges will tell. It didn't look to me like she did.
I generally try to stay out of the way in the morning surfs. I think that's well and truly, practice session for competitors. Afternoons, I think, a bit more of a free range, really. We've got competitors who don't want to surf again because they're saving their energy. So if the competitors are saving their energy, then if you're in the water this afternoon, I'll help you save your energy. And, look, after this heat, there's only 10 surfers left. So of the 100 who are in town, there's only 10 who I don't want to get in the way of.
That's right. And I'd say those 10 surfers are pretty tired from battling the elements today. So whether they'll be back out there or not.
Be.
No, you wouldn't think so.
So
it's free for all this Savo. You will dominate.
Absolute open slather. I'm going to take the 20 out again for a bit more volume to get myself around the place. I actually felt a little bit undergunned this morning, pulling out the hi-fi. It was on the little 5'8", kind of fishy sort of thing. And
how many litres is that board?
29.
It's not many. What do you weigh? You weigh 75, 80 kilos?
Yeah, about 80.
Okay, so that's still a little performance board for the bigger guy. So you know what you're doing, and you
would have been happy on my 6.0 this morning.
Yeah,
Just a little bit more length to paddle through the chop and whatnot. But there was lots of waves in amongst dodging the cleanups this morning, that's for sure.
It seems to have died off a bit during the day. Every now and then there's a bunch of good sets that come through.
Sure has.
What about this one? Is someone going to spin around and go, this looks like it could well line up?
No.
So Rena doesn't want it, and On's going for it. So she's going to have a dig. Has got a little line, nice little top turn, a little bit of spray there. She's going to get around this section. Hit it again on the backhand. It's got a few ugly lines in it, but she's making good work of it. She's about the end of it there. So that could well be the best wave of the day. Not entirely sure how they're going to like it. They don't really seem to be paying the small waves very well today.
Pretty sure I sat next to Anon on the bus back from the opening ceremony.
Oh, okay.
It was, It was one of those hilarious situations where everyone was trying to get out at the same time. We were scrambling for tuk-tuks and rides in cars, and then all of a sudden a bus just pulled up and everyone piled on. And, yeah.
I was lucky enough to be with the guy that had the keys for the Volkswagen.
Oh, there you go. One of our sponsors this week. Thank you very much for Volkswagen Philippines. Their Volkswagen Cross has been turning up in a few of our commercials. Saw Oni Anwar got to take one for a spin the other day.
Yeah, we did. What happened was we semi-stole it and took it to golf, and then I got a frantic call saying we need that car back. So we had to deliver the keys back to the golf course. And then, of course, when we got back, the car wasn't there. Luckily enough, someone sent a bus in replace for it. We managed to get home. So a 3.15, yeah, wasn't a big score, but it's enough to, I guess, be kind of similar to Rena's first wave. There's our VW logo right up there in the corner. Thank you. And Red Bull.
Oh, the watermarks are just cycling through now.
So they are our major and minor sponsors. Next Gen, of course, we've talked about PLDT and Smart. PLDT's up there, and there's straight up followed by Smart.
Yep, thank you to those guys for the sparkling internet we've been enjoying all week.
Alima is the surf brand and surf store down here at the end of the beach. Not sure, La Union Surf Club. Next Gen is our major sponsor, one of our major sponsors, supplying support for all sports in town. And of course, the Department of Tourism has sponsored every single event in the country for many, many years. So thank you to you guys. The provincial government of La Union, that's that logo there in Lamari. Super nice resort in Siargao. Have amazing pool parties on a Sunday afternoon. San Miguel Infrastructure, another one of the big ones. And there's we've looped through those. So we can watch the surfing now. It's Anon trying to get down that one. That's not going to happen for her.
San Miguel Infrastructure, is that kegs, cans and bottles, or is...
No, it's not apparently. San Miguel Infrastructure is... I'm not sure if they're related to the same company, because we've certainly been using plenty of that product. And San Miguel did sponsor our last one in Siargao, but no, that's infrastructure as in civil works, roads and etc.
All right, here goes Rina Matsunaga. This is a decent looking wall. The first turn was pretty good. Climbs up and does not get over the second section. I think she might have left a few points on the board just there. That will bump out her 0.9. It'll probably match her 3. Thought she was on track for a decent number. The first turn was a setup. She would have had her eyes on bigger things down the line and perhaps got ahead of herself a little bit. A 2.65 the result. Does go into a top 2, does extend her lead, 12.5 minutes to go, and on Matsuoka has a 3.15, is currently chasing a 3.01.
And she's gained herself priority, but as we've discussed, it isn't always an advantage on a day like today, with only 2 surfers and a mega wide playing field. So we'll see what she can do with it, see if she doesn't hang on to it too long, doesn't stress her out. Looks like she's having a go for this one. No, as long as the other surfer isn't out there, she can paddle as much as she wants until they do get priority. Now she can't. If she were to paddle too hard, she would lose that priority. If she were to paddle too hard and not actually catch the wave. As we said, this is our last heat of the day here. It has slowed up quite a bit, and you can tell that from the scores and the lack of waves in the first 19 minutes. Hopefully there'll be a little flurry at the end, and then we will be back early tomorrow morning to wrap it up.
Yep, 11 heats to 11 minutes to go today, 10 heats to go tomorrow. 2 champions will be lifting the Jeepney trophies at the end of the day. They are about as cool as trophies get. Here is Anon Matsuoka looking to put herself in the picture to find the podium. Not going to be helped on the back of that one. So the trophies are scale versions of jeepneys. Jeepneys are the little buses that get around. Originally they were sort of customised from the jeeps that were left behind.
Correct, from the Second World War.
And these days they are works of art that are these cool-looking Sesame Street school bus meets a jeep covered in graffiti.
Yeah,
And
I saw one with an Australian flag yesterday, actually.
well, I went past one this morning that had about 1,000 balloons stuck to it. I wasn't sure what was going on there.
Yeah, I'm thinking a wedding. Surely you're not going to decorate your jeepney like that every morning. That was a fairly nice wave from Rena as well. And here's Anon hooking into another one. Yeah, that's a nice top turn there. Just cutting back in to try to find some power. Having a little bounce to still try to find some power. And there's a little section for her. Boom. Yeah, that was a pretty good wave. I suggest that's the best wave of the heat. Lots of power. A bit of a bonus being on a backhand there. She could find those little pockets of power, which is what she did. So it'll be really interesting to see what her score was. Rena's last one was a 2.65. That did move her into the lead. I suspect Anon will drag that lead back with something more than a 3.01. It's Tina's wave. That was the... oh, it's still coming in. Sorry, I made a mistake there. That was a 3.75.
Yep, so at the moment this is the best wave of the heat, but I think Anon is about to answer back with a better and bigger number of her own. We're just waiting on one last score to drop it in, and there it is, a 5, the result for Anon Matsuoka's last wave. That was this one. So a strong turn, nicely placed in the pocket. A little bit of a hop and a skip, but she gets through to the inside and banks a couple more turns. And a 5-point ride. The result puts her into the lead. Rina Matsunaga now chasing a 4.41 with 8.5 minutes to go. And do you think Anon is trying to make a bit of a name for herself?
Another good one there, mate. Another good one. That's 4. I'm writing them down. I'm recording them. I'll use them in the future if you're not here, of course. So it's a long paddle back out. It's a really nice drone shot there. You know, the water's not as see-through as it has been because it's been churned up by the storm yesterday and the wind today. There are certain days that paddle, all you'd be able to see is the reef underneath and looking incredibly tropical and beautiful. The water would be much more aqua. And, you know, it is a tropical, beautiful place. The place is warm, but today it's a bit mixed up. Big swell, big wind. And lots of current, loads of current actually.
Yeah, it's quite easy to get back to the hotel from the lineup. You just catch a long right, and then when you kick out, you just keep paddling, and it just flies you up the beach to where we are. All right, Anon Matsuoka, speed to burn. Can she turn it into anything substantial? Releases the tail. I quite like that turn. Hasn't really found any clean green wall to work with, so the 2 hits so far, both of them dealing with a lot of foam, froth, bubble and trouble, and she is out of there. 7 minutes to go.
Thinking that one will go as a second score possibly. This first turn was really, really nice.
Yeah, only trying to get rid of a 3.
Loads of speed there. 5.25, it's gone in as her best score.
Well,
I loved that first turn.
The best wave of the heat.
Yeah, that moves her way out ahead. Puts Rena in a position so she needs a 6.50 to move into the lead. And we've got 6.3 minutes to go. So it's certainly doable, but they're 2 really nice medium scores there from Anon. And at this stage, I reckon she's 2-1. Rena is out the back with priority. So she's going to need a pretty decent wave. Swinging my head round to have a look. Yeah, the paddle back out is at least a minute if you don't get caught inside. So Anon's halfway out there. And still 100 metres from Rena. Rena's just taking a few duck dives out the back there. There you go. So that's Anon. Rena will be right up there on top of the WSL logo. Just went out of picture then. But there's a lot of space between the two surfers at the moment. There you go. We're going to see her there. There you go. Right behind the black sign. Waiting patiently out the back there, Rena. Hoping to get a nice wall, put her all the way through to the inside. And there's Anon having a stroke out the back there. Not quite having a stroke. Stroking out the back is probably a better way to put it. 5 minutes remaining. So we're at La Union. This is the International Pro WQS 3000. We're about a 5-hour drive from Manila. The direction would be northwest from Manila. And it's a lot quicker than it used to be in the old days. It's a 7 or 8 hour drive, and not all that long ago they've put a couple of pretty quick freeways through there, making it far easier to get here. So the place gets really packed on the weekend. Holiday makers and weekenders from Manila come down here, hit the beach, take surfing lessons, and fill the place to the brim. There's also a couple of real old majestic houses around here. I think here, like a few other places around here, were real holiday places. In the days before lots of plane travel, you know, the rich Manila people would build a holiday house here, travel here during their holidays. Baguio is another one. Baguio is about an hour and a half up into the mountains. It's nice and cool. And traditionally that was a place where the Manila elite would build big and beautiful houses and head out of the hot weather and out of the city for the weekends and for their holidays. I'm not sure if they do it as much now, given that these days there's travel. It's easy to go to overseas, jump on a plane. You're in Hong Kong, you're in Singapore, you're in Japan, you're in places very quickly. We're really in the middle of everywhere here. Well, not everywhere, but the middle of Asia. Super easy to get to big cities. You could be flying a few hours and you'd be in the snow in Japan already. You could be flying a few hours, you'd be on the beaches of Malaysia. So, it's a very central place. It's not like living in Australia. It takes 15 hours to get to, not everywhere, but almost anywhere. Solid 8-hour flight from Australia to Manila. So Anon still has priority. She's going to hang out real close to Rena now.
Yeah, 3 minutes to go.
Yeah, she's not going to let her out of her sight. So, we'll see a set. Rena will be hoping for a 2-wave set, obviously.
Well.
And there you go. Oh, that's interesting. Did she paddle for it?
Yeah,
she did.
She did. So the priority judge spins the disc in favour of blue. So Rina Matsunaga now has first priority. She can catch any wave she wants unimpeded. Both girls kind of got rolled by that wave.
Was it that one or the one behind? I think there was a bigger set right behind that one. The one, that Anon was deemed paddling for. But it certainly allows Rena the luxury of taking any wave she sees fit. You think she sold it to Anon? It was a bit of good work there.
I'm not really sure. It was, I don't think it was a sell. But anyway, Anon Matsuoka underneath priority sinks her teeth into this one, and it's a smaller wave, but it's got pretty good looking shape. And not too sure. Well, she's still going. So surf through some turbulence, surf through some static on the screen even.
She did. All right, it's unlikely she'll get back out in time now. I'll spin my head around. She's certainly trying, but I think it's unlikely she'll be back out in time. So Rena's been left out in the lineup, just waiting for something rideable, something that she knows she can get that score on, and that score is a 6.5. It's not going to be easy. There hasn't been a 6.5 so far in this heat. So it's a tall ask with 1 minute to go.
So a spot in the 2nd 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 2 And at the moment, it's an on Matsuoka. Rina Matsunaga is chasing a 6.5, which, given what we've seen in the last couple of hours, is a pretty stiff ask. The teeth have really gone out of this swell. Rina has a look at that first line. We're seeing the drone angle.
There is another one behind.
There's a bit of a bump. She's on the move. She has to turn around and go with 15 seconds remaining. And here goes the forehand attack. There's a bit of a wall out in front. That first turn was great. And looking over our shoulder, this one's rattling off. Oh, Rina Matsunaga, I think she might have had a chance there, Jerry Deegan.
I do. Had she landed that one, got around the section, there was plenty of points there. That would have been the biggest manoeuvre of the heat. So unfortunately, she came unstuck on the landing, and that's going to leave Anon Matsuoka to move into the semi-finals tomorrow morning.
All right, well, a very entertaining day of surfing at the La Union International Pro. That's us at the resort restaurant. We're on that top balcony, and that is the whole contest infrastructure on the beach here at San Juan La Union Mona Lisa Point. We've got 10 heats to go before we crown 2 champions. We want to thank our big sponsors for the event, Next Gen Philippines, Department of Tourism through Region 1, the Provincial Government of La Union, San Miguel Infrastructure, and our minor sponsors, PLDT and Smart, as well as Volkswagen Philippines and Red Bull. My name's Chris Binns. Alongside me is Jerry Deegan, and that's been another fantastic day of action here in the Philippines. We've got one more day to go, Jerry. How excited are you, mate?
I'm pretty excited, and I'm anticipating some pretty nice waves tomorrow morning. So, we'll be up early. I reckon it'll be clean, maybe slightly smaller, but I'm hoping the swell sticks to the reef and we get some super long, nice waves, and we'll see what they can do for us. We'll see how the surfers go and who surfs best and who ends up holding that trophy.
Yep, it's all kind of an Indonesian and Japanese showdown at this moment, with just a couple of Filipinos still flying the flag. J.R. Esquivel, the hope for the men. We're going to go get some waves of our own, but check your usual channels bright and early tomorrow morning. We'll be making a call around about 7 a.m. local time to let you know just exactly how things are going to play out on the final day of action at the inaugural WSL La Union International Pro. This has been a great day. We'll see you again tomorrow. Thanks a lot. Over and out.
Around the world, they've been surfing for 60 plus years. For us, it's relatively new. First time that we had all come together under this United Philippine Surfing Association. Surfing it is an Olympic event. The potential for a Filipino to get very far in surfing is there. It takes a village to raise a child. It takes the Philippines to raise surfing. Competitive surfing is more than just a lifestyle, it's actually a job, and that's the way we need to approach it, and that's the way we did approach it. In the short term, we need to compete. We need to compete in our country. We need to compete in other countries. We need to be exposed to surfing across the Philippines. And that is exactly what we're doing. 2022, we went aggressively into competition mode. We had 4 legs in 3 months. An international event in Siargao. We had our national event in Siargao, Belair, Borongan and Cabugao. Next year, we're going to double that with 8 legs and 2 international events to the WSL. Since the announcement of surfing in the Olympics, amazing things have happened in our sport. We've put our focus on the youth, the stars of tomorrow. We have a caravan that goes around the Philippines. We go from province to province and train them and educate them on how to become Philippines' greatest surfers. We want to raise up champions, the glory of victory. We want to mix this all together and showcase the talent we have right here in the Philippines. We want to raise up athletes who will raise up gold for the Philippines. Without the support and love of Next Gen, the next generation of surfers in the Philippines wouldn't be where they are today. Maraming salamat, Next Gen, and we look forward to continually working with you.
Yeah, La Union, it's not just the place too, it's like also the waves, it's such beautiful. The food, it's so good, and yeah, I'm so happy to be here. And the people is so amazing, like they're so caring. Wow, this car is like feels so special. I never ride a car like this. This is my first time, so whew, so happy to ride in this car. So good.
You know, I actually love driving Volkswagen. When you go really fast, you don't feel it that you're going fast.
I don't know, I feel like we're not driving, I feel like we're flying. Because it's not even like bumping. So it's so good.
I like this one, look at this one. This one with turbo ba?
The backseat people can enjoy the car as well. Normally like it's like this front and then the back is always normal, like a roof. That's true. And now this one's like, oh, I don't know, you get to enjoy the car as well.
When you rev it up, you can feel the nice, smooth transaction, which is, that's the main part in the car. You can just push it down.
Oh yeah! Oh yeah! He's a dream car, bro.